Chapter 940. Lu Ming, Wen Yuezhang, and the others' expressions changed slightly. They had not known about this beforehand. If they had not been cautious, they would have been in danger if they had rushed in rashly. It was no wonder that these people were standing by the lake and did not go over. Lu Ming and the others observed for a while and then left. Since there was still half a month before the poisonous fog dissipated, they found a place nearby to cultivate and wait. Dozens of miles away, on a small mountain, the four of them sat cross-legged and waited for time to pass. Time flew by day. There were more and more people in this area, but most of them just took a look and waited nearby. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lu Ming and the others returned to the shore. From the surrounding barren mountains, one figure after another flew towards this direction. Soon, there were hundreds of people gathered here. Those who dared to come here to compete for opportunities were not weak. Of course, there were also those who wanted to rely on luck to try their luck. Boom! In the sky, an extremely powerful pressure came down and weighed down on everyone's hearts. Damn it, who is it? A burly young man shouted and looked up. But the next moment, his expression changed drastically and cold sweat ran down his face. In the sky, a young man in a black robe stood with his hands behind his back. Demon chi filled the sky. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his expression was grave and stern. His eyes flashed with a bright light, like two demonic blades emitting light. Luo Tian, Demon Lord Luo Tian. Someone exclaimed. Luo Tian, ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Many people's expressions changed and their hearts sank. They did not expect Luo Tian to come. Is this Luo Tian? Lu Ming's eyes moved. Luo Tian's younger brother, Little Demon Lord Luo Li, was killed by him. It seems that Luo Tian already knows that I killed his brother. Lu Ming looked at a person not far from Luo Tian. It was Brother Li Tian. It seemed that Brother Li Tian did not die at the hands of the three-eyed divine tribe. Since Brother Li Tian was with Luo Tian should already know that he had killed Luo Li. But now that he had disguised himself and restrained his aura, he was not afraid. Luo Tian, I didn't know it was you. I take back what I said. The burly young man's face was extremely ugly. His eyes were filled with fear as he stuttered. People have to be responsible for their words. Luo Tian's eyes were cold, but his voice was calm. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. A pitch-black saber light tore through the void and slashed towards the burly youth. Go! Without hesitation, the burly young man turned around and fled frantically. However, Luo Tian frowned slightly and waved his hand again. The power of the blade light suddenly increased dramatically. It instantly cut through the void and slashed at the burly young man's head. No! The burly young man roared. The saber light flashed, and the sturdy youth was split into two halves. The surrounding geniuses were as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to make a sound. Demon Lord Luo Tian was famous in the eastern wilderness. Who didn't know of his ruthless methods? Now that he had seen it today, it was indeed so. The burly young man had only unintentionally uttered a word of curse, and it had brought about a fatal disaster. It could be seen how overbearing he was. Moreover, that burly young man was a genius from the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace. Even if he was from the same sect, he was still killed by Luo Tian because of a single word. Ha, Luo Tian, you're really impressive. You can only show off here. At this moment, a mocking voice rang out. Everyone was shocked. Who was it? How dare he speak the truth to Luo Tian like this? Did he want to die? In the sky, a golden light flashed, and a figure appeared in the air. It was a golden-haired young man. His face was as clear as jade, and he was dressed in a golden feather robe. His body emitted a golden light, and within the light, a golden divine bird could be vaguely seen flying and chirping. A golden wan. Lu Ming was shocked. He recognized the golden divine bird within the light. It was a genius from the demon clan. Jin Qi. Luo Tian slowly uttered a name. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. The others were also shocked. Although the demon clan of the Sky Demon Valley was not on the list of top 1,000 talents, some extremely powerful geniuses were still eye-catching. Xianxia had the bloodline of the divine bird, the golden swan. It was said that the bloodline density was extremely high, at least 60%. Among the many geniuses of the Sky Demon Valley, he was ranked in the top 5. He was even more famous than Luo Tian. No wonder he dared to look down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian, with me here, you can forget about the totem pole of the Sky Poison Island. Xianxia sneered at Luo Tian. Not necessarily. It depends on one's ability, but it also depends on luck and opportunity. Luo Tian said. Luck? Opportunity? I have the strength to crush everything. Why would I need luck and opportunity? Only the weak talk like that. Xianxia laughed. Luo Tian's face was ugly. If anyone else dared to talk to him like that, he would have killed them. However, he was not confident in dealing with Xianxia. He felt a strong sense of danger from Xianxia. The poisonous fog is starting to disperse. At this moment, someone exclaimed softly. Everyone looked forward. There seemed to be a gust of wind on the surface of the lake. The dense green poisonous fog was rapidly dissipating, and the scene in the lake became clear. There was a huge island in the center of the lake. It was about 10,000 miles away from the shore. That was the Sky Poison Island. Xianxia was the first to move. He turned into a golden ray of light and flew toward the Sky Poison Island. Soon after, Luo Tian and a few other geniuses also moved. They all fought to be the first to fly toward the Sky Poison Island. Lu Ming's group of 4 blended into the crowd and flew over as well. The journey of 10,000 miles was only a few minutes for them. Many people stopped as they approached the island. Because the island was covered in a dense forest, it was completely different from the outside world. In the sky above the forest, there was a thick green fog rolling like green clouds. However, there was only a faint green fog in the forest below. Compared to the sky, it was countless times thinner. I think Xianxia has already rushed in. Although there is poisonous fog in the forest, it is far from being comparable to the poisonous fog on the surface of the lake. It is also incomparable to the fog in the sky. It should be able to resist. That's right. As long as we don't fly into the sky, it should be fine. Let's go. One figure after another rushed into the island and disappeared. Let's go. Lu Ming's group of 4 gathered together and descended into the forest. Chi, after descending into the forest, a sizzling sound could be heard. That was the green fog corroding their protective Zhenyuan. However, it wasn't very strong, and they easily blocked it. The 4 followed the forest and rushed toward the depths of the island. Not long after, they heard a mournful scream. Danger! The 4 looked at each other and lowered their speed. They focused and headed toward the direction of the scream. Not long after, they found a youth lying on the ground, no longer breathing. Chapter 941. Poisonous Insects. Clearly, this island was not only filled with deadly poisonous gas, but also poisonous insects. Swoosh! The fist-sized poisonous scorpion noticed them and turned into a streak of black light that shot toward King Kong. You're courting death! King Kong shouted as a large saber appeared in his hand. He slashed at the scorpion accurately. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard as the poisonous scorpion flew far away and crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. However, the next moment, the scorpion shook its body and crawled out of the ground. Nest, what a tough body. I can't believe it didn't get cut in half by my saber. King Kong was slightly surprised. Although that strike of his just now was a casual strike, the weapon he used was a level 7 spirit weapon. With that strike, the poisonous scorpion actually didn't die. No wonder it could kill a young prodigy. Swoosh! The black poisonous scorpion pounced at King Kong again. Do you think I'm easy to bully? King Kong grinned, put away his saber, and swung his claw. Swoosh! The sharp claw light tore through the air and scratched the poisonous scorpion. The poisonous scorpion could not withstand King Kong's sharp claws and was torn into pieces. Then, they became more careful and moved deeper into the island at a much slower speed. That's Poison Heart Wood. After 100 miles, when Yuezhang suddenly stopped. He found a fragrant tree that was as thick as an arm. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure here. Gong Fei's eyes lit up. That was a top-grade level 7 spiritual wood. It had a powerful detoxifying effect when used to refine pills. It could produce detoxifying pills in a highly poisonous place. There must be a lot of treasures here, Gong Fei said. Let's collect them first. When we get out of Sky Poison Island, we'll split them equally. No one objected to Wen Yuezhang's suggestion. Then, Wen Yuezhang dug out the poison heartwood and put it away. They continued to move forward. From time to time, they found spiritual herbs. They were at least level 6, and some were even level 7. The most shocking thing was that they found 2 level 8 spiritual herbs. Not only were there spiritual herbs, but there were also a few precious ores. There's a corpse. Along the way, they found a corpse. However, it was already in tatters. Clearly, it had been bitten by poisonous insects. This place was filled with opportunities, but it was also filled with danger. More than 100 people had entered, and it was unknown how many of them would die here. Rustle. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the forest. Look, there's something in the ground. Gong Fei suddenly exclaimed. On the ground in front of them, a large piece of land protruded, and that protrusion was moving towards them at an extremely fast speed. When Yuezhang stomped on the ground, and a formation appeared. A battle sword condensed and slashed at the protrusion. Bang! The protruding part was cut off, but in the next moment, everyone's expression changed greatly. Countless black poisonous scorpions charged out from the ground toward the 4 of them. There were so many of them that it was hard to tell how many there were. This venomous scorpion was identical to the one he had seen before. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming, Wen Yuezhang, and Gong Fei started inscribing inscriptions at the same time. A formation appeared on the ground, and a barrier of light appeared before the 4 of them. Bang, bang, bang. Countless poisonous scorpions slammed into the light screen, causing it to vibrate violently. Following that, the light screens shattered one after another, and Lu Ming and the others' expressions changed drastically. These light screens were condensed from elementary level 7 formations, but they were easily broken. Let's go, there are too many poisonous scorpions. We can't kill them all. Lu Ming shouted, and the 4 of them turned around and ran at top speed. Behind them, the poisonous scorpions chased. However, every time Lu Ming, Wen Yuezhang, and Gong Fei took a step, a large formation would appear on the ground, forming a light screen to block the poisonous scorpions. Thus, the speed of the scorpions was greatly reduced, and the 4 of them soon shook off the scorpions. At this moment, a scarlet thing pierced through the air, emitting a disgusting smell, and pierced towards Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming's expression changed, and 4 types of intent surrounded him as he struck out with his palm. Bang! Suddenly, he felt an enormous force surge towards him, and his body involuntarily took 2 steps back. The scarlet thing was also sent flying. A fish! Lu Ming could not help but be shocked when he saw what had ambushed him. It was a large colorful fish that was more than 10 meters long. Its body was covered in scales, but it actually had a pair of wings. It was flying in the air, and a scarlet tongue was extending and retracting from its mouth. It was the big fish that had ambushed Lu Ming just now. What kind of monster is that? Wen Yuezhang also said in a low voice. Gaga. The big fish let out a strange cry, flapped its wings, and pounced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed out. He circulated the hell-suppressing heaven skill and slashed at the strange fish with his palm. The strange fish's scarlet tongue curled like a soft whip towards Lu Ming. Bang! The palm struck the strange fish's tongue, and the tongue exploded. Lu Ming's body did not stop as he continued to rush towards the strange fish. The strange fish let out a strange cry and spat out a thick green poisonous gas from its mouth. Lu Ming burst forth with the power of devouring and covered his body, instantly swallowing the poisonous gas. He rushed over and struck the strange fish's head with his palm. With a bang, the strange fish exploded. The strength of the strange fish was not weaker than the 3rd level of Spirit Embryo Realm, and with the addition of the poisonous gas, it was even more terrifying. However, it was easily killed by Lu Ming. However, this also showed how dangerous it was. After all, there were not many people who had the battle prowess of Lu Ming. Many of the prodigies who had encountered the strange fish had only one path, death. There seems to be something over there? King Kong's nose twitched a few times as if he had smelled something. He looked to the right. That was the direction where the strange fish had appeared. Let's go take a look. The four of them went to the right, and not long after, a few more strange fish appeared and rushed towards them. These strange fish seemed to be guarding something. There should be treasures. The four of them thought of something and attacked with all their might. The few strange fish were easily killed, and they continued forward. Along the way they killed over 10 strange fish. They saw a cliff, and on the cliff, there was a small puddle. That's the water of life. When Yue Zhang cried out in surprise, Lu Ming, King Kong, and Gong Fei's eyes suddenly widened. In the small puddle, there was a milky white liquid that was emitting an astonishing amount of life essence. The water of life, it's the water of life. Lu Ming said excitedly. He had once bid for a small bottle of the water of life in an auction in the Hong domain. However, it had been diluted and its concentration was very low, so it could not be considered the true water of life. However, Lu Ming would never forget the aura it gave off. In the small puddle in front of him was the true water of life. The water of life was a supreme treasure that was extremely rare in the world. Chapter 942. Such rare treasures were all measured in drops. For example, the bottle of life elixir that Lu Ming had bid for previously was probably diluted with a drop of life elixir. But there was a small puddle in front of him that weighed at least a few kilograms. Opportunity, a great opportunity. King Kong grinned. Lu Ming and the others also smiled. Let's split it equally? When Yue Zhang said, okay. Lu Ming and the others agreed. When Yue Zhang immediately took out a jade bottle and prepared to collect the life elixir. What a great opportunity. There's actually life elixir here. At this moment, an excited laughter sounded. With a flash of golden light, a young man appeared at the scene. Jin Qi. They were shocked. The person who came was the demon race prodigy of the Sky Monster Valley. Jin Qi glanced at the life elixir and scolded. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. You can scram. Jin Qi, we found this life elixir first. You want to take it all for yourself? Your appetite is too big. When Yue Zhang said with an ugly expression. Appetite? My appetite is that big, so what? Do you want to fight with me? Jin Qi's body emitted a golden light and his eyes were filled with killing intent. With a contemptuous smile, he swept his gaze over Lu Ming and the others. King Kong, you're a demon race prodigy after all. How embarrassing for you to mix with humans. You don't have to go back to the Sky Monster Valley, otherwise, I don't mind killing you. A cold voice came from Jin Qi's mouth. King Kong's expression was ugly, but he didn't dare to refute. There was a faint flash of fear in his eyes. Obviously, King Kong was extremely afraid of Jin Qi when Yue Zhang and Gong Fei's spirit fire jumped between their eyebrows. Lu Ming's true essence burst out as he confronted Jin Qi. You're overestimating yourself. You're courting death. Jin Qi's gaze turned cold. The golden light on his body became denser and a terrifying aura burst out. That aura was incomparably vast, and the pressure was like a mountain pressing down on everyone. Lu Ming and the others felt an extremely dangerous feeling in their hearts. They felt that their lives would be in danger if they fought with Jin Qi. Lu Ming, let's go. At this moment, King Kong growled. When Yue Zhang and Gong Fei's faces were filled with unwillingness. Let's go. Jin Qi is an extremely powerful person. I've fought with him before. Even if the four of us join forces, we still won't be his opponent. The difference is too great. We can only be killed. King Kong growled and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and the other two. Go. At this time, Lu Ming spoke. Jin Gang was right. Jin Qi gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Lu Ming felt that if they really fought, even with the mountain and river diagram, he wouldn't be able to defend against Jin Qi's attacks. Perhaps they would all be killed here. Although the water of life was precious, there was no need to risk one's life to obtain it. When Yue Zhang and Gong Fei also gritted their teeth, the four of them quickly retreated and left the place. Jin Qi smiled faintly. It wasn't that he was kind and didn't want to kill them, but he felt that Lu Ming and the other three weren't simple. If they really fought, even if he could kill Lu Ming and the other three, it would take him a lot of effort. This island was full of poisonous insects and fog. It would save him a lot of effort to find the totem pole, which was why he didn't attack. Otherwise, he would have killed Lu Ming and the others directly. What a pity! After leaving, Wen Yuezhang sighed. Lu Ming didn't say anything, but his gaze became more determined. In this world, strength spoke louder than words. Without strength, it was useless to say anything. The four of them continued to explore, but they didn't change their direction and kept going deeper into the island. This was because the totem pole was most likely in the depths of the island. However, the deeper they went into the island, the thicker the poisonous fog became, and the more powerful it became. Inscriptions appeared on Wen Yuezhang and Gong Fei's bodies, and a light shield blocked the poisonous fog around them. King Kong's demonic power spread and covered his entire body. Sizzle. When the poisonous fog came into contact with the inscriptions and the demonic power, it constantly sizzled and corroded the light shield and demonic power. Only Lu Ming was the most relaxed. His entire body was covered with a layer of devouring power, and all the poisonous fog was devoured. Lu Ming's movements were not affected at all. This made Wen Yuezhang and the others click their tongues in wonder. In their eyes, Lu Ming was becoming more and more unfathomable. Not long after, they saw a young man with a green face running back in a panic. It was obvious that he was deeply poisoned. Their faces were solemn as they moved forward for another few thousand miles. At this point, the poisonous fog was even more terrifying. The light shield formed by Wen Yuezhang and Gong Fei shook and trembled on Drama Island, and so did King Kong's demonic power. It was constantly fighting against the poisonous fog, and it was very draining. Lu Ming, it seems like we can only go this far. We can't go any further. Wen Yuezhang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Me too, Gong Fei said. King Kong also looked at Lu Ming with eager eyes. If this continued, they would be in danger. Okay, then you guys look for opportunities in the periphery. I'll go deeper and take a look. Lu Ming nodded, then bid farewell to Wen Yuezhang and the others and moved forward alone. Not long after, Lu Ming walked for another few thousand miles. At this point, the poisonous fog had reached an astonishing level. Not even the poisonous insects could be seen, let alone humans. Thud thud, Lu Ming moved forward carefully. He did not know what dangers he would encounter here, so he was on full alert and did not dare to move too fast. There's someone in front. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He saw a figure in front of him, who was also moving forward slowly. Obviously, he was much slower than Lu Ming. Luo Tian. When he got closer, he realized that the young man in front was Luo Tian. Demonic qi surrounded Luo Tian, forming a thick demonic qi armor that covered his body and blocked the poisonous fog around him. However, the poisonous fog was so powerful that it constantly corroded the demonic qi armor. It was obvious that Luo Tian was having a hard time moving forward. Hearing the commotion, Luo Tian turned his head, and his eyes were filled with shock. Obviously, he did not expect that other than Jin Qi and him, there would be someone else who could reach this place. However, when he saw the devouring power on Lu Ming's body, his eyes lit up. Lu Ming ignored Luo Tian and walked forward, but Luo Tian clearly had no intention of letting him go. Bam! Luo Tian took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his path. Sir, what is the meaning of this? Lu Ming's face darkened. You should have a treasure that can block the poisonous fog, right? Give it to me. Luo Tian said in a commanding tone. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that Luo Tian treated the devouring power of the 9 dragons bloodline as some kind of treasure. Sir, I don't have a treasure that can block the poisonous fog. Lu Ming said. You don't have it? You want to lie to me? Do you think I'm a fool? If you don't have a treasure that can block the poisonous fog, how could you have reached this place? Hand it over quickly, or I'll take it myself. It's the same. Chapter 943. Your Excellency, that's too much. Lu Ming said. Even if he had a treasure that could block the poisonous gas, he would still be poisoned to death if he gave it to Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not care about his life at all. Ha, too much? You trash, it's your honor to be able to help me. If you don't hand it over, I'll kill you immediately. Demonic chi flickered in Luo Tian's eyes, and his killing intent became even colder. Ha, Luo Tian, who do you think you are? Lu Ming suddenly sneered, then took a step forward and dashed to the side. You're courting death. Luo Tian was stunned for a moment, then he roared and slashed at Lu Ming with his palm like a knife. The terrifying saber radiance almost split the poisonous gas. The surrounding poisonous gas rolled as the saber radiance approached Lu Ming. With a dragon roar, Lu Ming unleashed all his dragon power. At the same time, the mountain river diagram rushed out and surrounded him. Boom! Lu Ming punched out and collided with the saber radiance. There was a terrible roar, and the poisonous gas nearby was dispersed. Lu Ming felt waves of terrifying saber radiance rushing toward him. Most of them were blocked by the mountain river diagram, but some of them entered the diagram. Several wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body, and blood flowed out. Lu Ming took advantage of this force and retreated 1,000 meters before dashing to the side. What an overbearing saber technique! What a strong combat strength! Lu Ming spat blood from the corner of his mouth. The scales on his fist were broken, revealing a deep saber wound. Luo Tian's strength was far above his. No wonder he was ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. So you're quite strong. Luo Tian frowned, and his killing intent became even colder. Although he did not use all his strength, there were not many people who could block his saber. Bam! He took a step forward and his body was like a saber gleam. He chased after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Boy, you have a lot of treasures. You'd better hand them all over, or I'll make you die a horrible death. Luo Tian's voice was cold. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He broke into a run. Kill! Luo Tian shouted. A black demonic saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed with all his strength. 1,000-meter-long saber radiance was formed, cutting through the poisonous gas and the void, slashing toward Lu Ming. This saber radiance was several times stronger than the previous saber radiance. Lu Ming did not take it head-on. His figure flashed to the side at high speed. However, the saber gleam actually moved along with him and slashed down at high speed. In the end, Lu Ming managed to dodge it. However, he was still hit by the sharpness of the saber aura. The mountain river diagram shook violently. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Due to his injuries, it was difficult for him to maintain his disguise and return to his original appearance. Lu Ming! Seeing Lu Ming's true appearance, Luo Tian let out a furious roar, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Ming, so it's you. How dare you kill my brother, Fu? Die, I want you to die without a burial ground. Devil Chi rushed into the sky from Luo Tian's body, and his speed increased to a terrifying level. He was like a demonic saber, cutting through the air. His speed was even slightly faster than Lu Ming's. So strong. Looking at Luo Tian's cultivation, he's only at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, but his battle prowess is too terrifying. Even prodigies like Wang Chen and Nangong Bo would be easily killed by him even if they were at the same level as him. Lu Ming's thoughts turned rapidly. Luo Tian's strength was extremely terrifying. It couldn't be measured by normal martial arts practitioners or even normal prodigies. Other than a few people, Luo Tian was basically invincible among those at the same level. What's more, his cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming changed his direction and rushed towards the depths of Sky Poison Island. The poisonous gas there was thicker, which was advantageous for Lu Ming. Damn it! Luo Tian roared in anger and chased after him with gritted teeth. In a blink of an eye, he was 100 miles deep. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the front. It was a swarm of poisonous bees. There were basically no living creatures here, but there were still so many poisonous bees. These poisonous bees were definitely terrifying. Luotin, I'll let you have a taste of these poisonous bees. Lu Ming didn't stop and rushed towards the poisonous bees. At the same time, he threw out a punch, and a blazing fist aura rushed into the swarm of poisonous bees. This time, it was like poking a hornet's nest. The swarm of poisonous bees exploded, and they seemed to be very angry as they rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the mountain and river diagram to block. Bang bang bang. These poisonous bees continuously crashed into the mountain and river diagram, causing it to tremble violently. After that, Lu Ming turned and sprinted towards Luo Tian. Damn it, lunatic! Luo Tian roared and slashed out a shocking blade aura. Lu Ming did his best to dodge. Although he didn't manage to completely dodge and was shaken to the point of vomiting blood, the blade aura still chopped down a swarm of poisonous bees. The other poisonous bees flew towards Luo Tian in anger. At the head of each wasp, there was a long tube that spewed out multicolored poisonous gas that spread towards Luo Tian. Crackle crackle. Luo Tian's demonic armor emitted sounds of corrosion. He was so frightened that his face turned pale as he ran towards the back. Lu Ming, don't let me see you again. I'll definitely kill you. Luo Tian's voice sounded, but he had already disappeared. Lu Ming ran forward with large strides. There was a swarm of poisonous bees chasing after him. Fortunately, he could devour the poisonous gas, and the poisonous gas was ineffective against him. The mountain and river diagram could also defend against the attacks of the poisonous bees. Not long after, Lu Ming shook off the poisonous bees and continued forward. After 1,000 miles, a huge mountain appeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion came from the bottom of the mountain. There seemed to be living beings fighting. Who is it? Could it be a prodigy of the human race? Is there anyone else who can reach this place? Lu Ming's face changed. According to his guess, Luo Tian shouldn't be able to reach this place. He immediately retracted his aura and carefully approached. After entering, he discovered that there was a cave at the bottom of the mountain. The explosion came from within the cave. Lu Ming found a hidden place to hide and looked forward. Not long after, the explosion in the cave disappeared. A golden light flashed and a figure charged out of the cave. Jin Qi. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. That figure was actually Jin Qi. There was a golden bead above Jin Qi's head. It scattered rays of sword light and helped Jin Qi block the poisonous gas outside. However, it obviously couldn't block it completely. Jin Qi's face was green and he was clearly poisoned. Damned beast! Jin Qi roared and glared at the cave. He then found a place and took out a pile of origin stones and began to absorb the poison. He didn't discover Lu Ming. It was obvious that he had fought with something in the cave and had used up a lot of his true essence. He came out to absorb the origin stones to recover his true essence. Half an hour later, Jin Qi stood up and charged into the cave. The sounds of battle came from within the cave again. Not long after, Jin Qi roared and charged out of the cave. This time, he was in an even more sorry state. His hair was disheveled and his golden feather clothes were torn apart. The golden bead above his head had also shattered and the scattered golden light was greatly weakened. The green aura on Jin Qi's face was even thicker. It was obvious that the poison had deepened and his aura was much weaker than before. He unwillingly looked at the cave and didn't dare to stay. He rushed out. Chapter 944. Lu Ming wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to take his life while he was down. While rushing out, Lu Ming directly released his dragon force and approached Jin Qi in a few breaths. Who is it? Jin Qi was alarmed. He suddenly looked toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's palm struck towards Jin Qi's head. Lu Ming had exerted all his strength in this palm strike, which could split a mountain. Jin Qi never expected that there would be someone else here. In a hurry, he raised his arm to block. Boom! Jin Qi's body was sent flying far away as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Looks like you're seriously injured. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Previously, seeing how Luo Tian was so afraid of Jin Qi, it could be seen that Jin Qi's strength was extremely terrifying. He was definitely not weaker than Luo Tian and might even be stronger. But now, he was sent flying by Lu Ming's palm strike. It could be seen that Jin Qi was seriously injured in the cave. Furthermore, his body was covered in poison gas and his strength was greatly weakened. Brat, you dare to sneak attack me? You're courting death. Jin Qi was instantly enraged as he retreated. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Lu Ming. Looking at him, Jin Qi's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Lu Ming, you're Lu Ming? Lu Ming wasn't in disguise, so Jin Qi naturally recognized him. Kill! Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He took large strides forward and charged towards Jin Qi. Don't think that you can kill me just because I'm injured. The one who will die today is you. I'll be able to obtain the Flood Dragon Sovereign's reward after killing you. Jin Qi's voice was cold as a powerful golden light erupted from his body as he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! The two exchanged a blow. Lu Ming's figure swayed and stood still, but Jin Qi kept retreating. You're not my opponent now. Lu Ming didn't care about defense as he crazily attacked Jin Qi. Every punch and every palm contained the power of millions of genes, suppressing everything as they rained down on Jin Qi. Moreover, many of the attacks were aimed at the bead above Jin Qi's head. Boom! Boom! The golden pool erupted, colliding with Lu Ming's attacks continuously. Bang! After dozens of moves, the bead on top of Jin Qi's head was shattered by Lu Ming's fist. The bead shattered, and even more poison gas rushed towards Jin Qi. Jin Qi's face turned even more green. Damn it! Jin Qi let out a sharp cry and transformed into her true form. She was a golden Luan. Of course, she wasn't a pure-blooded golden Luan. She had over 60% of the golden Luan's bloodline. With a dragon's roar, Lu Ming used bloodline fusion to transform into 9 dragons and continued to attack. Jin Qi constantly coughed up blood. His golden body was covered with a thick layer of green poison gas that was becoming denser and denser. Jin Qi struggled, wanting to rush out, but was firmly entangled by Lu Ming. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Jin Qi. Jin Qi's eyes were already filled with panic. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Puchi! The 9 dragon claws clawed at Jin Qi's body and tore off a large chunk of flesh. Golden feathers fluttered in the air as Jin Qi let out a miserable shriek. Bang! 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps were used. 6 steps in a row, a violent attack poured down on Jin Qi's body, smashing him into the ground and creating a large crater. Bang! The 9 dragons descended and used their claws to grab Jin Qi's wings. Blood splattered everywhere as Jin Qi's wings were torn off. Jin Qi let out a heart-wrenching scream. He no longer had the arrogant attitude he had before. What was left was only fear and embarrassment. He was terrified. He could feel death approaching. Boom! The dragon claws clawed down once again, and a violent energy blasted into Jin Qi's body, scattering his demonic energy. No, don't kill me. Spare me! Jin Qi screamed. He didn't want to die. The 9 dragons clawed at Jin Qi's neck and looked at him with cold eyes. Weren't you high and mighty before? You were domineering and didn't even blink when you took someone else's things. Your biggest mistake was that you couldn't bear to use it. When you came out of the cave, you directly swallowed a few drops of life water. Your injuries would have healed immediately. I'm not your opponent. Unfortunately, you couldn't bear to waste the life water. Lu Ming sneered again and again. Jin Qi's eyes widened. You're one of the 4? That's right. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, spare me. I'll give you whatever you want. I still have a lot of treasures in my storage ring, including the life water. I can return them all to you as long as you let me go. Jin Qi begged loudly. Spare you? Wait until your injuries are healed before coming to kill me? Am I that stupid? What's more, after I kill you, won't your treasures be mine? Lu Ming sneered. No, don't kill me. I swear, I will never take revenge on you, Jin Qi screamed. But before he could finish his words, Lu Ming suddenly exerted his strength and waved his dragon claw, killing Jin Qi. A demon clan genius who was comparable to the top 10 of the list of top 1,000 talents died just like that. He died with great reluctance. Devouring power erupted, devouring all of Jin Qi's blood essence and taking away his storage ring. Glancing at the storage ring, Lin Fan saw 2 jade bottles, and within the bottles were life water. Lu Ming was delighted. He put away the storage ring and looked at the cave. There was a creature in the cave. How was it after fighting with Jin Qi for such a long time? Lu Ming speculated that the creature in the cave wouldn't be much stronger than Jin Qi, otherwise Jin Qi wouldn't have dared to attack it again and again. It wouldn't be much stronger than Jin Qi if Jin Qi was injured, the creature couldn't be unharmed. Perhaps it was an opportunity. Could it be that the totem pole is in this cave? Otherwise, why would Xianxia fight so hard? Lu Ming's heart burned at the thought of the totem pole. Lu Ming carefully approached the cave. The cave was very large, and there was a faint light coming from inside. Lu Ming slowly walked in and looked inside. Inside there was a huge cave. Behind the cave there was another cave. The light was coming from that cave. There was a huge colorful crab in that cave. The crab was taller than a human just by lying there. However, there were many wounds on the crab's body, and blood was still flowing out of them. It seemed that this was the crab that had fought with Xianxia. However, this crab wasn't much better than Xianxia. Its aura was weak, and it was obviously seriously injured. Lu Ming's fingers began to move in the air, and he began to inscribe an array. He was very fast. His fingers moved like lightning in the air, and endless inscriptions disappeared into the space. Squeak, squeak. The crab obviously felt the fluctuations and raised its head. When it saw Lu Ming, it let out a sharp sound, then got up and crawled towards Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The array in the air glowed, condensing into arrows that shot towards the crab. The crab waved its tail and blocked all the arrows. Chapter 945. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was not afraid of the poisonous gas. He rushed over and started a battle with the giant crab. This giant crab was very powerful. It was definitely not weaker than Xianxia. In fact, it was slightly stronger. However, most of the giant crab's power came from its poisonous gas. To others, this was a fatal threat. However, to Lu Ming, it could be ignored. Moreover, the giant crab was heavily injured and its strength was greatly weakened. As a result, Lu Ming still had the upper hand. However, even if Lu Ming had the upper hand, it would still be very difficult for him to kill the giant crab. In the cave, explosions continued. Lu Ming did his best to fight with the giant crab. After a few hundred moves, Lu Ming finally killed the giant crab. However, Lu Ming himself had also suffered serious injuries and was severely injured. Lu Ming took out a jade bottle that contained the life water. He poured out 2 drops and swallowed them. At the same time, he took out a pile of ores and let the 9 dragons' bloodline devour them. Lu Ming's injuries recovered at an astonishing speed. In just a few minutes, his injuries were completely healed. The life water is really amazing, Lu Ming thought to himself. Soon, Lu Ming's true yuan was fully recovered. He looked at the cave that was emitting light. Was the totem pole inside? Lu Ming carefully walked over and stepped into the cave. This was a tunnel. The light came from the front. The tunnel was more than 100 meters long. After going through the tunnel, Lu Ming came to another huge cave. Lu Ming was very surprised when he came to this cave. This was because there was not a trace of poisonous gas in this cave. Instead, it was filled with rich heaven and earth spirit qi. Even the heaven and earth spirit qi was filled with heaven and earth origin qi. This qi was exactly the same as the one in the ores. It was called origin qi. This cave and the Sky Poison Island were simply 2 different worlds. That is? Suddenly, he was shocked to see a burly figure sitting cross-legged in a corner of the cave. That figure was clearly a 3-eyed god. However, this 3-eyed god looked very old. Its scales had fallen off, and its 2 sharp horns were dim and full of lethargy. However, there was still a faint aura of life on its body. Beside this 3-eyed god, there were many skeletons. The bones were thick and solid. At a glance, one could tell that they were the skeletons of the 3-eyed god. At this time, the 3-eyed god suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Lu Ming. 20 years have passed. You humans have come again. An old voice came out of the 3-eyed god's mouth. Lu Ming looked at this 3-eyed god with a serious expression on his face. This 3-eyed divine member seemed to be very old and seemed to be nearing the end of his life. His aura was very weak and did not pose a threat to Lu Ming. Lu Ming then felt at ease. Human youth? What's wrong? Are you still afraid of a dying man like me? The old 3-eyed divine race being said. Why you here? Lu Ming asked. According to what he knew, the 3-eyed god race could not enter some of the ruins here. They would die if they entered. Moreover, the Sky Poison Island was one of the 9 great forbidden lands. How did the three-eyed god race enter? Could it be that the three-eyed god race could enter the Sky Poison Island? How did I enter? Do you think that I wanted to enter and was forced to do so? This world does not allow existences above the spiritual god realm. We are just training targets for you humans. The three-eyed god let out a deep roar. What do you know? Lu Ming's eyes moved. He had always felt that there was a powerful existence behind all of this. The War of Providence was like a training ground for them. Who was the one controlling everything behind the scenes? Do you want to know? I can tell you. The three-eyed god said in a deep voice. Lu Ming did not speak. He listened quietly and remained cautious. Although the three-eyed god race's aura was weak, Lu Ming still did not dare to be careless. According to the ancient records, the three-eyed god race is powerful and dominates the world. Outside of this world, you humans are just defeated opponents of the three-eyed god race. You are just my race's dogs. The three-eyed god race sneered. Lu Ming still did not speak. The three-eyed god race continued. In this world, a long time ago, the remnants of the human race captured a group of us three-eyed god race and placed them in this world for our race to reproduce. Then, they used them to nurture the human race's sky prides. They tried to nurture peerless sky prides to compete with us in the outside world. What a fool's dream. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Where was the outside world that the three-eyed god race was talking about? It shouldn't be the world that Lu Ming was in. Could it be the heavenly realm? The three-eyed god race appeared on that small island in the heavenly realm and said that they wanted to attack the primordial realm. Could the War of Providence be controlled by the heavenly realm? In an instant, Lu Ming thought of many things. Therefore, in this world, there can't be any experts above the spirit god realm. As long as someone in my race breaks through to the spirit god realm, they will be suppressed or even killed. I was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth when I was breaking through to the spirit god realm. I dragged my severely injured body and escaped here. So don't worry, I'm not a threat to you. The three-eyed god race continued. That's all? Lu Ming asked. That's all I know. It's been too long. Kid, I'm just struggling at death's door and suffering every day. Since I've said so much, come and kill me and set me free. The three-eyed god race sighed. Kill you? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. That's right. I'm dragging my injured body and suffering every day. I might as well die. How about you help me with this? The three-eyed god race said. But Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times, then he strode towards the three-eyed god race, condensed a spear in his hand, and aimed it at the three-eyed god race. At this moment, the three-eyed god race's lips curled into a sneer. In the next moment, a black shadow rushed out from the three-eyed god race's dantian and charged towards Lu Ming. I knew you would do this. Lu Ming sneered and retreated quickly. The mountain river diagram revolved around him as he threw a punch. The terrifying fist force blasted onto the shadow, causing it to let out a scream. Although it dispersed, it condensed again in the next moment and continued to charge towards Lu Ming. However, it was blocked by the mountain river diagram and was sent flying. That's a spirit god. Lu Ming's heart trembled. At this moment, he saw the appearance of the shadow clearly. It was actually a miniature three-eyed god race that looked almost the same as the three-eyed god race's elder. It was clearly a spirit god condensed by the three-eyed god race's elder. This three-eyed god race's elder had almost stepped into the spirit god realm. Unfortunately, it was suppressed. A half-formed spirit god that's about to dissipate and you want to kill me? Then I'll fulfill your wish and finish you off completely. Lu Ming took a step forward and continuously blasted out with his fists. Rays of fist light blasted towards the three-eyed god race's spirit god. Chapter 946. Bang, bang. Fist lights blasted out incessantly, causing the spirit deity to become even weaker. If it was an ordinary domain enlightened spirit god, then Lu Ming would absolutely not be a match for the domain enlightened spirit god. However, this old man hadn't completely broken through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm when he was suppressed, and he could only be considered to be a half-domain enlightened spirit god. Moreover, he was heavily injured and extremely weak. so he was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. After a short while, the spirit deity shook and flew back into the old man's body. The old man roared furiously. "Don't even dream of obtaining the totem. I'll destroy it." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's body suddenly moved, and he pounced towards a direction. Lu Ming swept the surroundings with his gaze, and he saw a stone pillar that was around 3 meters tall at the side of the cave. The stone pillar was inscribed with various patterns like dragons, phoenixes, tigers, and so on and so forth. "That's the totem." Lu Ming was shocked in his heart. His attention was completely focused on the old man earlier, and he actually didn't notice the totem. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming took a stride forward and arrived before the old man. A spear condensed in his hand before he pierced through the old man. Pusia. The spear pierced through the old man's body and nailed him to the wall on the other side. "I'm unwilling to accept this. My three-eyed god race will annihilate the human race sooner or later." The old man roared furiously and unwillingly, and then he stopped breathing. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He could understand the old man's unwillingness. He'd cultivated bitterly for his entire lifetime and was about to break through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm, yet he was suppressed. His lifetime of hard work had been wasted, and he could only hide in this cave and wait for his lifespan to be exhausted before he died of old age. However, they were of different races and were enemies, so Lu Ming didn't feel any pity for him. His gaze descended onto the stone pillar. "Is this the totem pole?" Lu Ming's purpose of coming here was to see it. Lu Ming walked over to the bottom of the totem, and then he hugged it with both hands and pulled forcefully, yet it actually didn't move at all. "It's quite heavy." Lu Ming smiled lightly, and then he exerted his full strength. The true essence within his body erupted as he pulled forcefully. Rumble! The entire cave shook as Lu Ming slowly pulled out the totem pole. "Rise!" Lu Ming hollered. His muscles bulged and he exerted force on his waist. With a loud bang, the totem pole was uprooted. But at this time, the totem pole suddenly shone brightly. Over 10 jet-black rays of light suddenly burst out and flew towards Lu Ming's forehead. "Not good." Lu Ming was shocked. The reason for that was because with a quick glance, he saw that the dozen or so rays of light were actually a dozen or so spiritual deities. They were all miniature versions of the three-eyed divine race. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind flashed back to the skeletons beside the old three-eyed god. Could it be that those skeletons belonged to the three-eyed divine race that was suppressed after breaking through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm and perished here? After they died, the spirit deity attached itself to the totem pole. "I've been tricked." Just now, the old three-eyed god pretended to destroy the totem pole, but in fact, he was reminding Lu Ming that it was the totem pole. He was reminding Lu Ming to pull it out. Once the totem pole was pulled out, the spirit deities in the totem pole would attack Lu Ming. But at this moment, everything happened so suddenly that it was too late for Lu Ming to dodge. The dozen or so spirit deities directly rushed into Lu Ming's forehead and into his sea of consciousness. "Get out!" Lu Ming roared and closed his eyes. His mind also appeared in his sea of consciousness, condensing a figure in his sea of consciousness. The dozen or so spirit deities appeared in his sea of consciousness and emitted various powerful auras. "Kill!" One of the spirit deities emitted a strong lightning aura. It seemed to have no intelligence as it directly charged towards Lu Ming. It was fast, extremely fast. What a strong concept of lightning. These spirit deities are completely condensed from energy and the concept of heaven and earth. Their original owner's consciousness has been destroyed, leaving only their instinct to kill humans. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He immediately simulated the suppressing hell-heaven skill and punched out. Boom! Lu Ming's body went numb and he was sent flying. His body almost dissipated. "Kill!" At this moment, another spirit deity turned into a fiery light. An incomparably rich concept of fire pervaded the air and charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming exchanged a blow with it. His body seemed to be burning as he was sent flying. Bursts of intense pain came from his body. These spirit deities wanted to obliterate Lu Ming's mind and spirit. If Lu Ming's spirit was destroyed, it would be equivalent to Lu Ming's death. A golden light cut through the boundless clouds in the sea of consciousness and slashed towards Lu Ming. Concept of gold. These spirit deities' concepts were all at the 4th level and were incomparably powerful. The 4th level of the concept of heaven and earth was the highest. These people had already grasped the highest level of concept. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than a 3rd level concept. Lu Ming's body was directly cut in half by the golden light. A sharp pain that penetrated into the soul came from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body that was cut in half rapidly retreated and reformed in the distance. However, his face was very pale. In the sea of consciousness, his body was condensed by his mind. Even if it was cut in half, it could still reform. However, that sharp pain was real. His current situation was very dangerous. In the sea of consciousness, his body could indeed reform at will. However, once he couldn't bear the pain and his spirit dissipated, his body would no longer be able to reform. It would also mean that he had died. This was a test of his will. My will is firm. How can I be destroyed by you? Lu Ming growled. His eyes were incomparably firm. Two spirit deities rushed towards Lu Ming. Kill. In my sea of consciousness, let's see who will kill who. Lu Ming roared and rushed towards the few spirit deities. After a few moves, Lu Ming was still cut in half. However, he reformed in the distance. His will was firm and unmoved. He continued to fight. He displayed all his skills in the sea of consciousness and engaged in a great battle with more than a dozen spirit deities. His will was unwavering. No matter how great the pain was, he remained unmoved and fought with all his might. In the beginning, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage and almost didn't have the strength to fight back. However, the more Lu Ming fought, the braver he became. He became more and more accustomed to this kind of battle in the sea of consciousness. 10 days later, Lu Ming seriously injured a spirit deity with the concept of fire with a punch and broke his arm. The broken arm actually turned into the concept of fire and entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of fire had increased a little. It can be done like this? Then all of you will become my nourishment. Lu Ming's eyes emitted a bright light. His fighting spirit was high as he fought with these spirit deities. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's body was still holding the totem pole. He stood motionless in the cave. His true dragon battle art was actually operating automatically. Like a vortex, it was absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and origin chi from the surroundings. His cultivation base was slowly rising. Chapter 947. Time flew by quickly. 1 month, 2 months, Lu Ming had no idea how much time had passed. What he knew was that he had been fighting with dozens of spirit gods. His willpower was incomparably firm. No matter how it was scattered, he could recover. He was as firm as a boulder, invincible. As for the dozen or so spirit deities, they were defeated and scattered by Lu Ming one after another. The amazing thing was that the conception of the spirit deities would be integrated into Lu Ming's concept runes. His mastery of a certain concept rune would be greatly enhanced. The dozens of spirit gods contained all kinds of conceptions. Boom, boom. Unknowingly, there was only one spirit god left in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. This spirit god has comprehended the concept of earth. What a strong defense. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. This spirit god used the concept of earth to protect his body like a tortoise shell and was the hardest to deal with. Lu Ming continued to fight with this spirit god. Slowly, 3 days passed. Finally, Lu Ming broke through the spirit god's defense and defeated the spirit god. Lu Ming felt that his concept of earth had also increased by a lot. That old three-eyed god originally wanted to harm me. Who would have thought that it would help me instead? My 4 kinds of conceptions have all increased by a large amount. Lu Ming laughed. With a thought, he returned to his body. He realized that he was still hugging the totem pole and standing there. I don't know how long I have fought with those spirit gods. It feels like a long time has passed. However, the battle of destiny shouldn't have ended. Otherwise, I would have been teleported out. Lu Ming thought to himself. My cultivation? Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart trembled violently. He sensed and instantly realized that the true origin in his body was surging violently. It was unbelievably strong and was much stronger than before. 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. This is the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Ming was dumbstruck. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief. He had only destroyed dozens of spirit gods in his sea of consciousness, and his cultivation had actually increased by 3 levels. From the 4th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, he had stepped into the early stage of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. This was simply inconceivable. Look at my concept. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, then he was overjoyed. His 3 concepts of wind, fire, and thunder had all reached the peak of the 3rd level. He was only 1 step away from the 3rd level of perfection. The concept of earth was slightly weaker, but it had also reached the late stage of level 3 greater mastery. The improvement was too great. How long has it been? My cultivation has increased by so much? This is too shocking. Lu Ming thought to himself. At the same time, he was incomparably happy. This was an opportunity, a great opportunity. What powerful strength. With my current combat strength, I could definitely kill Luo Tian easily if I met him before. Lu Ming felt the majestic energy in his body, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Of course, this was referring to the Luo Tian of the past. It was unknown how much time had passed, and whether Luo Tian's cultivation had improved or not. There's something down there. At this time, Lu Ming noticed something strange under the totem pole. With a thought, the totem pole was put into his storage ring. At the place where the totem pole was uprooted, there was a pit. At the bottom of the pit, he could see a piece of metal with strange patterns on it. This piece of metal seemed to be very big. Only a part of it was exposed at the pit. The rest was covered by the rocks on the ground. Lu Ming pried open the rocks and discovered that this was not a piece of metal, but a huge metal box. Lu Ming took out the metal box. What was in this metal box? Lu Ming was curious and opened the metal box. Inside the metal box, there were 2 jade statues that were about the same height as humans. Yes, jade statues, as if they were carved out of huge jade. The jade statues emitted a shocking amount of life essence. Lu Ming's pupils shrank rapidly. He thought of a treasure, heaven and earth jade essence. Yes, these were not jade statues carved out of jade, but heaven and earth jade essence. Heaven and earth jade essence was said to be a kind of supreme jade. After countless years, it absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, and by chance, it gave birth to a kind of life form. If such a life form fully awakened its intelligence and matured, it would be extremely terrifying. Legend had it that a long time ago, a mature heaven and earth jade essence was born in the eastern wilderness. It was extremely terrifying and peerless. It could compete with martial emperors and was even stronger than them. It had once stirred up a storm of blood in the eastern wilderness. In the end, it was killed by an even stronger existence. It was extremely difficult for such a heaven and earth jade essence to mature completely. Once it matured, it would be invincible. However, a heaven and earth jade essence that had not matured and had not awakened its intelligence was a rare supreme treasure. It could really be described as rare in the world. That was because a heaven and earth jade essence could be combined with some other materials to refine a perfect physical body. If a spirit god expert was nearing the end of his lifespan, he could attach his spirit god to a physical body refined from a heaven and earth jade and live another life. How precious was that? Lu Ming actually obtained 2 here. Lu Ming's heart started thumping. At this moment, he thought of Supreme Nine Yang. If Supreme Nine Yang had this heaven and earth jade essence, he could completely reform his physical body and return to the world. That's great. At this moment, Lu Ming was extremely excited. He was 10 times, no, 100 times more excited than when he found out that his cultivation had improved greatly. Along the way, Supreme Nine Sons had helped him too much. His achievements today were all thanks to Supreme Nine Sons. Otherwise, he would still be a cripple from the Lu family of the Blazing Sun Empire's Windfire City. He might have been killed by others long ago. There was one thing that had always been on his mind. He wanted to find a treasure for Supreme Nine Yang to reform his physical body. Now he had finally found it. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed his excited heart. There's another jade talisman. Lu Ming discovered a jade talisman beside the two heaven and earth jade essences. Lu Ming picked it up and took a look. He knew that it was a type of jade talisman that recorded a cultivation technique or something. Lu Ming scanned it with his mind and discovered that it was a secret technique. The twin life restriction. That was the name of the secret technique. What a strange name. Lu Ming began to read the contents. At one glance, Lu Ming was taken aback. He widened his eyes in shock. What a wonderful secret technique. What a strange secret technique. What a shocking secret technique. Lu Ming exclaimed. According to the records of the Forbidden Twin Lives technique, this secret technique was actually capable of turning one person into two. Indeed, there was a huge difference between cultivating two people and cultivating clones in the legends. Using the heaven and earth jade essences as materials, one soul could be split into two and another person would be created. That person would become the second body and the main body would become the main body. This was completely different from a clone. Normally speaking, a clone could only have a portion of the main body's combat strength and could not cultivate. It would always be the same strength that it had when it was cultivated. However, the twin life restriction was different. The second body was basically the same as the main body, with the same strength and aura. It could even cultivate on its own and communicate with each other. This was terrifying. It was simply heaven-defying. This meant that there were two people cultivating. The only difference was that the second body had no consciousness. It was controlled by the main body and had no distracting thoughts. It could only focus on cultivation. This was even faster than the main body's cultivation. Moreover, if the main body died, the consciousness could be awakened in the second body. This was equivalent to having an extra life. How heaven-defying was this? Chapter 948. Moreover, the twin life restriction also had a success rate. If the first attempt was unsuccessful, the second attempt would be much more dangerous. Amazing, too amazing. No wonder there are two sets of heaven and earth jade essence here. They were prepared for the twin life restriction. Lu Ming was amazed. His heart palpitated with excitement. Anyone who saw such a heaven-defying secret technique would be tempted. Coincidentally, there are two sets of heaven and earth jade essence. One is for Senior Zhiyang, and the other is for me to cultivate the twin life restriction. If I don't succeed in the first attempt, then forget it. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he carefully closed the metal box and put it away. Naturally, such a secret technique could not be cultivated now. Other than the heaven and earth jade essence, other materials were needed, especially materials to nourish the soul. He could only cultivate it after the Battle of Providence was over. Let's look at the Book of Providence. With a thought, the Book of Providence appeared. Lu Ming discovered that his luck points had increased to more than 300,000. In other words, this trip to Sky Poison Island had increased his luck points by more than 200,000. This time, it was truly a great opportunity. 9 totem poles have appeared? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. He realized that the Book of Providence had indicated that 9 totem poles had appeared. There was only 1 totem pole left before he could open the ancient city of Providence. It seems that quite a lot of time has passed. The Battle of Providence will probably end soon. Lu Ming estimated that he had stayed here for at least a few months. It's time to go out. After putting away the items, Lu Ming looked around. After confirming that there was nothing else, Lu Ming strode out. Walking out of the cave, the outside was still filled with dense poisonous gas. Lu Ming unleashed his devouring power and covered his body to resist the poisonous gas. Then he strode out. After leaving the cave, Lu Ming's footsteps became faster and faster. He crossed thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. After a few thousand miles, poisonous insects began to appear. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had improved greatly, and his combat strength was much stronger than before. Naturally, he passed through them easily. Along the way, he found many spiritual herbs and picked them. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the heavenly poison island. On the surface of the lake, thick green poisonous gas floated. The poisonous gas would only dissipate once every 3 months. Obviously, it was not time for that yet. No, I can't wait any longer. If I'm still 10 days away from the Battle of Providence, I'll miss it if I stay here. If I rush out, the mountain and river diagram should be able to resist it, right? With a thought, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram. There was only one mountain and river diagram floating in the air. Lu Ming was in the mountain-river diagram. He controlled the mountain-river diagram and flew toward the surface of the lake. Suddenly, the mountain-river diagram was surrounded by poisonous gas. Fortunately, the materials of the mountain and river diagram were extraordinary and of a very high grade. They successfully resisted the invasion of the poisonous gas. Soon, the mountain and river diagram crossed the lake and returned to the shore. Lu Ming emerged from the mountain and river diagram and put it away. Phew, I'm finally out. Let's go find Qi Shui and the others and see how long it is until the Battle of Providence ends. I wonder what happened during this time? With this thought in mind, Lu Ming turned into a streak of light and flew away. During this time, he sent a message to Bai Qi, Shui, Wen Yuezhang and the others, but it did not go through. It seemed that the distance was too far. Lu Ming could only fly and search for them at the same time. After flying for an entire day, covering a distance of several million miles, Lu Ming did not run into a single person. Not only did he not run into a single person, he did not even run into the three-eyed divine tribe. Strange, something's not right. I've flown for several million miles. It's impossible that I didn't run into a single person. Lu Ming frowned, feeling that something was amiss. He returned to the place where Bai Qi, Shui, and the others had gathered. There was also no one there. Clearly, they had left long ago. I don't believe it. Let's go to the Three-Eyed Divine Tribe's royal city and capture a few of them to ask about the situation. With a thought, Lu Ming flew in the direction of the Three-Eyed Divine Tribe's royal city according to the map he had obtained from the Three-Eyed Divine Tribe. The Three-Eyed Divine Tribe's royal city was located at the center of this world. Lu Ming flew for an entire day before he reached the royal city's territory. Suddenly, there were two blood-red lights in front of him, shooting towards the north. Just as Lu Ming was about to chase after them, the two rays of light suddenly stopped and flew towards Lu Ming. The rays of light scattered and two young men appeared. The two young men were wearing blood-red robes and carrying long sabers on their backs. Their bodies emitted a powerful bloody saber intent. Could they be from the Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the two young men without saying a word. There's someone from the Divine Wilderness continent here who dares to run around by himself. Let's kill him and his luck points will belong to us. A young man with a large mole on his chin looked coldly at Lu Ming. His luck points will belong to you and his storage ring will belong to me. The other young man spoke as if Lu Ming was dead for sure. Lu Ming's heart jolted as thoughts raced through his mind. They called me someone from the Divine Wilderness continent? People from the Divine Wilderness continent would never call me that. Could it be that these two aren't from the Divine Wilderness continent? But how is that possible? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. Since ancient times, the War of Providence had always been carried out in different places. The 5 large territories of the Divine Wilderness continent had fought separately and had never fought together. Furthermore, they were people from other continents overseas. Now, how could people from other continents appear? It seemed that something had happened outside while Lu Ming was on the Sky Poison Island. This kid isn't speaking. Could he be a mute? The young man with the mole on his chin sneered. Who cares? Let's just kill him. The other young man said, Where are you from? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Hee, so you're not a mute. Since death is near, there's no harm in telling you. We're from the Blood Blade continent. Daikid. The young man with the mole sneered as his blade intent soared into the sky. A blood-red blade aura that was 1,000 meters long slashed violently at Lu Ming. The two young men had extremely powerful auras, having reached the 5th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. If they had been before Lu Ming had entered the Sky Poison Island, they would have been ranked around 40 or 50 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Bam! Lu Ming waved his hand slightly, and the blood-red blade aura collapsed. This caused the two young men's expressions to change. The two young men's eyes turned solemn when they saw how easily the blade aura of the young man with the mole was shattered. Blood Blade Continent? Why you here? Also, where are the geniuses of the Divine Wilderness Continent? Lu Ming stepped forward, his eyes cold as he asked a few questions. Kid, go to hell and ask. The young man with the mole shouted coldly, his killing intent exploding. His blood chi soared into the sky, transforming into a huge battle saber. This technique was similar to the one practiced by Blood Sword 7 of the Heavenly Corpse sect, but the one practiced by the people of the Blood Blade Continent was pure. Attack together. Chapter 949. Two blood-colored astral sabers slashed down at Lu Ming with terrifying might. Lu Ming snorted coldly as he took a step forward and sent out two palm strikes. With two crisp sounds, the two blood-colored astral saber lights shattered. The two youths from the Blood Saber Continent narrowed their eyes in shock. The two of them had used almost all their strength in the earlier two slashes. However, they were easily defeated by Lu Ming. Not good. It's a peak expert. The black mold youth shouted as he turned and ran. The other youth did the same. They knew that they had met a peak genius of the Divine Desolate Continent. Lu Ming snorted coldly and stepped forward. His body was like a ray of light as he caught up to the two youths and sent out two palm strikes. Although the two youths did their best to block, they still vomited blood and crashed into the ground, leaving behind a huge crater. Lu Ming landed and a powerful aura enveloped the two youths. He said coldly, "Speak. Where are the people of the Divine Desolate Continent? Don't even think about it. If I speak, won't I still die? Since I'm going to die, I won't speak." The black mold youth revealed a crazed look. At the same time, a bloody light flashed as if the blood in his body was burning. He roared and turned into a saber light as he charged in a certain direction. The other youth also revealed a crazed look as he turned into a saber light and charged in another direction. "You're courting death." Lu Ming used the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps and chased after the black mold youth. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, how fast could he be when using the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps? He caught up to the black mold youth in a few moments and punched, killing him. Following which, Lu Ming turned and charged at the other person. That person was incomparably crazy. Seeing that he could not escape, his eyes turned red as he charged at Lu Ming like a wild beast. However, the difference in strength was too great, so he was easily killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned slightly. The cultivation techniques of the Blood Blade Continent's people were tyrannical, and they didn't fear death. They were incomparably crazy. Lu Ming hadn't been able to get any information from them. The 9 Dragons bloodline appeared and devoured the essence blood of the two youths from the Blood Blade Continent. Just now, the two of them headed north. Perhaps they'll find something there. With a thought, Lu Ming flew north. 1,000,000 miles to the north of Lu Ming, a great battle was taking place in a mountain range. On a mountain peak, light flickered. It was incomparably dazzling, and inscriptions filled the air. One after another, great formations appeared, forming a light shield that enveloped the mountain peak within. There were several hundred people on the mountain peak. All of them were disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect. A portion of them were sitting cross-legged, while the rest were continuously carving inscriptions around the mountain peak. The leader had a head of long silver hair and a pair of eyes. He was an illusion. With him as the leader, there were also Wen Yuezhang, Bai Qi, Shui, Ji Mai, and the others. Outside the mountain peak, blood-red saber light flashed. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth apart as it slashed towards Huan Zhen and the others. The saber light slashed at the light shield, causing it to tremble continuously. Huan Zhen and the others' bodies also trembled slightly. There were more than a dozen people around the mountain peak, but a few of them had shocking auras that were incomparably terrifying. Every one of them wore blood-red robes and carried blood-red sabers on their backs. They were dressed exactly the same as the two youths from the Blood Blade Continent that Lu Ming had encountered previously. Talisman Puppet Sect, with your little strength, you can all die. A youth with blood-red hair said coldly. His strength was the most terrifying, and his aura was powerful. When he slashed out with his saber, the light shield violently trembled. "Why are you so ruthless? Our talisman puppet sect has no intention of fighting with you for the last totem pillar," Huanzhen said. "Hee hee, a bunch of flies. Looks like a hindrance. Moreover, you have quite a lot of luck points. You'll be a fat piece of meat if we snatch it." The youth with blood-red hair sneered. The other youths sneered as well. More than a dozen of them attacked together, slashing their saber light towards the mountain peak. When Yuezhang, Bai Qi, Shui and the others trembled slightly. They had exhausted a lot of their mental strength. If this continued, their mental strength would be exhausted. Once they lost the protection of the formation, the disciples of the talisman puppet sect would only be tortured to death. The other party was too strong. This was only a portion of the people from the Blood Blade continent, but there were two people who were at the same level as Huanzhen. Once the formation was broken, Huanzhen could only block one person, but the other person could easily kill the rest. Moreover, the other youths were also extremely powerful. Some people revealed bitter expressions. The battle of karmic luck this time had exceeded their expectations. There were actually heaven's prides from other continents participating. It was even more dangerous than the previous battles of karmic luck. If things went wrong, the talisman puppet sect might be completely annihilated. Wait a moment. I'll inscribe a formation to block them with all my strength. Hurry up and leave. Huanzhen suddenly transmitted his voice to Wen Yuezhang, Bai Qi, Shui and the others. "Senior brother Huanzhen, we can't leave together." Wen Yuezhang hurriedly said. If Huanzhen stayed behind to block them alone, he would definitely be in danger. "That's right. If we leave together. If we stay together." The others also shouted one after another. "None of you can leave. Blood God's blade wheel." Break. The blood-red-haired youth shouted coldly. An even more terrifying aura exploded from his body. A giant blood-red wheel floated above his head. This blood-red will seemed to be formed by countless blood-red battle blades. It spun rapidly and was as large as a mountain, crushing towards the light barrier of the mountain peak. "Not good. Hold on." Huanzhen and the others' faces changed drastically. The mental fire between their eyebrows flickered rapidly, constantly spreading out and surging into the surrounding inscriptions. Boom! The blood-red wheel heavily slammed against the light barrier of the mountain peak. The earth rumbled and the mountain peak shook violently. The light barrier that enveloped the mountain peak continuously shattered layer by layer. Huanzhen and the others' faces changed drastically. Their bodies trembled and some of the weaker ones even spurted out a mouthful of blood. Those disciples who were sitting cross-legged or recovering from their injuries also stood up to help protect the formation. However, the blood-red wheel was too terrifying. It spun continuously like countless battle blades, constantly slashing at the light barrier. Bam, bam, bam. The light barrier continued to shatter and it looked like it was about to shatter completely. Release the puppets and use the inscription scrolls to open a path. Charge out. Huanzhen shouted. At this moment, with a boom, all the formations collapsed and the light barrier shattered. Numerous disciples of the talisman puppet sect released their puppets and surrounded everyone. At the same time, waves of inscription scrolls were activated. They either turned into defensive or offensive puppets as they all charged in the same direction. Trying to escape? All of you can die. The blood-red-haired youth controlled the giant wheel and pressed forward, causing countless puppets to explode. Dozens of blade lights slashed out, also attacking the puppets and the inscription scrolls. Although the talisman puppet sect had a large number of disciples, most of them weren't strong and were far inferior to the top experts of the Blood Knife continent. Among the dozens of disciples of the Blood Knife continent, the weakest was a prodigy at the 4th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Chapter 950. Damn it! Huanzhen and the others roared as they retaliated. However, the blood-haired youth had his eyes on Huanzhen and was using the huge wheel to suppress him. No matter how strong Huanzhen was, he could only barely protect himself. Die! A skinny monkey-like youth from the Bloodblade continent had an extremely nimble movement technique. He was like a nimble flying knife that constantly flickered as saber light swept out, shattering a few puppets and sending out a few bolts of lightning, killing a talisman puppet sect disciple with a single strike. Then he took a deep breath and absorbed the blood of the talisman puppet sect's disciples through his nose. Ah, how delicious! Such blood chi! The skinny youth's face was filled with enjoyment as his gaze became even more sinister. Right at this moment, a spear ray tore through the sky from the south. It was extremely fast as it stabbed towards the skinny youth. What's that? The skinny youth was startled and immediately wanted to dodge. However, he discovered that he was completely locked onto by the spear ray. A terrifying killing intent enveloped him and he had nowhere to run. He could only use his full strength to resist. A terrifying blade ray slashed out from the skinny youth's hand, but when it collided with the spear ray, the blade ray shattered and the spear ray shot out and pierced through the skinny youth's throat. The skinny youth's eyes were wide open and filled with unwillingness before he died. Over a dozen spear rays flew over from the distance and stabbed towards the Bloodblade Continent's geniuses. Several miserable cries rang out as several experts of the Bloodblade Continent were killed. Oh, damn it! The blood-haired youth roared as he controlled the huge wheel to block the remaining spear rays. The other geniuses of the Bloodblade Continent were startled and they did not continue to kill the talisman puppet sect's disciples. Instead, they gathered around the blood-haired youth and looked in the direction of the spear ray. Huan Zhen and the others did the same as they all looked in that direction. Who would come to save the talisman puppet sect? A blue-robed youth stepped through the air and appeared before everyone's eyes. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Bai Qi Shui was the first to cry out. The one who had attacked earlier was Lu Ming, who had come all the way from the south. He had come all the way north and did not expect to encounter the Bloodblade Continent's experts attacking the talisman puppet sect's disciples. Needless to say, the two youths from the Bloodblade Continent had most likely come as reinforcements. Lu Ming isn't dead. When Yue Zhang, Gong Fei, and the others were overjoyed. Previously, on Sky Poison Island, Lu Ming had gone all the way and hadn't returned. Later on, when the island was sealed by the poison gas, everyone who hadn't died had left Sky Poison Island. However, Lu Ming hadn't come out. When Yue Zhang and Gong Fei thought that Lu Ming had met with an accident in the depths of the heavenly poison island and died. After they brought the news back, the talisman puppet cult disciples lamented, and Bai Qi and Shui cried a few times. Only now did they feel better. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming actually didn't die and even appeared at this time. Lu Ming, hurry up and leave this place. Bai Qi Snow's complexion suddenly changed, shouting loudly. Lu Ming, leave now. When Yue Zhang also shouted. Although Lu Ming was strong, Lu Ming had easily killed several geniuses of the 4th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. This was enough to prove that Lu Ming's strength had improved again. However, they were definitely no match for people like the blood-haired youth. Their strength was enough to fight against the top 10 of the list of top 1,000 talents. Even Huan Zhen was at a disadvantage. Wasn't Lu Ming courting death by coming here? It's too late for you to leave now. You must pay with your life for killing my people. The blood-haired youth's voice was incomparably cold. A huge knife wheel floated above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. It was a powerful secret treasure. Those who killed my talisman puppet cult disciples must all die. Lu Ming didn't retreat, continuing to walk forward step by step. His voice was even colder than the blood-haired youth's. Shameless boasting. I'll kill him. A burly young man stepped out. He was more than 2 meters tall and was 2 heads taller than Lu Ming. The muscles on his body bulged and he was filled with explosive power. He held a huge sword in his hand that was as big as a door and stared at Lu Ming like a wild beast. Swoosh! He held the sword with both hands and rushed towards Lu Ming, slashing down with his knife. The 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm was this youth's cultivation. A dragon's roar rang out as Lu Ming exploded with a burst of dragon power. Scales covered his entire body as he punched out. Clang! The fist hit the huge knife, causing it to vibrate. Then, to everyone's horror, it collapsed, sending metal shards flying everywhere. Lu Ming didn't stop, nor did his fist. He continued to attack. Bam! The fist landed on the burly youth's body. The youth screamed as a huge hole appeared in his chest. He was killed instantly. The devouring power in his hand exploded, turning the burly youth into a dried corpse. So strong, Lu Ming Zongzi is so strong. A disciple of the Talisman Puppet sect said excitedly. A peerless prodigy of the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm was killed by Lu Ming with a single punch. What kind of battle power did Lu Ming have? Bai Qi Shui and the rest stared with their eyes wide open. Lu Ming's battle power is much stronger than 5 months ago. When Yue Zhang said, "Then can he be a match for those people?" Bai Qi Shui looked at the blood-haired youth with a worried expression. "I don't know." When Yue Zhang shook his head. At this moment, the youths of the Blood Knife continent were all staring with their eyes wide open. The blood-haired youth's expression also turned serious. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and his killing intent was like a tide. His body was like lightning as he charged towards the youth of the Blood Knife continent. "Let's attack together and kill him." The blood-haired youth shouted as he controlled the huge knife wheel to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella lit up and the mountain river diagram appeared. It grew rapidly and surrounded the huge knife wheel. The huge knife wheel kept spinning and attacking, but it couldn't break the defense of the mountain river diagram. "Damn it, I can still kill you without the knife wheel." The blood-haired youth shouted coldly as he slashed out with the battle knife in his hand. There was another youth who was equally terrifying. He was at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, and his battle power was astonishing. He was no weaker than Devil Lord Luo Tian. Both of them were comparable to the top 10 of the list of top 1,000 talents. The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared and roared. The devouring power exploded and enveloped all the youths of the Blood Knife continent. Those with lower cultivations trembled, and their eyes were filled with shock. The vital essence and qi in their bodies became unstable and were about to be devoured. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming blasted out 5 palms and 6 kicks in an instant, killing 5 youths of the Blood Knife continent. He also killed one with his shoulder. Lu Ming had fought with more than a dozen spirit gods for a long time on Sky Poison Island. In addition to the increase in his cultivation, his use of martial techniques had also improved greatly. Now, every muscle and bone in his body could use the health-suppressing heaven skill. Even his hair could use the health-suppressing heaven skill. With a flick of his hair, it contained the supreme power to suppress the 9th hell prison. Chapter 951. That was to say, Lu Ming was 30% stronger than himself before he entered the Sky Poison Island in a battle of the same level. Before he entered the Sky Poison Island, he definitely wasn't a match for the current him. In other words, his ability to fight those of a higher level was even stronger. Boom! Boom! 2 loud sounds rang out. Only the blood-haired youth and the other 2 strongest experts were able to contend against Lu Ming. However, their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Lu Ming was actually able to kill other experts while fighting the 2 of them. His battle power was simply terrifying. Blade Qi soared into the sky as the remaining people unleashed their bloodlines. They were all blood-colored battle blade bloodlines, just that their levels were different. The blood-haired youth and the other youth had 6 golden chakras on their blades. 6th level divine level bloodline. The remaining people all had 5th level divine level bloodlines. The remaining people executed bloodline fusion at the same time, transforming into blood-colored battle blades with shocking blade intent. "Lu Ming, let me help you." Huan Zhen stepped into the air, and with every step he took, inscriptions would spread out in the air. "No need. Help me hold the line and prevent anyone from escaping," Lu Ming said. This caused Huan Zhen to be stunned. Was Lu Ming planning to leave all the people of the Blood Blade continent here? Wasn't he too confident? The other people of the Talisman Puppet sect also looked at each other in shock and anticipation. Such big words. "Watch how I kill you." A furious voice came from one of the battle blades as it transformed into 1,000 meters long and slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed and merged with the 9 dragons' bloodline. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared as it stepped out with its 9 claws. Boom! Boom! Violent energy bombarded over. Other than the 2 blood blades of the 6th level divine level, the other blood blades all exploded and returned to their human forms. they fell to the ground lifelessly. As for the 2 blood blades of the 6th level divine level, their blade chi collapsed and they were sent flying. The 2 of them were at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm and were on the same level as Lu Ming. How could they be a match for Lu Ming? At the same level, Lu Ming had never met a worthy opponent. Not good, he's too strong. Let's go, split up. The crimson-haired youth's horrified voice came from a blood saber. Lu Ming's previous actions had far exceeded his expectations. Bush. The 2 blood blades fled in 2 different directions at high speed. Where to? In one direction, a formation appeared, and Huan Zhen's figure suddenly appeared, blocking a blood saber. Out of the way! A voice came from the blood-red saber, and the saber light slashed toward Huan Zhen. Huan Zhen's silver hair danced in the wind, and silver light flashed in his eyes. Spell formations appeared around him, transforming into numerous silver swords that slashed toward the blood-red saber. Boom! Boom! The crimson saber couldn't break through at all. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. The dragon claws stepped on the air and caught up to the other blood saber. The blood-red saber was transformed from the blood-haired young man. The 9 dragons clawed at the blood blade. Seeing that it couldn't escape, the blood-red saber roared and slashed at the 9 dragons. But under the 9 dragons' unstoppable dragon claws, the saber chi was shattered. Clang, clang. The 9 dragon claws grabbed the blood-red saber and pulled with all their might. The blood-red saber shattered into pieces, and the blood-haired young man's figure reappeared in the air. At this moment, his face was filled with panic, and his eyes were filled with horror. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and charged toward him. Even if you can kill me, I won't let you have it easy. The blood-haired young man revealed a ferocious expression as he charged toward Lu Ming without fear of death. It was a pity that there was a huge gap between his combat ability and Lu Ming's. It was not something that could be made up for by being fearless. In just a few moves, he was struck by Lu Ming into pieces and died tragically on the spot. Then, the dragon twisted its body and charged toward the last youth from the Blood Blade continent. The outcome was destined. With Lu Ming and Huan Zhen, the young man was killed in a few moves. Not far away, the disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect were silent. Their eyes widened in shock. A group of powerful youths from the Blood Blade continent who had followed Lu Ming were killed in an instant. Among them, there were 2 overwhelming geniuses who were comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. But even they were killed by Lu Ming. This was simply unbelievable. They felt as if they were in a dream. The disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect who had been with Lu Ming were more shocked, but those who hadn't seen Lu Ming since the Battle of Providence were even more shocked. Before the Battle of Providence, although Lu Ming was strong, there was still a huge gap between him and the top 10 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Not many people thought that Lu Ming could compete with them. First, Lu Ming could kill them. After the shock, they were ecstatic. Lu Ming was a Zongzi candidate of the Talisman Puppet sect. The stronger he was, the stronger the Talisman Puppet sect would be. The 9 dragons' bloodline erupted with a devouring power and devoured all the true yuan and blood essence of the people from the Blood Blade continent. Now, Lu Ming didn't have to worry about using the 9 dragons' bloodline. After devouring, Lu Ming returned to his human form. Lu Ming, thank you so much. Huan Zhen cupped his fists. His eyes were full of surprise. Lu Ming's progress was too great. This was the truth. When he first met Lu Ming, although Huan Zhen was very polite, that was just his character. In his heart, he did not expect Lu Ming to be able to reach this stage. He also did not treat Lu Ming as a genius of his level. But now, not only had Lu Ming reached this level, his strength had probably surpassed Huan Zhen's. You don't have to thank me. Fortunately, I'm not late. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, where have you been all this time? Why didn't I see you? The other disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect also gathered around. Bai Qi glared at Lu Ming, her eyes filled with joy and resentment. Yeah, Lu Ming, our little Qi Shui has been very worried about you. She missed you so much that she didn't even eat or drink. Ha! When Yue Zhang joked at the side. Senior brother Wen, you're talking nonsense. What does his life have to do with me? Bai Qi Shui stamped her feet and her face turned red. "Hi, you're shy." When Yue Zhang laughed. The others on the side also laughed. They were very relaxed after escaping death. Bai Qi Shui's face turned even redder. Even her neck was red and she didn't dare to look at Lu Ming. Looking at Bai Qi Shui's shy expression, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he knew something was wrong. This girl can't have fallen for me, right? Looks like I can't tease her in the future. Lu Ming thought to himself. What's wrong with the people of the Blood Blade continent? Why are we being attacked by the people of the Blood Blade continent? Also, how long is it until the 1-year period of the Battle of Providence? Lu Ming quickly changed the topic and asked. As he spoke, he refined the energy that he had devoured. Most of the youths of the Blood Blade continent cultivated the blood intent or the saber intent, which was useless to him. Lu Ming, there are only 5 days left until the 1-year period of the Battle of Providence. Illusion and Reality Dao. 5 days. I've actually stayed on the Sky Poison Island for more than 5 months. Chapter 952. Although he had guessed that he had spent quite some time on the Sky Poison Island, he hadn't expected it to have been more than 5 months. If he had been a little later, the battle of karmic luck would have ended. No wonder his cultivation had soared so much. It wasn't too fast for him to have risen by 3 levels in the past 5 months. After all, he had the bloodline of the 9 dragons. If he had fought the 3-eyed divine race outside, he might have risen by 2 or 3 levels. Lu Ming, you went deep into the Sky Poison Island and didn't return. The poisonous gas inside was too strong, and we couldn't enter. We were really afraid that something would happen to you. What happened to you on the Sky Poison Island? When Yue Zhang asked, Lu Ming immediately told them about his encounter with the spirit gods of the 3-eyed divine race. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. Lu Ming had actually been attacked by a dozen spirit gods of the 3-eyed divine race on the Sky Poison Island and fought in his sea of consciousness for several months. In the end, his cultivation had improved greatly. It was truly miraculous. One had to know that after an ordinary spirit god lost their physical body, their spirit god wouldn't be able to stay in the world for long before dissipating. Only some unique treasures could allow the spirit god to remain. The totem pole on the Sky Poison Island was probably such a treasure. However, there was also something strange about it. The totem poles of the other 8 forbidden lands didn't have any spirit gods attached to them. Lu Ming guessed that it was most likely related to the Sky Poison Island. There wasn't a trace of poisonous gas in the cave. Instead, it was filled with spiritual energy and origin energy. When Yue Zhang was good with words, so he began to explain what had happened during this period. About half a month ago, the 9 forbidden lands had all been cracked and the 9 totem poles had been obtained. Only the last totem pole was left in the 3-eyed divine race's royal city. As long as they obtained the last totem pole, they would be able to open the ancient city of karmic luck. But at this time, the geniuses of another continent had appeared. They were the geniuses of the Blood Blade continent. As soon as the geniuses of the Blood Blade continent entered, they began a massacre. Many geniuses of the 4 Overlord forces were killed. After the massacre, they knew that the geniuses of the Blood Blade continent were also participating in the battle of karmic luck. They had also completed their previous mission. Their final goal was actually the last totem pole in the 3-eyed divine race's royal city. If the Blood Knife continent obtained the totem pole, they would be able to open their ancient city of Providence. Whichever side obtained the last totem pole would be able to open the ancient city of Providence. Those who did not obtain it would be considered a failure. The geniuses of the Blood Knife continent were very powerful. They were even slightly stronger than those of the Eastern Barren territory. Most importantly, the geniuses of the Blood Knife continent were very united. They seemed to be from the same faction. On the other hand, the 4 overlords of the Eastern Wilderness were too scattered. Thus, they suffered a crushing defeat at the beginning. In the end, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley had joined forces. Only then did they have the strength to contend against the Blood Blade continent. As for the Talisman Puppet sect, they were directly excluded by the 3 great powers. Rejecting the Talisman Puppet sect's participation was very obvious. They wanted to borrow the hand of the Blood Blade continent to completely destroy the Talisman Puppet sect. The people of the Talisman Puppet sect had been hiding under the lead of Huan Zhen and the other Zongzi candidates. But they were still found by the Blood Blade continent 2 days ago, which led to the previous battle. Sigh, it's a pity that Guan Tao, Lu Song, and the others all died in battle. When Yue Zhang sighed. Guan Tao and Lu Song were the top 100 geniuses of the Talisman Puppet sect on the list of top 1,000 geniuses. They were also one of the 13 Zongzi candidates. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the people of the Talisman Puppet sect and realized that many of them were missing. Out of the 13 Zongzi candidates of the Talisman Puppet sect, only 6 were present. 7 were missing, and there were only slightly more than 300 people of the Talisman Puppet sect present. Are these all that's left of the Talisman Puppet sect? Lu Ming asked. Almost. Even if some of them are still in the ruins, there are definitely not many of them. When Yue Zhang sighed. The other disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect were also dejected. The Talisman Puppet sect had sent a total of about 1,000 people, but now there were only about 300 of them left. It was an extremely heavy loss. One had to know that these were the elites of the younger generation of the Talisman Puppet sect. In every battle of Providence, there would be a large number of geniuses who died in battle. However, in every battle of Providence, the various factions would send all of their geniuses into the Battle of Providence. This was because once someone obtained a great opportunity, all the sacrifices would be worth it. For example, Bai Qi Shui had obtained the Martial Emperor's inheritance this time. Even if a few hundred people died in battle, it would be worth it. The Martial Emperor's inheritance was extremely precious. Not only could it provide the Talisman Puppet sect with many different formations and inscriptions, but Bai Qi Shui's future was limitless. Even if she couldn't reach the Martial Emperor's height in the future, it would be worth it as long as she could become a Martial Emperor. Let's leave this place first. I'm afraid that the other geniuses of the Blood Blade continent will soon know that a genius of the Blood Blade continent has been killed. When that time comes, we will be in real danger. Illusion Reality Dao. That's right. When Yue Zhang nodded. All of you, enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the mountain and river diagram flew towards Lu Ming. As for the saber wheel, it had lost its master and remained motionless in the air. Lu Ming casually put it away. Illusion Reality and the others had long heard that Lu Ming had a treasure like the mountain and river diagram. They were overjoyed when they heard this. As long as they entered the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming could bring them to a place by himself. The people of the Blood Blade continent would definitely not be able to find them. Immediately, the people of the Talisman Puppet sect were sucked into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming put away the mountain and river diagram and turned into a beam of light, leaving this place. In a valley millions of miles away, Lu Ming appeared and released the people of the Talisman Puppet sect. Some of the disciples who were injured began to treat their injuries. Those who weren't injured began to carve formations in the surroundings. There were only 5 days left until the 1-year deadline. They no longer planned to search for any more opportunities. They just needed to wait for the last 5 days to pass. Right now, the geniuses of the Blood Blade continent and the geniuses of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the 3 great forces should be near the Monarch City, waiting for an opportunity to seize the last totem pole, right? Lu Ming asked. That's right. There are still 5 days left. They will definitely make a move during these few days. Otherwise, they won't have a chance. If they don't seize the last totem pole, then the luck points they obtained during this period will be wasted. The top geniuses will definitely be unwilling to accept this. Illusion Reality nodded. Actually, the Bloodsaber continent and the 3-party alliance had already attacked Royal City in the past. However, there were extremely formidable existences in Royal City. They were experts that were infinitely close to the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm, and they were experts that could charge into the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm at will. Last time, such an expert had made a move and forcefully advanced into the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm, and he killed a few formidable geniuses from both sides. However, in the end, that expert from the 3-eyed divine race exploded apart and perished. He should have been suppressed to death by the laws of heaven and earth of this world. When Yuezhang explained, Lu Ming nodded. It was normal for the three-eyed god race to have such existences. The spiritual god realm experts that Lu Ming encountered on the Sky Poison Island were all old men of the three-eyed god race who were nearing the end of their lifespans. They had no choice but to take a risk and try to break through to the spiritual god realm. In the end, they were suppressed. Chapter 953. Such existences were extremely powerful, and ordinary members of the three-eyed divine race couldn't compare to them. Because anyone who could break through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm was a genius among geniuses. The foundation for human cultivators to break through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm was to awaken a god-grade bloodline. Without awakening a god-grade bloodline, there was a 99% chance that one could break through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Only those who had awakened a god-grade bloodline were qualified to break through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm. However, that was merely the qualification. In order to truly break through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm, many who had awakened a god-grade bloodline would fail. Of course, the higher the grade of the god-grade bloodline awakened, the higher the success rate. Domain enlightened spirit gods had a lifespan of 5,000 years. How many domain enlightened spirit gods had accumulated over the past 5,000 years in the eastern wilderness? Very few. How many of them had awakened a god-grade bloodline in this generation of young people? There were 300 on the list of top 1,000 geniuses alone, and there were also new geniuses. If those with god-grade bloodlines could break through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm, then there would be hundreds of them in this generation. How could that be possible? Even if this generation was a golden age, it would be very good if there were 100 or 200 people who could break through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Many god-grade geniuses might not be able to break through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm. So, it could be said that those that were capable of breaking through into the domain enlightened spirit god realm were geniuses amongst geniuses, and their strengths were extremely formidable. With such existences residing in the royal clan of the three-eyed divine clan, it would absolutely not be so easy for these two powers to seize the final totem pillar. Lu Ming, are you going to fight for the last totem pole? Asked Huan Zhen. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth, and he said, "Why not? Perhaps I'll be able to benefit from their fight. With your combat strength, you might have a chance. Unfortunately, I was injured in the previous battle, so I can't help you," said Huan Zhen. "There's no need for that. I'm just going to take a look. It's easier to hide alone. If there's a chance, I'll wait for an opportunity to make a move. If not, then forget it," Lu Ming said with a smile. Huan Zhen pondered for a moment, and then an inscription talisman scroll appeared in his hand. He handed it to Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, this is a unique inscription talisman scroll I obtained. If you activate it with your spirit fire, it will be able to form 8 people who look exactly like you, and of the same aura of the same. Maybe it will be of help. Lu of the enlightened spirit gods of spirit god." This kind of inscription talisman was very precious. It could actually condense 8 people with the same aura as oneself. This could definitely save one's life at a critical moment. This was obviously a treasure that Huan Zhen had obtained in this battle of luck. Lu Ming was very grateful that he was willing to give such a treasure to him. Huan Zhen said with a smile. He was extraordinarily handsome. This was a handsome man that could make women jealous. "Then I'll go to King City. If there's anything, you can contact me at any time," Lu Ming said. He looked at Bai Qi Shui not far away and turned to leave. "Lu Ming," Bai Qi Shui called out from behind. "Miss Bai, don't worry. I'll be fine." Lu Ming smiled. He didn't say anything and headed towards King City. "Why did he call me Miss Bai? Didn't he call me Qi Shui before?" Bai Qi Shui looked at Lu Ming's departing back, lost in thought. There are rumors that Lu Ming started the Battle of Nine Dragons City because of a woman. Could that woman be Lu Ming's lover? Thinking of this, Bai Qi Shui sighed, her eyes a little sad. A beam of light cut through the sky, crossing 100 miles in an instant. Soon, Lu Ming returned to the territory of the three-eyed divine race's king city. He engraved an array formation to conceal his aura, and then continued forward. Soon, a magnificent city appeared in front of him. This was the king city of the three-eyed divine race. On the tall and magnificent city walls, there were three-eyed divine race soldiers patrolling day and night. Last time, when two sides of prodigies rushed into the king city, the three-eyed divine race's defense was even stricter. I'll wait here. I reckon that the two sides will attack in a few days. Lu Ming hid in a secret place, watching the king city from afar. 1 day, 2 days, time passed day by day, but the two sides didn't attack. Obviously, both sides had the same idea. They were waiting for the other side to attack first so that they could reap the benefits. On the last day, both sides finally couldn't hold back and attacked almost at the same time. From the north and south of King City, there were more than 100 beams of light that rushed towards King City. Both sides sent out more than 100 people each. Each of them was a prodigy among prodigies, extremely powerful existences. Enemy attack. Suddenly, a shocking roar came from the three-eyed divine race's King City. The entire King City erupted with powerful auras. Shouts shook the heavens. More than 100 people from the north and south rushed into the King City like a sharp knife. Every one of them was a prodigy that could kill opponents that were several levels higher than them. They were extremely powerful, especially top-notch prodigies like Luo Tian. They were extremely powerful and could easily kill those at the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. Brilliant lights shone. Even though there were many people from the three-eyed divine race, they were all killed in an instant. The people from both sides rushed towards the center of King City. The few people in the lead are so powerful. Lu Ming watched from afar, and his gaze froze. In the north was the allied army of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Sky Demon Valley. The few people in the lead were extremely powerful. When their attacks exploded, those in front of them were killed instantly. A golden-robed youth with a golden crown on his head had sword chi that soared into the sky. With a slash of his sword, those in front of him, no matter if they were at the 9th or 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, were all killed in one move. Lu Ming even found a powerful existence with a perfected spirit embryo that was killed in one move. Powerful, extremely powerful. This person's temperament is somewhat similar to Di Feng's. He should be the Emperor God, the top prodigy of the younger generation of the Eastern Wilderness human tribe. He is ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes and a strong fighting spirit burst forth. The Emperor God was also the descendant of martial Emperor Di. However, he was terrifyingly talented. Some people said that the Emperor God's talent was not inferior to martial Emperor Di's when he was young. Beside the Emperor God, Heavenly Corpse Sect and Sky Demon Valley also had powerful prodigies. In the south, Blood Knife Continent also had prodigies who were at the same level as the Emperor God. In just a few minutes, they had broken through various obstacles and were about to kill their way to the center of King City. How dare you barge in? You're courting death. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted from the center of King City. Then, a beam of light flashing with lightning struck toward the Emperor God. The Emperor God slashed out with his sword and destroyed the beam of light. However, his body was also blocked. Then, several beams of light burst out in succession, shooting toward the north and south. Blood Knife Continent and Eastern Wilderness were both under attack. There are indeed old men like you. You block the other members of the three-eyed divine tribe. The few of us will seize the totem pole. The Emperor God's voice rang out. Then he and the strongest prodigies of the Heavenly Demon Tribe and Heavenly Corpse Sect charged forward. They seemed to have met their match. In King City, sword chi soared into the sky, and saber light shattered the sky. Chapter 954. Looks like there are still people who are about to break through to the Spirit God realm in the capital. Otherwise, no one could stop the Emperor and the rest. Lu Ming's gaze moved, and he revealed a smile. Since the other party was strong, it gave him a chance. Lu Ming transformed into a phantom and rushed towards the capital. First, he rushed from the north, the Emperor and the God Palace. Along the way, he didn't meet any obstacles. the three-eyed god race was attracted to the center. Along the way, he saw many corpses of the three-eyed god race. Swallow! Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons bloodline and started to swallow crazily. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to swallow those whose levels were too low. He swallowed the corpses of the three-eyed god race that were at the 7th level of spirit embryo realm and above. The corpses of the three-eyed god race turned into dried corpses. Along the way, he swallowed more than 30 corpses at the 7th level of spirit embryo realm, a dozen at the 8th level of spirit embryo realm, 5 to 6 at the 9th level of spirit embryo realm, and even 1 at the perfected level of spirit embryo realm. Their blood essence and energy were extremely abundant. Since both parties are still fighting, I'll find a place to refine. Lu Ming rushed into a small room and entered the mountain river diagram to refine the energy he had swallowed. Not long after, the 9 dragons let out a long roar, and another chakra appeared on the foundation of the 5 golden chakras. Bloodline of the 6th level of the god realm. The 9 dragons' bloodline finally rose by another level, reaching the 6th level of the god realm. With the rise of the 9 dragons' bloodline, the speed of refining energy increased by several times. Rumble. In his body, the vital essence rumbled and was incomparably majestic. The spirit embryo was continuously condensed and slowly shrunk. There seemed to be a powerful existence being nurtured in the spirit embryo. After an hour, all the energy in his body was completely refined. Peak of the 7th level of spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Previously, his cultivation was at the early stage of the 7th level of spirit embryo realm. Now that he had reached the peak of the 7th level and had swallowed so many powerful three-eyed god race, Lu Ming was a little surprised that he hadn't broken through to the 8th level of spirit embryo realm. Instead, he had some breakthroughs in his conception. After exiting the mountain river diagram, there were still rumbling sounds coming from outside. It seemed that the battle was still going on. It's been more than an hour and the battle is still going on. Seems like the emperor and the rest have met a strong opponent. I'll go take a look. Lu Ming carefully left the room and rushed towards the center of King City. His speed was extremely fast. He retracted his aura and constantly flickered in the dark. Almost no one noticed him. In the center of King City, there was a huge square. In the middle of the square, there was a stone pillar with various carvings on it. It was a totem pillar. Meanwhile, intense battles were taking place all around the square. A vast aura filled the air. 2 of them were extremely robust, and they were over 10 meters tall. The aura they emanated was practically at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Monarch God and 2 other powerful youths joined forces to fight a 3-eyed divine race. As for the powerful youths of the Bloodblade continent, they joined forces to fight against the Flashing Eye race. Even further away, countless 3-eyed god race beings were attacking the other geniuses. The totem pole was right in front of him, but he couldn't take it. This is my chance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and the bones in his body changed, transforming into a different appearance. He took a step forward and charged forward. Kill! One of the 3-eyed god race beings noticed him and chopped at Lu Ming with his axe. Lu Ming punched out and killed that 3-eyed god race being. When the people from Monarch God Palace, Sky Corpse Sect, and Sky Demon Valley saw Lu Ming, they thought that he was one of their geniuses and naturally didn't stop him. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming killed several 3-eyed god race beings and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. His body flashed rapidly like a ray of light, passing through the battlefield and approaching the battlefield where Monarch God and the rest were fighting. He didn't stop and directly charged towards the totem pole in the center. "Ant, you're courting death." The 3-eyed god race being who was fighting Monarch God and the rest was extremely powerful. The 3rd eye between his eyebrows shot out a dazzling beam of light that pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. His body flashed continuously and retreated 100 meters to avoid the attack. Monarch God and the rest also looked at Lu Ming. They frowned. Lu Ming's appearance was very unfamiliar, and his aura was completely restrained. Which force was he from? He actually wanted to seize the totem pole by himself? You want to seize the totem pole? Wishful thinking. the tall and sturdy three-eyed god race being roared. However, as he roared, he spat out a mouthful of blood. There seemed to be an invisible force between heaven and earth that was pressing down on him. In this world, the three-eyed god race beings can't break through to the spiritual god realm. He forcefully entered the spiritual god realm and is suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. He's about to die. Monarch God roared and fought with all his might. These two three-eyed gods had forcefully entered the spiritual god realm and were suppressed by the laws. They couldn't unleash the strength of a spiritual god realm expert at all. Otherwise, no matter how talented Monarch God and the rest were, they wouldn't be a match for a spiritual god expert. The gap between a spiritual embryo and a spiritual god was too great. It was difficult to surpass because a spiritual god was a peerless genius. I can only use the inscription talisman. Lu Ming's gaze flickered, and the inscription talisman that Huan Zhen had given him appeared in his hand. As soon as he opened it, his spiritual energy suffused out. The inscription talisman lit up, and Lu Ming's body was suddenly covered by a formation. Then, his body trembled and actually split into 12 Lu Ming. There were a total of 13 Lu Ming. Of course, once he used the inscription talisman, he returned to his original appearance. However, the 13 Lu Ming's appearance and figure were exactly the same. Even their auras were the same. This is a good chance. Charge. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With a thought, the 13 figures split up and charged towards the totem pole at extreme speed. At this moment, the three-eyed god race was stunned. Monarch God and the others were stunned as well. Lu Ming, it's him! Monarch God shouted coldly as he recognized Lu Ming. Damn it! The three-eyed god race roared, and a beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows, hitting one of the Lu Ming. That Lu Ming's figure kept flashing as he dodged the light beams. The three-eyed divine race kept shooting out light beams from their eyes. After much difficulty, they finally hit their target. That Lu Ming collapsed, but the other 12 continued to charge forward. Humph, don't even think about it. Monarch God and the others also attacked, not wanting Lu Ming to seize the totem pole. On the other hand, the Blood Knife Continent and the Three-Eyed Divine Clan who were fighting with the Blood Knife Continent also took action to stop Lu Ming. The people of the Blood Knife Continent did not want Lu Ming to seize the totem pole even more. However, they did not know which one was Lu Ming's real body, so they could only attack randomly. The remaining 12 Lu Ming's figures kept flickering, dodging the attacks and approaching the totem pole. With so many experts blocking Lu Ming naturally could not dodge all of them. He was constantly hit, and his body collapsed one after another. However, in the end, there were still 2 bodies that rushed to the totem pole. Ah, damn it, no! The youth of the Blood Knife Continent shouted crazily. Monarch God and the others' eyes lit up. They were not too excited. No matter what, Lu Ming was from the Eastern Wilderness. If he seized the totem pole, he could still help the Eastern Wilderness open the ancient City of Fate. As for the luck points, they could get them in the ancient City of Fate. Chapter 955. Rise. The 2 figures of Lu Ming hugged the totem pole at the same time and roared. With a boom, the totem pole was pulled out by Lu Ming. The moment Lu Ming pulled out the totem pole, a beam of light descended from the sky and landed on Lu Ming's body. The attacks from all directions were all blocked by the beam of light. At this moment, the people of the Three-Eyed Divine Race, Di Shin, and the others did not attack Lu Ming. No! The geniuses of the Blood Knife Continent roared unwillingly and attacked Lu Ming crazily. Unfortunately, no matter how they attacked, they were all blocked by the beam of light. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, beams of light descended from the sky and enveloped the youths of the Blood Knife Continent. Then, amidst their unwillingly angry roars, the light flashed and the geniuses of the Blood Knife Continent all disappeared. Obviously, they had failed and were teleported out. Boom. At this moment, the totem pole in Lu Ming's hand trembled violently and flickered with light before flying into the sky. Then, Lu Ming realized that the other totem pole in his storage ring had also flown out of his storage ring and into the sky. As for Di Shin and the others, totem poles also flew out of their storage rings. The most shocking one was Di Shin. Two totem poles flew out of his storage ring at the same time. Millions of miles away from Royal City, a fatty was carrying a huge axe. Beside him was a beautiful girl. The two of them were casually walking in the sky. It was Fatty Kong Jin and Ruan Tingting. Suddenly, Fatty's expression changed. A totem pole flew out of his storage ring. The totem pole glowed and pierced through space, flying into the distance. In the next moment, Fatty finally reacted and let out a shrill scream, "Ah, my totem pole!" It was not easy for him to obtain a totem pole, but it had flown away on its own. He quickly flew in the direction of the totem pole. Rumble! The sky above Royal City trembled non-stop as totem poles gathered one by one. Soon, all 10 totem poles had gathered and formed a strange arrangement in the sky. At this moment, the battle in Royal City stopped. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the sky. Boom! The totem poles gathered together and emitted a bright light that soared into the sky. The space was hit by the light, and a huge hole was torn open. From inside, one could see a huge ancient city. In the eastern wilderness, the upper echelons of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, the Sky Demon Valley, and the Talisman Puppet Sect all gathered at their respective ancient teleportation grounds. This was the entrance to the Battle of Providence. The Talisman Puppet Sect, by Shijin, Du Songjue, and other high-ranking doyens, as well as some powerful elders, were all gathered near the ancient stone in the area. It's almost a year's time. I wonder if the ancient city of destiny will open this time. Du Songjue let out a long sigh. It wasn't easy to open the ancient city of Providence. Most of the previous wars of Providence failed to open it. The number of times it could be opened was limited. Hopefully it can be opened. However, I'm afraid that the disciples of my Talisman Puppet Sect will be in danger as well. Bai Shijin also sighed. The other doyens also sighed. They were also conflicted. After the ancient city of destiny opened, they would enter the final battle. This was an opportunity for the disciples of the Talisman Puppet Sect, but it was also very dangerous. Without strength, they would only be killed by others. At the same time, they thought of Lu Ming. Their goal for Lu Ming was to rank first on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, they also knew that it was too difficult to rank first on the list of top 1,000 talents. Most importantly, Lu Ming had too little time. Before participating in the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming's combat strength could at most compete with the top 100 geniuses. However, the top 100 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents were each more powerful than the last. It was too difficult for Lu Ming to catch up with those geniuses in just a year. After all, if he improved, those geniuses would also improve. They didn't have much hope in their hearts. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, the stone shook and emitted a bright light. It's open. The teleportation formation is open. This means that the ancient city of destiny is open. Bai Shijin and the others were overjoyed. Let's go in and enter the ancient city of destiny. Du Songjue shouted. Everyone stepped out and walked into the teleportation formation. At the same time, in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Sky Monster Valley, an ancient stone also emitted light. The higher-ups of the 3 sects stepped into the teleportation formation and disappeared. In the eastern wilderness, above a barren mountain, there was an earth-shattering roar in the endless void. Wind and clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Suddenly, the endless void cracked open and a huge space crack appeared. Then, an ancient city emerged from it. This ancient city was more than 10,000 miles long and wide. In the middle of the ancient city, there was a huge fighting ring made of a strange metal with strange patterns on it. Around the fighting ring were rows of seats in a circle. There were many rows of seats, like a coliseum. Sitting on the seats, one could watch everything that was happening on the fighting ring from above. On the north side of the fighting ring, there was no spectator stand. Instead, there was a long staircase that extended from below to the fighting ring. Suddenly, 4 black vortexes appeared in the sky above the spectator stand, and figures emerged from them. In one of the vortexes, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other founding elders of the Talisman Puppet Sect appeared. On the right side of the talisman puppet sect, there were figures with corpse chi and ghost chi. They were the higher-ups of the heavenly corpse sect, and they were all powerful existences. Among them, there was a tall figure that was shrouded in corpse chi. It was impossible to see his appearance clearly. His aura was not strong, but it gave people a huge pressure. The corpse emperor of the heavenly corpse sect. Seeing this figure, Bai Shijin and the others narrowed their eyes and became solemn. The corpse emperor of the heavenly corpse sect was an emperor realm expert, and he was as famous as Emperor Di. This time, even the corpse emperor had appeared. It was clear how much importance they attached to this battle of providence. Fortunately, the ancient city of destiny had a huge suppressive force, just like the entrance of the battle of destiny. The older one was, the stronger the suppressive force. Even an emperor realm expert would be greatly suppressed here, and he would not be able to display much of his combat strength. Therefore they were not too worried. If they were outside, the corpse emperor alone could kill them all. On the right side of the heavenly corpse sect, another group of people appeared. They were the people of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The patriarchs of the 6 ancient clans were among them. There were also a few people who had a powerful aura. They were obviously people on the same level as the patriarchs of the 6 ancient clans. The patriarchs of the 6 ancient clans were not the only ones in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. However, Bai Shijin and the others ignored them and looked at a middle-aged man in a purple gold robe. Emperor Di. Bai Shijin and the others were shocked. Chapter 956. Martial Emperor Di was famous in the Eastern Barren region. He had created the Di Tian Divine Palace and made it the strongest human force in the Eastern Barren region. He was very famous and powerful. Some people called Martial Emperor Di the strongest martial emperor in the Eastern Barren region. Even the corpse emperor was weaker than him. Moreover, Bai Shijin and the others knew that Di had killed Liao Cong. They hated and feared Martial Emperor Di. When Martial Emperor Di appeared, he looked at the talisman puppet sect like 2 sharp swords. Although Martial Emperor Di was suppressed here, he still gave off a great pressure. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, Meng Chong and the others' faces changed. They felt like a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. Only one person looked at Martial Emperor Di calmly. Yan Kuangtu. Yan Kuangtu had also entered with the people of the talisman puppet sect. Yan Kuangtu's forehead flashed and 9 Suns Sovereign walked out. After a year, 9 Suns Sovereign's soul was much more condensed than before. It was almost materialized. His soul was strong and his soul was stable. He looked at Martial Emperor. Martial Emperor Di's eyes emitted a bright light and a strong murderous intent. Although he did not say anything, it was clear. Do you think hiding in the talisman puppet sect is useful? The Wang clan leader looked at Yan Kuangtu and the others and said coldly, "Your talisman puppet sect will be destroyed because of this sooner or later. I wonder how many people from the talisman puppet sect will come to the ancient city of fortune in this battle of fortune. Don't let them all die." The Jiang clan leader said coldly, "Don't worry, the disciples of the talisman puppet sect will have their own opportunities." Bai Shijin said in a deep voice, "It's useless to be stubborn. Soon, you will see the reality." The Wang clan leader said coldly. This time, Bai Shijin and the others did not reply. It was useless to say more. "De, I don't know what you are thinking. You have 2 powerful disciples and grand disciples, but you don't want them. I'm jealous." At this moment, a voice came from another direction. It was a woman's voice, but it was charming. It made people's heartbeat quicken and their hearts tremble. Everyone looked at the source of the voice. Over there, demonic aura surged into the sky. The demons of the Sky Demon Valley had arrived. Among them was a woman who looked to be around 30 years old. She was wearing a thin veil that revealed her devilish figure. Her appearance was so beautiful that it could turn the world upside down. Any man who saw her couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Her every move, every frown, and every smile was filled with endless temptation. Demon Emperor. Central's heart trembled. The Demon Emperor of the Sky Demon Valley was said to be a 9-tailed fox, a pure-blooded 9-tailed fox. The pure-blooded 9-tailed fox was a divine beast. Although it wasn't particularly strong among the divine beasts, it was still extremely terrifying. Today, the three supreme existences of the Eastern Barren Territory, Emperor, the Demon Emperor and the Corpse Emperor, had all arrived. It was a grand occasion that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. The number of sovereigns in the eastern wilderness could be counted with one's fingers. Every one of them was a supreme existence. There was no doubt that Emperor D, the Demon Emperor and the Corpse Emperor were the strongest existences among the sovereigns. Even though the Demon Sky Emperor was also an emperor, he was weaker than the three of them. Back then, the Demon Sky Emperor had only stopped Emperor Di's clone. Now, it was obvious that Emperor Di's real body had returned from the ocean. In comparison, the Talisman Puppet sect was too weak. Just a pair of evil disciples. Don't laugh at me, Demon Emperor. Emperor Di said coldly. Are they really evil disciples? Why didn't I hear the rumors say so? You took the bloodline of the 9 sons and the blood essence of the 9 dragons. What do you want to do? I'm very curious. The Demon Emperor smiled slightly. His smile made many people's hearts beat faster. They were shocked and quickly looked away. They didn't dare to look at the Demon Emperor anymore. This was because the people present had high cultivation and had cultivated for many years. The weakest among them was an expert of the spiritual god realm. If those young people saw this, they would probably lose their minds and be unable to extricate themselves. Emperor Di's eyes flashed and he didn't answer. The Demon Emperor looked at Di and smiled. No one knew what he was thinking. Then, the place fell into silence. Everyone's eyes fell on the stairs. In the three-eyed divine tribe's monarch city, everyone looked at the sky and the huge thing that had appeared. Is that the ancient city of fortune? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Buzz. Suddenly, pillars of light appeared from the ancient city of fortune and landed on the young geniuses who were participating in the battle of fortune. At this moment, no matter where they were, no matter which relic they were in or which forbidden area they were in, as long as they were not dead, a pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped them. Then the space trembled and they disappeared. In the monarch city, the geniuses disappeared without a trace. It was the same for Lu Ming. As the light pillar vibrated, his figure disappeared from sight. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself on a huge platform. Light flickered around him and figures kept appearing. Lu Ming saw that the Archgod and the other elites of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, the Sky Demon Valley, and the Talisman Puppet sect. Huan Zhen, Wen Yuezhang, Bai Qi, Shui, and the others were all there. When they saw Lu Ming, they all smiled and walked over. The geniuses of the 4 Overlord forces gathered together according to their forces. Lu Ming, are you okay? Huan Zhen walked over and asked. I'm fine. This time, I really have to thank you for the inscription scroll. Lu Ming smiled at Huan Zhen. Without Huan Zhen's inscription scroll, Lu Ming might not be able to seize the last totem pole even if he used all his strength. If he used all his strength, others would definitely stop him. How could he seize the totem pole? He used the inscription scroll to catch them off guard and seize the totem pole. Oh! Huan Zhen's eyes lit up. Lu Ming said so. Did he succeed? Lu Ming! Lu Ming! Wen Yuezhang, Bai Qi, Shui, and the others all came over to greet Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and responded to them one by one. Ah, Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. With a loud laugh, Fatty walked over with his axe. Ruan Tingting walked side by side with Fatty. Fatty Tingting. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Since the beginning of the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming had not met Fatty and Ruan Tingting. To be honest, he was quite worried that something would happen to them. Now that he saw them, he was naturally happy. Lu Ming, Tingting was worried that something would happen to you. I knew it. How can those trash do anything to you? Fatty grinned and glanced at Emperor God Palace and Sky Monster Valley with disdain. Before entering the Battle of Providence, these two forces wanted to kill Lu Ming without mercy. Chapter 957. This was especially so for the Archgod and the other strongest geniuses. They had seen how Lu Ming had taken the last totem pole by surprise in the monarch city. Humph, he relied on treasures to take people by surprise. He better not meet me in the battle for Providence later. Otherwise, I will definitely kill him. Luo Tian said coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he glared at Lu Ming. "That's right, I will definitely kill him too," someone else also said coldly. The arch-god did not say anything, but his eyes were also very cold. At this point, the battle for Providence had not ended. There was still the second stage, the battle for Providence. The Providence that had been seized previously might not be preserved. Lu Ming smiled faintly, not bothering with these people's gazes. "Let's go up the stairs and head to the platform." Someone spoke up and stepped forward. There was a huge staircase in front of the platform that led all the way up. Some people had already started to step up, following which the various forces stepped forward one after another. Actually, there were not many people left even if all the forces were added together. The Talisman Puppet sect had more than 1,000 people who had participated in the battle for Providence. Now, there were less than 400 people left. The Archgod Palace had nearly 10,000 people who had participated in the battle for Providence, including the men of sacrifice. Now, there were only about 2,000 people left. It could be said that they had suffered heavy casualties. The Heavenly Corpse sect had less than 2,000 people left. The Heavenly Demon Valley was slightly better, with nearly 2,000 people left. Of course, the remaining people had more or less obtained some fortuitous encounters. Some even obtained great fortuitous encounters. As long as they survived, their future was limitless. Everyone stepped onto the stairs, but Lu Ming immediately saw a strange phenomenon. For example, the remaining men of sacrifice of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Archgod Palace were climbing the stairs very quickly. Their bodies were light, but the famous geniuses were much slower. It was as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. Step by step, it was very difficult. It is said that the more providence one obtains, the greater the pressure one will feel when walking up the stairs. "It will be more difficult to walk," said the illusion and reality Dao at the side. Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder. These men of sacrifice were in charge of exploring dangerous places. If there were treasures, they would naturally be taken by the geniuses. These men of sacrifice did not have much luck points, so they naturally moved very quickly. On top of the stairs, around the battle stage were the higher-ups of the 4 major forces. At that moment, they were staring at the stairs without blinking. "Someone's coming!" Suddenly, someone shouted. Many people's eyes lit up. A young man in a blood-red robe with a dull look in his eyes was a man of sacrifice from the Heavenly Corpse sect. He walked up the stairs and stepped into the fighting ring. When he stepped onto the battle platform, the Book of Fate appeared before him. The Book of Fate turned into a small worm and appeared above the young man's head. However, the next moment, the worm collapsed and a beam of light appeared above the young man's head. With a flash, the young man was transported away and appeared in a seat in the Heavenly Corpse sect's area. No one was surprised at all. In the first stage of the Battle of Providence, the map was constantly changing, but in the second stage, the ancient city of Providence was the same every time. This man of sacrifice from the Heavenly Corpse sect obviously did not have enough luck points and had been eliminated early. If one wanted to qualify for the next round of the Battle of Providence, they had to obtain a certain amount of luck points. If their luck points did not meet the standard, all the luck points they had obtained before would disappear and be wasted. They would be transported to the spectator stands and eliminated early. This was the same every Battle of Providence. Next, more and more people walked up. However, those who walked up at the beginning were those who had obtained very little luck points. Their books of fate turned into small worms, collapsed, and were transported away. The number of people in the spectator stands gradually increased. At first, most of them were men of sacrifice. Then, it was some young geniuses and geniuses. Someone's book of fate condensed into a small snake. It was many times larger than the previous worm, but it still collapsed and was eliminated early. As many as thousands of people were eliminated. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. A young man in a green robe had his book of fate collapsed and turned into a giant python. The giant python roared majestically. It was many times stronger than the previous worms and snakes. Moreover, the giant python did not collapse. It circled above his head, and he was not transported to the spectator stands. He remained in the fighting ring. The Python of Fate. Only those with more than 3,000 luck points can transform their luck into a python. Only then are they qualified to retain their luck and enter the battle of providence. An elder in the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace said. The young man was ecstatic. If Lu Ming were here, he would definitely recognize this young man. He was Qin Qingshan, ranked 999th on the list of top 1,000 talents. He had barely qualified for the next round. The next young men who walked up were all able to transform their luck into pythons. The giant pythons circled above their heads. It was a spectacular sight. In the end, more than 1,000 people were able to transform their luck into pythons. Roar! Suddenly, a roar reverberated throughout the entire arena, attracting everyone's attention. A 3-meter-long flood dragon condensed above a young man's head. It was even more majestic and powerful than the giant pythons. The Python of Fate. Only those with more than 10,000 luck points could transform their luck into a python. Between 3,000 and 10,000 luck points could transform one's luck into a python. Between 10,000 and 100,000 luck points could transform one's luck into a python. Above 100,000 luck points could transform one's luck into a dragon. Depending on the number of luck points one had, the length of the true dragon would also be different. Starting from this young man, the stage of transforming his luck into a python began. Talisman Puppet Sect. I didn't expect so many of your disciples to still be alive. The Wang family head looked at the Talisman Puppet Sect and sneered. Now that there were quite a number of Talisman Puppet Sect disciples, Bai Shijin and the rest were slightly relieved. I've said that the Talisman Puppet Sect disciples have their own opportunities. How could they die so easily? But it seems like you've lost quite a few people. Bai Shijin sneered. Hee. The main thing is to see how many of your Talisman Puppet Sect's so-called peerless geniuses can stay. The Wang family head sneered. Those who could transform their luck into a python were definitely the cream of the crop. This was because the young man who had transformed his luck into a python was a God-grade supreme talent. The supreme talents who came up later were the core of each sect. Heavens, why is it so heavy? At this moment, Lu Ming had also stepped onto the stairs. However, he felt as if a few hundred mountains were pressing down on him. It was simply difficult to move forward. Every step took a lot of effort. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and climbed up with difficulty. On the stairs, Lu Ming saw that the Emperor God, Shui Jiani of the Heavenly Corpse sect, and a burly young man of the Sky Demon Valley were also walking very slowly. Their bodies were slightly trembling as they slowly moved forward. The fatty was also very slow, but relatively speaking he was much faster than Lu Ming. Lu Ming, why are you so slow? I've finally surpassed you. The fatty grinned happily. His fat jiggled as he walked forward step by step, walking in front of the Emperor God and the rest. Similarly, there was another person who was also very slow. That was Bai Qi Shui. However, her speed was slightly faster than the fatty. In addition, Huanjun also fell behind Bai Qi Shui. Chapter 958. Slowly, the number of people on the stairs decreased. Around the stage, the upper echelons of the various factions were still staring at the stairs. At this moment, there were close to 300 people on the stage who could transform their luck into a dragon. The 300 dragons were of different lengths. The shortest one was 10 feet long while the longest was 99 feet long. At this moment, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others' faces were getting worse. Only a few of the 13 Zongzi candidates had come up. The Wang family head's face was also ugly. He didn't see Wang Chong and Wang Chen. These people should have appeared in the crowd of people who could transform their luck into a dragon. It couldn't be that so many people could transform their luck into a dragon, right? In history, there were very few people who could transform their luck into a dragon. They were all monsters among monsters. Qi Shui Lu Ming. Bai Shijin's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming and Bai Qi Shui didn't appear. Lu Ming might be able to transform his luck into a dragon, but Qi Shui, Bai Shijin was sad. He knew that with Bai Qi Shui's cultivation, it was almost impossible for her to obtain such a high amount of luck unless she had a heaven-defying opportunity. Suddenly, a dragon's roar shook the surroundings and interrupted Bai Shijin's thoughts. Bai Shijin hurriedly looked over and was immediately overjoyed. Bai Qishui, he saw Bai Qishui. At this moment, a 5-clawed dragon appeared above Bai Qishui's head. It was about 10 feet long and it suppressed all the pythons and dragons. Luck transforming into a dragon. Bai Qishui's luck could transform into a dragon. This was completely out of Bai Shijin's expectations. The other eminent elders of the Talisman Puppet sect were also overjoyed. Bai Qishui had obviously obtained a great opportunity. Without cultivation, what's the use of obtaining so many luck points? You'll have to spit them out later. Seeing that the 2 top prodigies of the Wang family didn't appear, the Wang family head was in a bad mood and he sneered. Bai Shijin and the others' faces changed. That's right, in a while, there will be a fight. Bai Qishui has a lot of luck points, but her cultivation is not strong. She will definitely be targeted by many people. As expected, the surrounding geniuses all stared at Bai Qishui with unfriendly gazes. When they discovered that Bai Qishui's cultivation base was indeed not high, all of their eyes burned with passion. At that moment, another prodigy stepped forward. Similarly, a true dragon appeared above his head as his fate transformed into a dragon. It's Nangong Bo. Someone shouted. Hubbo, is not bad. Nangong family had smiled. No one was surprised that Nangong Bo was ranked 32nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. The true dragon formed by Nangong Bo's luck was about the same length as Bai Qi's snow dragon, about 30 meters long. Next, those who ascended the stairs were all dragons of destiny. Most of them ranked above Nangong Bo on the list of top 1,000 talents. Of course, there were some who were special. There were also some who were ranked below Nangong Bo, but they were very few. There were even those who had not made it onto the list of top 1,000 talents. For example, the Heavenly Corpse Sex Corpse King. There were also the Sky Monster Valley's prodigies. Those who could transform their luck into dragons were all monsters among monsters. They were extremely powerful. There were very few people like Bai Qishui, who had obtained great opportunities and accumulated luck points. Ru Kong. Soon, Bai Shijing, Du Songjue, and the others were overjoyed to see another prodigy from the Talisman Puppet sect transform his luck into a dragon. Ru Kong was ranked second only to Huan Zhen in the Talisman Puppet sect. The true dragon above his head was 15 meters long. 10,000 was 10 meters, which meant that Ru Kong had obtained about 150,000 luck points. As for Wen Yuezhang and the others, they were only dragons of destiny. It seems that Guan Tao, Lu Song, and the others have all died. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others sighed. Ru Kong had appeared, and now there was Huan Zhen. Of course, there was also Lu Ming. But could Lu Ming really transform his luck into a dragon? He had not appeared yet. Everyone was unsure and worried. However, Yan Kuangtu and Supreme Nine Yang were very calm. As for the 3 sovereigns, they did not say a word and just watched quietly. This was especially true for the demonic beast emperor. A layer of colorful light emanated from her body and enveloped her. Otherwise, with her allure that could turn all living things upside down, many young people would probably go crazy just by looking at her. Bam! Another young man stepped onto the fighting ring with heavy footsteps. Demon Lord Luo Tian. Someone exclaimed. Finally, someone in the top 10 of the list of top 1,000 talents had appeared. As soon as Luo Tian appeared, the Book of Destiny transformed into a true dragon that was 16 meters long. Next, a few more people stepped onto the stage. They were all in the top 10 of the list of top 1,000 talents. One of them was even a new prodigy, which shocked everyone. Every one of them had a dragon of destiny that was greater than Luo Tian's, and one of them even had a dragon of 20 meters long. Bam! A fat figure stepped onto the fighting ring. It's him! Many people were shocked. Most people in the Emperor Sky Divine Palace knew this fat man. He was the disciple of the demonic Sky Divine Emperor and had a good relationship with Lu Ming. A dragon roared as a 25-meter-long true dragon condensed above the fat man's head, suppressing the true dragons of Luo Tian and the others. This caused many people to be incomparably shocked. This fatty had actually accumulated so many luck points. However, some people felt better when they remembered that the fat man was the disciple of an emperor. How many people in the eastern wilderness could be accepted as disciples by an emperor? It was normal for some people to be special. After the fat man, those who stepped onto the stage were all over 25 meters long. Bam! A young man with purple flames all over his body stepped onto the fighting ring. Wang Fenshen. The Wang family head's eyes lit up when he saw this young man. Everyone's eyes were focused on this young man. Wang Fenshen of the Wang family was ranked 5th on the list of top 1,000 talents. He was also the only one in the Wang family who was in the top 10. He was extremely powerful. The true dragon above Wang Fenshen's head was 30 meters long. Immediately after Wang Fenshen, a very elegant young man stepped onto the fighting ring. The true dragon above his head was 31 meters long. It was 10 meters longer than Wang Fenshen. Dong Fangyu. A name popped up in everyone's mind. She was a peerless genius of the ancient Dongfang family and ranked 3rd on the list of top 1,000 talents. Then a beautiful woman stepped out. She was a genius of the demon clan, and her luck dragon was even longer than Dongfang Yu's. Bam! Bam! More people stepped onto the fighting ring. Some people recognized that they were the geniuses of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Clang! A blood-red sword chi shot out as a scarlet-robed young man stepped onto the fighting ring. The luck dragon on his body had reached an astonishing 40 meters long. Xue Jini was the strongest among the younger generation of the Heavenly Corpse sect and ranked 2nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. Since Xue Jini has appeared, I think only Di Xin and AO2 from the Sky Monster Valley are left. That's right. AO2 from the Sky Monster Valley is a rare genius among the Flood Dragons. He can compete with Di Xin. I wonder who will get more luck points this time. I think it will be Di Xin. Although AO2 is strong, he's still weaker than Di Xin. Look, someone is coming up. Chapter 959. A muscular young man who was more than 2 meters tall stepped into the fighting ring. The fighting ring rumbled as a true dragon appeared above his head and roared. 460 feet. He was AO2 from Sky Monster Valley. His luck dragon was 460 feet long, which was 60 feet longer than Xue Jini's. However, since he had come up earlier, everyone knew that the sovereign god had probably obtained more luck points. AO2 turned around and looked at the stairs, his eyes shining. Bang! Bang! At the top of the stairs, there was a rumbling sound. Soon, a handsome face appeared. It was Di Xin. Di Xin took slow steps, as if they were extremely heavy. Bang! Finally, he took a step forward and a true dragon appeared above his head. 560 feet, 560 feet long. Gosh, no wonder the Emperor God is ranked 1st on the list of top 1,000 talents. His Dragon of Providence, which is 560 feet long, overpowered the rest and took 1st place. Yes, it's already 560 feet long. When the Battle of Luck starts, it will have a chance to reach 1,000 feet long. Exclamations came from all around. Ha! Congratulations, Your Majesty. Di Xin is just like Your Majesty when you were young. Maybe there will be another martial royal realm expert in our Emperor Divine Palace. Congratulations. The head of the Wang family congratulated Martial Emperor Di. Yes, Brother Wang is right. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Patriarch Jiang and the others also congratulated Emperor Di. Lu Ming, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others cried out in sorrow. Even the Emperor God had appeared. There should be no one behind him. Could it be that Lu Ming had already died? Even Yen Kuangtu and Supreme Nine Sons were a little shaken, and their eyes dimmed. Compared to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents, Lu Ming was still too weak. Was this the end? However, they did not notice that Di Xin, AO2, Xue Jini, and the others were still looking at the stairs. The sovereigns also stared at the stairs, as if they could sense something. At this time, the others also noticed something strange and looked at the stairs. Was there someone else? How could this be? Monarch God, AO2, and Xue Jini had all appeared. Was there someone else who had yet to ascend? Impossible. Who could obtain more luck points than the Monarch God? unless someone deliberately stayed on the stairs and waited until the end to come up to attract attention. It wasn't like there weren't such people in history. However, the crowd couldn't help but stare at it curiously. Bang! A slight vibration could be heard. There was really someone. The eyes of Bai Shijin, Yan Kuangtu, and the others lit up. If there were still people, then there was still hope. Bang! Bang! At first, it was very soft, but slowly, it became louder and clearer. In the end, it was as if there was an earthquake. Every explosion sounded like a mountain smashing into the ground. Finally, a handsome face appeared in front of everyone. It's Lu Ming. The eyes of Bai Shijin, Yan Kuangtu, and the others suddenly lit up, emitting a bright light. Lu Ming, it's him. It's actually him. He's the last one. How is this possible? I think he's pretending to be the last one to ascend. In fact, he didn't obtain much luck points. It's impossible for him to have more luck points than the monarch god. It must be so. It's already good enough that he can transform his luck into a dragon. There was a burst of discussion around. At this time, Lu Ming was trembling all over and gasping for breath. My nest, why is it so heavy? It's too heavy. Lu Ming cursed in his heart. He felt like he was carrying hundreds of mountains on his back as he climbed the stairs. He was half dead tired. He was envious of the others who were as light as a swallow. Bang! Finally, he stepped onto the battle platform. The entire platform rumbled violently. When Lu Ming stepped onto the platform, his body suddenly became lighter and all the pressure disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the Book of Luck appeared and collapsed. A luck dragon appeared above Lu Ming's head. Dragon roars reverberated as a mighty and extraordinary true dragon coiled up, looking awe-inspiring. More importantly, the true dragon was 80 feet long. Yes, 80 feet. The scene was silent. Everyone was stunned as they stared blankly at the young man on the platform and the true dragon that was 80 feet long. 80 feet? How was that possible? How could Lu Ming obtain such a terrifying amount of luck points? Even Yan Kuangtu, Supreme Nine Sons, Bai Shijin, and the Supremes of the other major forces were stunned. 80 feet? How is that possible? Lu Ming, that little bastard, how could he obtain such a high amount of luck points? How is that possible? The Wang family head was the first to cry out in disbelief. He was a Supremes and had a stable state of mind. He could remain calm in the face of any major event. However, this matter was so shocking that he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Could it be that his strength has improved to such a level in the Battle of Luck? The amount of luck points he obtained has reached 80 feet. The Jiang family head was also shocked. Ha, Lu Ming, well done. I knew this kid could do it. Yan Kuangtu was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Supreme Nine Sons' eyes flickered with joy. Meanwhile, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other upper echelons of the Talisman Puppet sect were overjoyed. This was truly beyond their expectations. Although they had given Lu Ming the first place in the Battle of Luck, they knew that the condition was too high. They had raised the condition on purpose to put pressure on Lu Ming. In their hearts, it was fine as long as Lu Ming could come in the top 10. To their surprise, Lu Ming actually came in first. Although there was still the Battle of Luck to come. At this moment, Lu Ming had become the focus of the crowd. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him. Above his head, the 80 feet true dragon of luck roared into the sky, looking down at the other dragons of luck, the serpent of luck, and the giant serpents. Even the monarch god's true dragon of luck was a lot shorter than Lu Ming's. It's just that we attracted the opponent's experts in the end and then relied on the treasure to launch a surprise attack. All this luck will belong to me in the end. I will make you spit it all out. At this moment, the monarch god spoke coldly. That's right, the guy who hides in the dark and takes advantage of others is just relying on treasures and surprise. How can you get so many luck points with your true ability? Demon Lord Luo Tian also sneered, full of disdain. They all thought that Lu Ming had obtained so many luck points because he had obtained the totem pole in the end. Chapter 960. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that although the last totem pole had given him a lot of luck points, it wasn't that much. The last totem pole gave him about 200,000 luck points, which was about the same as the totem pole on Sky Poison Island. The reason why he had about 800,000 luck points was that he had killed more than a dozen talents from the Bloodsaber continent. Among the talents from the Bloodsaber continent, 2 of them were equivalent to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Each of them had contributed more than 100,000 luck points to him. Together with the luck points from the others and the previous ones, Lu Ming had obtained 800,000 luck points. But the Emperor God, Luo Tian, Wang Fenshen, and the others didn't know. They thought that the last totem pole must have rewarded a huge amount of luck points, which was why Lu Ming had so many luck points. The others suddenly understood. I see. I was wondering how Lu Ming could get so many luck points. It turns out that he used despicable means to get them. The Wang family had sneered. What's the point of getting them like that? He won't be able to protect himself in the battle of luck. Countless people will be watching him. His luck points will be taken away. The Jiang family had sneered. True enough, at this moment, many pairs of eyes were staring at Lu Ming with burning desire. There was a look of greed in them. The top 10, 20, and even the top 30 on the list of top 1,000 talents, including the rising talents and the talents from the Sky Demon Valley, were all looking at Lu Ming eagerly. It was as if Lu Ming was a big piece of meat that everyone wanted to take a bite out of. 800,000 luck points. If he defeated or even killed Lu Ming, how many luck points could he obtain? Their hearts were thumping wildly. The Emperor God, AO2, and the others also had a lot of luck points, but none of them dared to have any ideas. Wasn't it courting death to try and get the attention of Di Shen and the others? However, Lu Ming merely relied on luck and treasures to obtain so many luck points. If that was not a fat piece of meat, then what was? Only a few people looked serious. For example, Brother Li Tian and Nangong Bo. They had all fought Lu Ming before and knew how powerful Lu Ming was. This was especially true for Nangong Bo. Even he had lost to Lu Ming. After that, nearly half a year had passed. Lu Ming must have become even stronger. This piece of fatty meat might not be tasty. However, the matter of Nangong Bo losing to Lu Ming was not spread out. Almost no one knew about it. So besides the members of the Talisman Puppet sect, there were very few people that knew of Lu Ming's combat strength. The corners of the mouths of many people from the Talisman Puppet sect curled up into cold smiles. They had seen how powerful Lu Ming was. He had easily killed several geniuses from the Blood Knife continent who were comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming was not a piece of meat, but a knife that could kill. What kind of expression would they have when they saw Lu Ming's battle prowess? Many Talisman Puppet sect disciples revealed expressions of anticipation. However, deep down, they were still a little worried. Although Lu Ming was strong, he was still a threat to Di Shen, AO2, and Shuejiani. After Lu Ming stepped onto the stage, there was no one else behind him. The number of people who were qualified to participate in the battle for Providence had also been determined. About 1,000 people could transform their Providence into a python. About 300 people could transform their Providence into a python. Only about 60 people could transform their Providence into a dragon. These 60 people included the geniuses from the Sky Monster Valley and the rising geniuses. Therefore, only the top 30 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents could achieve this. Of course, there were exceptions. Some of the lower-ranked geniuses could achieve this, while some of the top 30 did not. Buzz. At this moment, the fighting ring vibrated slightly and glowed. The fighting ring is turning into a battlefield. Let's go to the spectator stands first. Someone shouted and flew to the spectator stands. The geniuses on the fighting ring flashed and flew to the surrounding fighting rings, landing in their respective areas. In an instant, there was no one left on the fighting ring. Buzz. The fighting ring glowed and suddenly 8 semicircular light shields like bubbles appeared, dividing the fighting ring into 8 parts. Mountains and rivers slowly appeared in the light shields, as if a world was evolving. Everyone was well aware of this point. Later, the fighting ring would evolve into 8 different areas, forming 8 battlefields. All the geniuses who had transformed their Providence into pythons would be automatically divided into 8 groups and enter the 8 battlefields to compete. As long as they defeated their opponents, they would obtain 50% of their opponent's providence. Those who lost would be eliminated and sent out. In the end, they would keep half of their providence. Once they killed their opponents, they would obtain all of their opponent's providence. However, their opponents could also admit defeat, but once they did, they would lose 90% of their providence and only 10% would be left. It could be said that the weaker ones were destined to lose their providence to the stronger ones. However, it was not completely hopeless. The battle for providence lasted for an hour. As long as one could survive an hour, they would be able to keep all of their providence when the battle for providence ended. In the end, the person with the strongest providence in each battlefield would be able to advance. In the last 8 battlefields, the 8 people with the strongest providence would be selected for the final battle to continue competing for each other's providence. That was why so many people were staring at Lu Ming fervently. In their opinion, Lu Ming was a piece of juicy meat. Everyone watched quietly. It would take some time for the battlefields to evolve. At this time, Lu Ming quietly came to Bai Shijin's side. "Senior Bai, I have a favor to ask of you." Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bai Shijin. "What is it? Just say it." Bai Shijin also transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. "I obtained a treasure in the Battle of Providence. It's called the Mountain River Diagram." Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bai Shijin. After that, the mountain river painting appeared in his hand and he handed it to Bai Shijin. "There's actually such a wonderful treasure. Don't worry, I'll get it done for you. It won't take much time." Bai Shijin took the mountain river painting and then retreated silently. In a flash, he disappeared into the teleportation vortex and left the place. Almost no one noticed him. At this time, everyone's attention was on the fighting ring below. Time passed slowly. A few minutes later, the 8 areas covered by the light barrier were completed, forming 8 worlds. 8 different worlds. Some were mountains and forests, some were deserts, some were rocks, some were swamps. The 8 light shields each had a diameter of about 10 miles. Therefore, from the outside, the mountains and forests looked very small, like miniature figures. But many people knew that this was the battlefield of 100,000 miles. Each battlefield was 100,000 miles long and wide. The area was not small. Buzz. The light shields shone and the battlefields were completed. A number appeared on the light shields of each battlefield. They were 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 8 represented 8 battlefields. At this time, light beams shot out from the 8 battlefields and fell on the young people who were going to participate in the battle for Providence. Chapter 961. A number appeared above everyone's head, representing the number of the battlefield they would enter. The number above Lu Ming's head was 8, which meant that Lu Ming would enter the 8th battlefield. Lu Ming glanced around and found that some disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect also had the number 8. Bai Qishui was also on the 8th battlefield. The Fatty was on the 2nd battlefield, Ruan Tingting was on the 3rd battlefield and Huan Zhen was on the 4th battlefield. "Ha, Lu Ming, you're also on the 8th battlefield and that chick." Suddenly, a burst of excited laughter was heard. Lu Ming looked towards the source of the laughter and found that it was actually Luo Tian. The number above his head was also on the 8th battlefield. His eyes were cold and fiery as he looked at Lu Ming and Bai Qishui. In addition, many Sky Prides who were assigned to the 8th battlefield were also looking at Lu Ming and Bai Qishui with fiery eyes. Damn, Luo Tian's luck is heaven-defying. He's actually assigned to the same battlefield as Lu Ming and that chick. These two are obviously fat meat that will give him good luck. Yeah, Luo Tian's luck is too good. Most importantly, there aren't any experts in the 8th battlefield. Look, Di Shen and the others are not on the 8th battlefield. There's only one Sky Pride from the Sky Monster Valley who can compete with Luo Tian in the 8th battlefield. There aren't any other strong experts. Luo Tian's luck is too good. I'm envious. The surrounding Sky Prides revealed an envious expression. Lu Ming sneered and looked around. He found that Di Shen was assigned to the 1st battlefield, Ao2 was assigned to the 7th battlefield, Shui Jian was assigned to the 3rd battlefield, Wang Fenshen was assigned to the 2nd battlefield. Those who were stronger than Luo Tian were actually not on the 8th battlefield. At this moment, Luo Tian was so excited that he wanted to roar. His luck was too good. Not only was he assigned to the same battlefield as Lu Ming, but those stronger sky prides were also not assigned to the 8th battlefield. His luck was simply heaven-defying. When he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent and burning greed. Another genius from the Sky Demon Valley was just as excited as Luo Tian. He was also a peerless genius from the Sky Demon Valley. His reputation wasn't any weaker than Luo Tian's. He was also a terrifying existence. At this moment, his emotions were exactly the same as Luo Tian's. He was extremely excited. Di Xin, Xue Jinyi, and the others harumphed coldly. They had missed out on Lu Ming. In their view, Lu Ming's destiny was destined to be snatched away by someone. The faces of Du Songjue and the others turned solemn. Lu Ming, Qi Shui, the battle will last for an hour. Try to drag it out as long as you can. If the situation doesn't look good, admit defeat immediately, understand? The two of you will definitely be targeted. Du Songjue warned seriously. Senior Du, don't worry. I know what to do. As for Bai, Lu Ming smiled, looking at Bai Qi Shui. Bai Qi Shui widened her eyes and stared at him without blinking. Qi Shui, once we enter the battlefield, find a place to inscribe a defensive array. I will go find you. If you can't win, admit defeat as soon as possible. Lu Ming said. You will come find me, right? Bai Qi Shui stared at Lu Ming and asked. Lu Ming touched his nose speechlessly. He, then I will definitely persevere until you come find me. Bai Qi Shui laughed happily. Lu Ming was even more speechless. Yen Kuangtu, Du Songjue and the others revealed an I see expression and an inexplicable smile. Rukong, you will be in the same battlefield as Di Xin. If you encounter Di Xin, admit defeat immediately, understand? Du Songjue looked at Rukong and instructed. Rukong was Du Songjue's disciple. I understand. Rukong nodded. Buzz. At this moment, there was a fluctuation in the space. Lu Ming and the others felt a force pulling them and they were pulled towards the 8 battlefields. Lu Ming, Bai Qi Shui and the others flew towards the light shield of the 8th battlefield. As they approached the light barrier, their bodies began to strangely shrink. Finally, they entered the light barrier and disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a barren mountain full of stone walls. The 8th battlefield was filled with barren mountains and stone cliffs. It was desolate without a single blade of grass or tree. There were only stone cliffs and rocks everywhere. I heard that everything in this battlefield is very hard. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming threw a punch at a giant stone. Boom! Only a corner of the giant stone was broken. The rest of the stone was intact. It's so hard. Although I didn't use my full strength, the punch just now could shatter a few mountains outside. Here, it can only break a corner of a giant stone. Lu Ming sighed secretly. Here, he could unleash his combat strength to his heart's content. Let's go find Qi Shui. With a step, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky, turning into a ray of light and disappearing into the horizon. Although this battlefield was 100,000 miles long and wide, it really wasn't big for these geniuses who were participating in the battle for Providence. An hour was enough for them to go back and forth many times. Among those who could turn Providence into a python, the weakest was at Qin Xingshan's level. After such a long time, Qin Xingshan's cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. It could be said that among those who participated in this battle, the weakest cultivation was at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. The 7th level of the spiritual sea realm was extremely fast. It really didn't take much time to cross the distance of 100,000 miles. Outside the battlefield, everyone was watching with their eyes wide open. From the outside, the 100,000-mile territory had shrunk to 10 miles. It had shrunk by 10,000 times. If a person was placed inside, it was almost impossible to see. But those who had reached the spiritual god realm or even the supreme realm had terrifying eyesight. In their eyes, they could still clearly see the movements of everyone inside the light shield. Not good, there's an expert heading towards Qi Shui. A senior elder of the Talisman Puppet sect cried out worriedly. At this moment, Bai Qi Shui was in a stone forest, constantly inscribing inscriptions and setting up a formation to prepare for defense. I hope that girl Qi Shui can't take it and quickly admit defeat. Du Songjue was a little worried. Just a moment ago, they knew that Bai Qi Shui had obtained the emperor's inheritance, and they were incomparably excited. Bai Qi Shui's value in their hearts had risen. Nothing could happen to Bai Qi Shui. Even if she lost 90% of her providence, nothing could happen to Bai Qi Shui. After Bai Qi Shui obtained the emperor's inheritance, her cultivation in the path of inscription had increased a lot. With a wave of her finger, endless inscriptions entered the mountain forest. In just a few minutes, who knew how many inscriptions had been inscribed? Haha, it's the girl from the Talisman Puppet sect. My luck is too good. With a loud laugh, a genius from the Heavenly Corpse sect appeared. A 15-foot-long flood dragon of providence appeared above the genius of the Heavenly Corpse sect. His eyes were blazing as he stared at the 30-meter-long flood dragon of providence above Bai Qi Shui's head. He wished for nothing more than to swallow Bai Qi Shui whole. This girl is mine. A cold voice sounded. The sky trembled as another figure appeared. It was a young man with a gloomy gaze. Demonic qi surged from his body, and there was also a 20-meter-long flood dragon of providence above his head. If you want this girl's providence, then it'll depend on your ability. Chapter 962. In their opinion, Bai Qi Shui was just a piece of meat on a chopping board that could be slaughtered at any time. Their opponent was the other party. Therefore, the two sides confronted each other. Then I'll kill you first before dealing with this chick. The Sky Monster Valley's genius released a shocking murderous intent. In a flash, he pounced towards the Heavenly Corpse sect's genius. You're courting death. The Heavenly Corpse sect's genius also shouted coldly, and the two of them started fighting. Bai Qi Shui was stunned for a moment, but she seized the opportunity to quickly inscribe array formations. She had already inscribed countless array formations. Swoosh! Suddenly, a golden spear light pierced through from the other side. Its target was Bai Qi Shui. It was a genius from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, and his eyes flashed with pride. In his opinion, the Heavenly Corpse sect and Sky Monster Valley's geniuses were really stupid. They actually started fighting, which was good for him. He wanted to kill Bai Qi Shui in one fell swoop and obtain Bai Qi Shui's 100,000 luck points. Oh no! There are others. The geniuses from the Heavenly Corpse sect and Sky Monster Valley wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Rise. At this moment, Bai Qi Shui shouted. She took a step forward and an array formation appeared. A huge ancient shield appeared in front of her. Bam! The spear light pierced the shield, and there was a loud boom. However, the shield did not break, and it only shook a little. What a tough shield! The young man in the golden robe appeared with a cold look in his eyes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, the long spear in his hand pierced 16 times in a row. 16 spear lights pierced through the void and pierced towards Bai Qi Shui. Bai Qi Shui shouted. Her fingers danced, and another array formation shone. This time, more than a dozen array formations shone at the same time. More than a dozen ancient shields appeared, blocking Bai Qi Shui from all directions. At the same time, a circle of light enveloped her. From the very beginning, the formations that Bai Qi Shui had set up were all defensive formations. Her goal was to defend. As long as she defended, she would wait for Lu Ming. She believed that Lu Ming would definitely arrive. Clang, clang, clang. More than a dozen spear lights pierced the ancient shield, but the shield only shook for a moment and blocked all of them. It couldn't be broken. The young man in the golden robe looked at the Heavenly Corpse sect's geniuses. Everyone, this chick has some skills. Of the array formation defense of the array of us. If we waste too much time, or demon luo of the demon of. Oh, of us. Of us with the. With you. Alright, let's do that. Let's attack together. The three parties reached an agreement and attacked at the same time. Instantly, Bai Qi Shui's defense began to shake violently. In the outside world, Du Songjue and the others were worried. Qi Shui's defensive formation is quite mysterious. It must be related to the inheritance that she obtained. However, she won't be able to hold on for long if the three geniuses join forces. The founding elders were discussing. Oh no, Lu Ming is going to meet an expert. One of the founding elders suddenly shouted. The others hurriedly looked in Lu Ming's direction. Lu Ming was flying at top speed. He had already flown for tens of thousands of miles. Suddenly, a terrifying saber light slashed toward Lu Ming from the side. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He suddenly stopped and dodged the saber light. A young man with a saber on his back appeared in front of Lu Ming. I didn't expect to be so lucky to meet you first. Lu Ming, your luck points are mine. The young man with the saber looked excited and ecstatic. He really didn't expect to meet Lu Ming first. There weren't many top experts in Battlefield number 8, but there were many weaker ones. For example, there were many geniuses in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. He, Luo Dao, was ranked 48th on the list of top 1,000 talents. In his opinion, he could kill Lu Ming. After killing Lu Ming and obtaining Lu Ming's luck points, he would find a place to hide. After an hour, he would be able to obtain a huge amount of luck points. Get lost. Lu Ming strode forward. Die. Luo Dao unsheathed his saber. The dazzling saber light seemed to be able to split the world as it slashed toward Lu Ming. On the spectator stand, Du Songjue and the rest could not help but feel anxious. Would Lu Ming be able to block this saber? Not only the Talisman Puppet Sect, but the experts from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Sky Demon Valley were also watching Lu Ming. Lu Ming, that little bastard. If he doesn't admit defeat, he'll be dead. Luo Dao is a rare genius among the Emperor Heaven Imperial Guard. The Wang family had sneered. But before he could finish, he froze. This was because Luo Dao was already dead. Lu Ming did not stop moving. He stabbed out with his spear, and a spear light that was 10 times brighter than Luo Dao's saber light pierced through the void. It shattered his saber light and pierced through Luo Dao's throat. Luo Dao's eyes widened. They were filled with doubt, shock, and indignation. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? How could he kill him with a single strike? At this moment, he was filled with regret. Did Lu Ming really obtain so many luck points by luck? This was the last thought in his mind. Once Luo Dao died, the luck dragon above Lu Ming's head swallowed Luo Dao's luck dragon. Then, Lu Ming's luck dragon grew by another 6 feet. Everyone around the spectator stand was silent. The Wang family head was extremely embarrassed. Du Songjue and the others were overjoyed. It seems that Lu Ming's ability to obtain an 80-feet dragon of luck is not completely useless. He is quite capable. An elder from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace said, Luo Dao is only ranked 48th on the list of top 1,000 talents. There are many people stronger than him. He's the target of all. Even if he's capable, he's still going to die. The Wang family head said coldly. On the battlefield, Lu Ming put away Luo Dao's storage ring and was about to continue flying forward. Suddenly, there was a sound in front of him. Another young man appeared and blocked Lu Ming's path. This young man was full of corpse qi and had a fierce look in his eyes. Shi Ming, ranked 30th on the list of top 1,000 talents, someone shouted. Haha, let's see how Lu Ming is going to die now. The Wang family head laughed. Some people from the Heavenly Corpse sect also smiled. If Shi Ming could obtain Lu Ming's luck, it would be a great thing for the Heavenly Corpse sect. You killed Luo Dao? Hee, you seem to have some combat strength. But you're dead meat now that you've met me. Shi Ming sneered. Above his head, a 99-feet-long flood dragon circled. He was almost at the stage of transforming his luck into a dragon. You're courting death. Lu Ming did not stop. He strode forward and punched out. You're the one who's going to die. Shi Ming waved his hand, and a refined corpse pounced on Lu Ming and punched out. Bam! Chapter 963. Go, go! Shi Ming roared and controlled 2 refined corpses to charge at Lu Ming. Bang, bang. With 2 loud explosions, the 2 refined corpses exploded. Lu Ming's fist suddenly sped up and released a terrifying pressure, locking Ming in place. Ming's eyes widened and he growled, "No, no, how can he be so strong? I have to block it." Corpse chi surged from his body and he used all his strength to hit Lu Ming with his palm. This palm was extremely terrifying, but it was like a piece of paper in front of Lu Ming. The terrifying fist force directly penetrated Ming's body. At this moment, it was too late for him to admit defeat. Bang! His body was torn into pieces. The 99 feet long flood dragon was swallowed by Lu Ming's dragon of providence in one gulp. Lu Ming's dragon of providence had grown by nearly 100 feet, reaching nearly 96 feet. It was only a few feet away from 100 feet. A terrifying devouring power burst out from his palm and devoured Luo Dao and Ming's blood essence and genuine core strength. Then, his body swayed and he flew forward. His eyes scanned the surrounding thousands of miles, looking for Bai Qixue. On the spectator's stand, the people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect all looked gloomy. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond their expectations. Lu Ming had easily killed a genius ranked 30th on the list of top 1,000 talents. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? Unfortunately, they could only watch. The battlefield was isolated and they could not sense Lu Ming's specific cultivation. This little bastard, did Wang Yan and Wang Qin die at his hands? The head of the Wang family bellowed. His hatred for Lu Ming was insane. However, Martial Emperor Di was expressionless and calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Du Songjue, Yan Quangt, Supreme Nine Sons and the others smiled. As long as Lu Ming finds Qi Shui and finds a place to hide, he will be safe, said a senior elder of the Talisman Puppet sect. That's right, but Lu Ming has so many luck points now. Even if he doesn't get them, I'm afraid no one has more luck points than him in battlefield number 8. When the time comes, he will still have to participate in the final 8 battles. The other person was a little worried and said with a heavy expression. Thinking of this, the others' faces also darkened. If one didn't have the strength, it would be very difficult to protect one's luck. Lu Ming was flying, and so was Luo Tian. A peerless genius from the Sky Demon Valley was also flying at full speed. They had to find Lu Ming as soon as possible, kill Lu Ming, and steal Lu Ming's luck points. They did not have much time, only an hour. If Lu Ming evaded them for an hour, they would not have a share of Lu Ming's immense karmic luck. Damned Lu Ming, where are you? Luo Tian roared. Suddenly, he saw a few people in front of him and immediately rushed over. Not good, it's Luo Tian. Run! When those people saw Luo Tian, they fled frantically. Luo Tian revealed a ferocious expression as his demonic aura surged. He slashed out with his black demonic saber and killed 2 people instantly. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The last person screamed crazily. As that person screamed, a pillar of light shrouded him and Luo Tian's saber light could not cut through him. The karmic luck dragon above his head devoured all the karmic luck of the 2 people he killed. The person who admitted defeat also had 90% of his luck points devoured. Then, the person who admitted defeat was sent out and landed on the spectator stand. The karmic luck dragon above Luo Tian's head grew by more than 20 feet. Too little. I still have to find Lu Ming. That chick from the Talisman Puppet sect is not bad either. Luo Tian's eyes were cold as he continued to fly. At this moment, Bai Qi Snow was struggling to resist. The defensive shield around her was constantly vibrating and it seemed like it would not be able to hold on for much longer. I'll work harder. This chick can't hold on for much longer. The golden-robed young man laughed. Among the 3 of them, the golden-robed young man was a newly risen Sky Pride. However, their strength was comparable to the top 100 Sky Prides on the list of top 1,000 talents. It was already considered good that Bai Qi Snow could hold on for so long when the 3 of them joined forces. Lu Ming is almost here. On the spectator stand, the eyes of Du Songjue and the others lit up. They were outside and had a high vantage point, so they could see everything clearly. At this moment, they saw Lu Ming rushing towards Bai Qi Snow. Oh no, Luo Tian is also rushing over there. One of the founding elders shouted. Their expressions were extremely ugly and they could not help but clench their fists. Ha! In the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, the patriarch of the Wang clan, the patriarch of the Jiang clan, and the others laughed. Lu Ming is destined to die in the hands of our Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's sky prides. The patriarch of the Wang clan laughed heartily. Sush! Lu Ming traveled 100 miles in an instant, crossing countless deserts and stone cliffs under his feet. Along the way, he also encountered other geniuses. However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. He flashed past them. Those geniuses with weaker cultivation levels did not dare to stop him at all. They fled one after another. Lu Ming was not in the mood to steal their luck. There's a battle ahead. That's Qi Shui. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Bai Qi Snow being surrounded by 3 young men. Rumble! His speed became even faster, bringing about a terrifying sonic boom. The golden-robed young man and the other 2 were shocked when they heard the terrifying sonic boom. They stopped and looked in the direction of the sonic boom. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming! The 3 of them were shocked and hurriedly retreated. The 3 of them stood side by side with a grave look in their eyes. Although many people wanted to kill Lu Ming and steal Lu Ming's luck points, those were the sky prides who ranked at the top. As for the few of them, although their cultivation levels were not weak, they did not have the confidence to go against Lu Ming. Before the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming's combat strength was already very strong. They were only comparable to the top 100 sky prides on the list of top 1,000 talents, so they did not dare to underestimate Lu Ming. Sush! Lu Ming's figure appeared above Bai Qi Snow's head. Lu Ming, I knew you would come. Bai Qi Snow said with a smile. Looks like I'm not late. Lu Ming also smiled. At this moment, the golden-robed young man and the other 2 were secretly discussing. If the 3 of us join forces, we might be able to kill Lu Ming. Do you want to take a gamble? The golden-robed young man secretly transmitted his voice. Take a gamble? If you want to take a gamble, go ahead. Idiots, didn't you see that Lu Ming's Providence Dragon has grown by more than 100 feet? In just a short while, his Providence Dragon has grown by more than 100 feet. There will definitely be experts stronger than us who will die at Lu Ming's hands. The sky prides of the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered and slowly retreated. The golden-robed young man and the sky prides of the Sky Demon Valley were shocked. Only then did they notice the change in Lu Ming's Providence Dragon. You want to leave? Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming looked at the golden-robed young man and the other 2. The 3 of them were shocked. Lu Ming, what do you want? The golden-robed young man gritted his teeth. Of course I want your luck. Chapter 964. Lu Ming, don't go overboard. If the 3 of us join forces, we might be able to take you on. The golden-robed young man shouted. Is that so? If you think you can take me on, then let's do it. Lu Ming stepped forward, revealing a faint disdain. Ha, Lu Ming, you're really arrogant. Why are you so arrogant in front of a few pieces of trash? At this moment, a loud laugh sounded from afar. Then, a blade light tore through the void and flew over. The blade light disappeared and a black-robed young man appeared in the sky. It was the demon lord, Luo Tian. Luo Tian is here. Ha, Lu Ming is done for. The golden-robed young man was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. He wanted to run away, but now he didn't. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile. Lu Ming, weren't you arrogant just now? Now that the demon lord is here, let's see how you're going to die. The golden-robed young man was also a sky pride of the Imperial Sky Guard and was familiar with Luo Tian. The 2 sky prides of the Sky Corpse sect and Sky Demon Valley slowly retreated to a safe position and watched from afar. Lu Ming, did you kill my younger brother, Luoli? Luo Tian looked coldly at Lu Ming and asked. That's right. He wanted to die, so I could only fulfill his wish. If you want to die, I can also fulfill your wish. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Arrogant. It's useless to rely on your mouth. If we weren't on the Sky Poison Island, I could have suppressed you with a flip of my hand. Luo Tian said. Back when they were on the Sky Poison Island, Luo Tian was very clear about Lu Ming's combat ability. Although Lu Ming's combat ability was not weak, he was a far cry from his. He could easily kill him. Moreover, he had improved during this period of time. Both of your luck will belong to me. Luo Tian looked at Lu Ming and Bai Qi Snow with a burning gaze. The combined fate of Lu Ming and Bai Qi Snow exceeded 1,000,000. Once he obtained it, he would have a fate dragon that was hundreds of feet long. Since ancient times, how many people had a true dragon of luck that exceeded 1,000 feet? Only those rulers who participated in the War of Providence when they were young could achieve that, right? Luo Tian's heart was burning. Clang. The demonic saber was unsheathed and saber light tore through the sky. A terrifying saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. This slash was very sudden. Just as Luo Tian finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one move, not giving Lu Ming a chance to admit defeat. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly as he sent out a palm strike towards Luo Tian's saber light. At this moment, all eyes were on Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually slashed his palm towards Luo Tian's saber light. Was he that confident? The hearts of the Talisman Puppet Sect members involuntarily rose. Would Lu Ming be able to block it? This was a strike from Demon Lord Luo Tian, who ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. How terrifying was that? Many people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace looked ferocious. It was as if they could already see the scene of Lu Ming being split into two by the saber. Boom! Lu Ming's palm finally collided with the saber light. To everyone's surprise, the saber light shattered like fragile glass when Lu Ming's palm struck it. How dare you launch a sneak attack with such little power? Lu Ming sneered. Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. Although he did not use his full strength in that strike, he wanted to kill Lu Ming with one strike. The power of the strike was not weak, and it contained 50% of his strength. However, it was actually shattered by Lu Ming's palm strike. It seems that you have made great progress during this period, but you still have to die. I only used 50% of my strength in that strike. Luo Tian said coldly. Oh, 50% of your strength? I'm sorry, but I only used 10% of my strength in that strike. Lu Ming sneered. 10% of your strength? Ha, what a shameless boast. You're lying through your teeth. That demonic aura surged from Luo Tian's body as a violent aura burst forth. The terrifying saber power filled the entire area. Not far away, the golden-robed youth was shocked and retreated frantically. Is this the strength of Demon Lord Luo Tian? It's too terrifying. The golden-robed youth was shocked. He felt that Luo Tian could kill him with a casual strike. The difference was too great. Peak of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Luo Tian's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. When they were on Sky Poison Island, Luo Tian's cultivation should have just broken through to the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Swoosh! The demonic saber was 1,000 meters long as it slashed down towards Lu Ming. Under this strike, the space distorted violently and vibrated as though it was going to be sliced apart. A dragon's roar rang out as Lu Ming burst forth with a burst of dragon's power. Densely packed scales appeared all over his body, and with a stomp, his body shot forward like a cannonball as he struck out with his palm. Lu Ming had already reached the peak of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, and his strength was extremely strong. With the addition of the dragon's power, the space was completely distorted when his palm struck out. Boom! The demonic saber was shattered and Lu Ming's palm continued to push forward. Luo Tian's expression changed drastically. He had used almost 80% of his strength in this strike, yet it was still defeated by Lu Ming's palm. How was this possible? Could it be that what Lu Ming said about him only using 10% of his strength was true? Impossible? Luo Tian denied it in his heart. When they were on Sky Poison Island, Lu Ming was completely suppressed by him and only managed to escape by borrowing the environment of Sky Poison Island. He wasn't willing to believe that in just a few months, Lu Ming's battle power had already surpassed his. This was a huge blow to him. Blood Transformation Devil Saber. Luo Tian shouted and slashed out with his demonic saber. However, Lu Ming's figure didn't stop at all. 4 colored concepts revolved around him as he charged forward and struck out with his palm. The saber lights that Luo Tian slashed out crumbled under Lu Ming's palm. This was a completely one-sided battle. Currently, Lu Ming's 3 kinds of concepts of heaven and earth were all at the peak of the 3rd level. He was only a step away from the 3rd level of perfection. As for the concept of earth, it was almost at the peak of the 3rd level of perfection. How terrifying would the power of the 4 kinds of concepts be? It was probably comparable to a 4th level concept. Luo Tian's concept was only at the 3rd level of perfection and not at the 4th level. In terms of concept, Lu Ming could crush Luo Tian. Boom, boom, boom. After more than 10 moves, Luo Tian's saber lights crumbled and he retreated quickly. Many people on the spectators stand widen their eyes in shock. Impossible! Patriarch Wang, Patriarch Jiang, and the others let out a low roar in disbelief. Lu Ming's battle power was actually so terrifying? How was this possible? Du Songjue, Yan Kuangdu, Supreme 9 Sons, and the others were also surprised, but more than that, they were happy. Lu Ming's battle power was also beyond their expectations. However, the stronger Lu Ming was, the happier they would be. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be in the top 10 of the list of top 1,000 talents. Brother 9 Sons, you have a good eye. Du Songjue stroked his beard and laughed. Lu Ming is also beyond my expectations. Chapter 965. The battle between Lu Ming and Luo Tian had reached its climax. Luo Tian was at a complete disadvantage. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on Luo Tian's shoulder. One of Luo Tian's arms almost exploded as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Ah, damn it! Luo Tian roared as a demonic god appeared above his head. This demonic god had 3 heads and 6 arms. Each arm was holding a huge saber. 6 golden chakras were shining brightly. Luo Tian's 3rd bloodline was a level 6 divine bloodline. He was comparable to the patriarchs of the 6 ancient families. His talent was extremely terrifying. Now, 2 more dragon forces erupted from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body instantly appeared above Luo Tian's head as he stomped towards Luo Tian. A terrifying power surged towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian was about to perform bloodline fusion, but he didn't expect Lu Ming's speed to be so shocking. He instantly appeared above Luo Tian's head and unleashed a terrifying attack, interrupting the bloodline fusion. He could only use his saber to block. However, bang! The saber light he slashed out shattered under Lu Ming's feet. A terrifying power pressed down on his body, almost causing him to fall to the ground. Crack! His bones let out cracking sounds as though they were about to explode. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. How can he be so strong? How can his strength be so strong? Do I have to admit defeat? No, I can't admit defeat. How can I admit defeat to Lu Ming? At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Luo Tian's mind. But it was this one thought that decided his fate. Swish! Lu Ming's claws grew long and sharp nails. They were like dragon claws as they clawed at Luo Tian. All of Luo Tian's attacks and defenses exploded in Lu Ming's hands. The dragon-like claws pierced into Luo Tian's chest. No. At this moment, Luo Tian roared madly. He wanted to admit defeat, but Lu Ming's energy exploded, and Luo Tian's heart exploded. Luo Tian's cries came to an abrupt stop. His eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. He could feel his life force rapidly leaving his body. Endless fear enveloped him. Was he going to die at the hands of Lu Ming? How could this be? In the next moment, everything before his eyes turned black, and he no longer knew anything. His life force had been extinguished. Impossible! Looking at this scene, the Wang clan's clan head roared furiously. Luo Tian, Lu Ming killed Luo Tian. Beside the Wang family head, an old man roared, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. This person was also a paragon of the Imperial Guards. He was Luo Tian's master. He simply could not accept that Luo Tian had actually died. Luo Tian possessed peerless natural talent, and his 3rd bloodline was at the 6th rank of the god rank. Charging into the domain enlightened spirit god realm in the future was something that was 100% certain, and it was even to the extent that it was very likely that he would be able to charge into the exalt realm. Luo Tian was a future paragon, but now he had died just like that. This was an extremely huge loss. How many paragons could there be in the entire Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? This generation had reached a golden age, where geniuses and experts were as numerous as clouds. In the past, a talent like Luo Tian's could suppress an era, and no one would be able to defeat him. Just like those paragons now, when they were young, they were almost invincible, and they defeated all their opponents to become paragons. It was very rare for an era to have a few supreme beings. But this era was different. With Luo Tian's talent, he could only be ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Well done. Yan Kuangtu laughed loudly, attracting many murderous gazes from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. But Yan Kuangtu simply ignored them. Martial Emperor Di's face was still very calm, and there was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. It was as if he did not care about Luo Tian's death at all. This Lu Ming is quite interesting. A charming voice came from the Sky Demon Valley's side. This voice was so soft that it made people feel numb all over. It was the voice of a demon emperor. When many young people heard this voice, they felt hot all over and their hearts beat faster. Even the women were no exception. It was as if the voice of a demon emperor was full of infinite charm. It's quite interesting. The corpse emperor spoke. His voice was hoarse and very harsh. Many people wanted to vomit blood when they heard this voice, which was completely different from the demon emperor's voice. Some young people hurriedly operated their qi to stabilize themselves. On the battlefield, Lu Ming's devouring power burst out and devoured Luo Tian, turning him into a mummy. Rumble. Luo Tian's blood essence and genuine core force were very strong. Even his bloodline began to be refined rapidly. The Providence Dragon above Lu Ming's head directly swallowed Luo Tian's Providence Dragon. In an instant, Lu Ming's Providence Dragon increased by 200 feet. It soared to 117 feet, close to 120 feet. At this time, the color of Lu Ming's Dragon of Luck also changed. Originally, the Dragon of Luck was purple, but now it had turned into a purplish gold color. Not far away, the young man in the golden robe and the Sky Prides of the Heavenly Corpse sect and Sky Beastkin Valley widened their eyes. Luo Tian is dead. Luo Tian was killed by Lu Ming. How could this be? The young man in the golden robe muttered to himself, his eyes full of disbelief. In his eyes, Luo Tian was almost invincible, but he was killed by Lu Ming. This was a huge blow to him. The young man in the golden robe was scared to death. When he thought of joining forces to deal with Lu Ming, he trembled in fear. Lu Ming could probably kill them easily without giving them a chance to fight back. In the distance, the Sky Prides of the Sky Beastkin Valley and Heavenly Corpse sect were also scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran. Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming looked at them coldly. He executed the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. His body was like a stream of light as he instantly approached the young man in the golden robe. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The young man in the golden robe screamed. Suddenly, a beam of light shrouded him. Above Lu Ming's head, the purplish gold Providence Dragon swallowed 90% of the young man's Providence Dragon. Then, the young man in the golden robe was sent out. Lu Ming did not stop. His speed was terrifyingly fast. In a short while, he was about to catch up with the Sky Prides of the Sky Beastkin Valley and Heavenly Corpse sect. The two of them were horrified and admitted defeat. In the end, 90% of their providence was swallowed by Lu Ming and sent out. Lu Ming, I knew you would come. Bai Qi Shui came to Lu Ming's side with a smile on her face. Let's go and seize the providence. Lu Ming smiled and turned around. Bai Qi Shui followed by his side. In the stands, the people of the Talisman Puppet sect revealed relaxed smiles. In the 8th battlefield, even Luo Tian had been killed by Lu Ming. There was no one who could threaten Lu Ming. The strongest Sky Pride of the demon race was only on par with Luo Tian. There were a few other Sky Prides who could transform their providence into dragons. They were definitely not Lu Ming's match. Lu Ming could be said to be unrestrained. Chapter 966. As for Lu Ming, there was no doubt that he would win first place in battlefield number 8. Now, he already had a Providence Dragon that was more than 120 feet long. In battlefield number 8, unless everyone's providence was added together, they would not be able to compare with Lu Ming's. Next, Lu Ming went on a rampage. Anyone who met Lu Ming and was foolish enough to attack him would be killed by Lu Ming, while others would shout and admit defeat. Half an hour later, Lu Ming was followed by more than 10 disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect. Lu Ming wanted to lead them to the end. Oh no, Ru Kong is in danger. He's going to meet the Emperor God. A founding elder suddenly called out from the spectator stands. There was no more suspense in battlefield number 8. Everyone turned to look at the other battlefields. The people of the Talisman Puppet sect could not help but look at battlefield number 1. The genius of the Talisman Puppet sect, Ru Kong, was in battlefield number 1. Everyone could see that Ru Kong was in a hurry. The Providence Dragon above his head was about 200 feet long. On the other side, the Emperor God was flying toward Ru Kong at a terrifying speed. However, Ru Kong did not seem to notice him. At this rate, the two of them would soon meet. The people of the Talisman Puppet sect were nervous. Sure enough, the two of them met in just a dozen breaths. Ru Kong heard the noise and turned to look. His pupils shrank sharply. Ru Kong did not hesitate and was about to admit defeat. At the same time, the Emperor God attacked. A sword light was unbelievably fast. It seemed to have pierced through layers of space in an instant and slashed Ru Kong's body. Before Ru Kong could say, "I admit defeat," he was torn to pieces by the terrifying sword light. It was too fast. Ru Kong could not react in time. Ru Kong! Du Songjue roared in grief. How could this be? The other elders of the Talisman Puppet sect looked gloomy. Ru Kong was an expert second only to Huan Zhen in the Talisman Puppet sect and ranked 15th on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, he was killed just like that. The Emperor God's battle strength was unfathomable. After killing Ru Kong and devouring his Providence Dragon, the Emperor God did not stop at all. He turned into a golden light and flew into the distance. Ha! Well done, the geniuses of your Talisman Puppet sect will all die. Although Lu Ming managed to keep his life, he will still die if he encounters an imperial god in the future. Mocking laughter rang out from the region of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Du Songjue and the others clenched their fists tightly. The Talisman Puppet sect originally had 13 Zongzi candidates. Previously, 7 of them had perished. Now that another one had perished, there were only 5 left. Then, they looked at Wen Yuezhang and the others. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't good either. They encountered an elite that they couldn't defeat, but fortunately, they weren't killed in a single blow. They all admitted defeat one after another. As time passed, some people were killed, but even more people were defeated or admitted defeat and were teleported out of the battlefield. On the spectator stands, more and more people appeared. Many people sighed. After admitting defeat, they didn't have much luck left. Ruan Tingting also appeared on the grandstand. She had encountered a strong opponent and directly admitted defeat. And in the 8 battlefields, the killing became more and more intense. On the 8th battlefield, Lu Ming was almost invincible. Later on, several experts who had reached the dragon transformation realm encountered Lu Ming. However, when they saw Lu Ming's Providence Dragon that was hundreds of feet long, their faces changed drastically and they turned to flee. They weren't fools. Needless to say, those who had plotted against Lu Ming had given their luck to Lu Ming since Lu Ming had survived until now and his Providence Dragon had soared by dozens of feet. What were they waiting for? However, with Lu Ming's speed, how could they escape? In the end, they admitted defeat one after another. In the end, Lu Ming's true Dragon of Luck was almost 150 feet long. It was hovering in the sky and one could see it from afar. Those who saw it from afar had a drastic change of expression. They turned and ran. Even the genius from the Sky Monster Valley, who was as famous as Luo Tian, ran faster than anyone else. This made Lu Ming feel a little depressed. They were too far apart and it was more troublesome for him to chase after them. Moreover, he was afraid that he would be lured away and the Talisman Puppet sect disciples would be in danger. Therefore, Lu Ming could not be bothered to chase after them. The outcome of the 8th battlefield had been decided, and so was the 1st battlefield. The other battlefields were filled with smoke. Huan Zhen has encountered Dongfang Yu. An elder from the Talisman Puppet sect shouted. The others looked at the fourth battlefield with their hearts in their mouths. The experts from the other forces also looked at the fourth battlefield. Huan Zhen and Dongfang Yu were going to be a top battle. Huan Zhen was ranked 8th on the list of top 1,000 talents, while Dongfang Yu was ranked 3rd, second only to Di Xin and Xuejin. As soon as the two of them met, a fierce battle broke out. However, it was obvious that Dongfang Yu was stronger, but Huan Zhen didn't want to make any mistakes. Huan Zhen was like a bright moon. His entire body glowed, and bright moons appeared in front of him, blocking Huan Zhen's attack. This was an extremely powerful defensive formation that was many times stronger than the one Ji Mai had used to inscribe with his own body. At the same time, inscription arrays constantly appeared beside Huan Zhen. At the same time, inscription talismans were activated. All kinds of light flashed and defensive formations were formed. Although Dongfang Yu was extremely powerful, Huan Zhen was focused on defense. It was impossible for him to break through in a short time. The two of them were in a stalemate. In the end, Dongfang Yu had no choice but to retreat. The people from the Talisman Puppet sect heaved a sigh of relief. The people from the Emperor God Divine Palace snorted unhappily. They felt that it was a pity that Dongfang Yu didn't kill Huan Zhen. At this moment, Fatty and Wang Fenshen were fighting in the second battlefield. Die! When Wang Fenshen saw Fatty, he exploded with killing intent and launched a fierce attack. He knew that Fatty was the disciple of the demonic Sky Divine Emperor, but this was a battle of luck. Even if he killed Fatty, the demonic Sky Divine Emperor couldn't say anything. Damn it, you're still 10,000 years too early to kill me. Fatty shouted and unleashed his bloodline. The third bloodline, 8 golden chakras, almost made Wang Fenshen's eyes pop out. Even the spiritual gods and supremes in the stands couldn't control their emotions. They stood up from the stands with a face of shock. 8th level divine bloodline, it's actually an 8th level divine bloodline. This is too terrifying. Except for the sovereigns, everyone was shocked. Senior demonic sky's disciple is indeed extraordinary. Supreme Nine Yang sighed. Du Songjue and the others nodded. They had seen Fatty before, but they didn't expect this unreliable Fatty to be so terrifying. As expected of the sovereign's disciple. Damn it! The Wang family head and the others were shocked. An 8th level divine bloodline was rare in the world. For example, Yen Kuangtu was a 8th level divine bloodline. He was so powerful that he could fight against 3 supremes alone. They remembered that Fatty was Lu Ming's life and death brother. Fenshen, kill this Fatty, kill him. The Wang family head roared. This Fatty was too terrifying. Once he grew up, he would be another Yen Kuangtu. Chapter 967. Old Monster Emotion's eyesight is not bad to have taken in such a disciple. Demon Emperor's soft voice rang out again. Martial Emperor D and the Corpse Emperor's eyes lit up. Even martial emperors were tempted by someone who could awaken an 8th level divine bloodline. So what if you are an 8th level divine bloodline? I can still kill you. Wang Fenshen launched a terrifying attack towards Fatty. Although Fatty's bloodline was of a high grade, his cultivation was slightly weaker. It looked like he had just broken through to the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. However, Fatty didn't want to make any mistakes. He was on the defensive the whole time. In the end, he took out a huge shield to isolate Wang Fenshen's flames. Wang Fenshen continued to attack. Fatty shouted, but he could not break through the shield. Time continued to pass. Suddenly, the 8 battlefields shook and the light shield shone brightly. All the people in the battlefields were teleported out. An hour was up. You want to deal with me? Dream on. Fatty found himself on the spectator stand. He laughed arrogantly and looked at Wang Fenshen provocatively. Wang Fenshen's eyes were about to spit fire. Fatty, you have awakened an 8th level divine bloodline. Impressive. At this moment, a huge axe was floating above Fatty's head. 8 golden chakras were shining brightly. Bai Qi Shui widened her eyes and looked at Fatty in shock. Lu Ming was also surprised. He did not expect Fatty's 3rd bloodline to be so terrifying. It was actually an 8th level divine bloodline. No wonder Fatty was so mysterious when they first met. When Lu Ming asked him, he did not say anything. Countless pairs of eyes were looking at Fatty. Some were shocked, some were envious, and some were jealous. Haha, excuse me. This is talent. It can't be helped. I was born with it. Fatty was extremely proud and laughed heartily. When he saw others looking at him, he felt extremely comfortable. He laughed so hard that he could not even open his eyes. God is so unfair. He actually let this damn Fatty awaken an 8th level divine bloodline. Someone in Emperor Heaven Divine Palace gritted his teeth. That's right. What a waste. It's like a flower being stuck in cow dung. Someone said again. The Fatty's ears twitched a few times. When he heard these words, he was instantly displeased. He stared at these people with an unfriendly gaze and shouted, "You guys are the fucking cow dung. Every single one of you is just envious and jealous. I am a proud son of heaven. In the future, I am destined to dominate the world and trample all of you under my feet. Damn it, this damn Fatty is really arrogant." Those people almost vomited blood from anger. Di Shen, Shuejini, AO2, and the others also looked at Fatty solemnly. Fatty's cultivation was still low, but once he grew stronger, he would become their greatest enemy. At this time, many people looked at Lu Ming and were stunned. The dragon of luck above Lu Ming's head was too big and long. It was 1,000 feet long. It was too shocking. They had originally thought that Lu Ming would definitely be killed by Luo Tian or the geniuses of the Sky Demon Valley in Battlefield number 8. They had not expected him to still be alive. Moreover, the length of his Dragon of Providence had become even more terrifying. Lu Ming killed Luo Tian. When they found out the truth, they were all dumbfounded. Lu Ming could actually kill Luo Tian? How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? Before the start of the battle, some people had thought that Luo Tian and the others were lucky to be assigned to the same battlefield as Lu Ming. Now, their faces were pale and cold sweat was dripping down their backs. This was not good luck, it was bad luck. If they had been assigned to battlefield number 8, they might have suffered the same fate as Luo Tian. They knew that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Di Shen and the others looked at Lu Ming with surprise. At this time, the 8 battlefields on the fighting ring had all disappeared and returned to their original appearance. At the same time, 8 rays of light fell on the 8 people. They were Lu Ming, Di Shen, AO2, Shuejini, Shizhan, Feng Xian, Dongfang Yu, and Wang Fenshen. These 8 people were the 8 people with the highest providence value in the 8 battlefields. Among them, Lu Ming was the only one from the Talisman Puppet sect. Di Shen, Dongfang Yu, and Wang Fenshen had the most people from Di Shen's palace. Shuejini and Shizhan were the 2 from Heavenly Corpse sect. AO2 and Feng Xian were the 2 from Sky Monster Valley. Feng Xian was an extremely beautiful woman and a peerless genius from Sky Monster Valley. She had the Phoenix bloodline in her body. Next, the 8 geniuses would compete for each other's providence. The rules were the same as before. If you were defeated, half of your providence would be taken away. If you admitted defeat, 90% of your providence would be taken away. If you were killed, all of your providence would belong to your opponent. Next was the final battle of the Providence Battle. It was also the most powerful battle. Every one of them was extremely powerful. Among them, Lu Ming was a dark horse. There was another dark horse, Feng Xian from Sky Monster Valley. Both of them were rising geniuses. The others were all famous geniuses in the Eastern Wilderness. AO2 was considered a genius who could compete with Di Shen. Some people thought that AO2 was stronger than Shuejini, who ranked second on the list of top 1,000 talents. Di Shen ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents. Most people thought that Di Shen was the top genius of the younger generation in the Eastern Wilderness and was invincible. Dongfang Yu ranked third on the list of top 1,000 talents. Shizhan ranked fourth on the list of top 1,000 talents. Wang Fenshen ranked fifth on the list of top 1,000 talents. Everyone was looking forward to the next battle. After this battle, the list of top 1,000 talents would be rearranged. Buzz. Of the 8 rays of light, 6 had disappeared, leaving only 2 behind. One light shrouded Lu Ming, while the other shrouded Wang Fenshen. The first battle was between Lu Ming and Wang Fenshen. Everyone's eyes fell on the two of them. Wang Fenshen looked at Lu Ming with a strong killing intent in his eyes. "Fenshen, are you confident?" the Wang clan leader asked. "His providence is mine." Wang Fenshen licked his lips with a greedy look. He moved and landed on the fighting ring. "Lu Ming, if you can't beat him, you can admit defeat," Du Songjue warned in a low voice. I believe that Lu Ming will win." Yen Kuangta laughed. "Fatty, you were burned by this guy. I'll avenge you now." Lu Ming smiled. He took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Both of them had a true dragon of providence above their heads. Right now, Wang Fenshen's true dragon of providence was a full 500 feet long. However, in front of Lu Ming's true dragon of providence, it looked like a tiny. Lu Ming's true dragon of providence looked down on it. "Lu Ming, I have to thank you for getting so much providence. It's all mine later." The greed in Wang Fenshen's eyes grew stronger. "You're very confident. Luo Tian was so confident before, but I killed him in the end." Lu Ming smiled, revealing a contemptuous expression. "Humph, don't compare me with Luo Tian. I can kill him if I fight with all my strength." Wang Fenshen said coldly. "Oh, really? Shall we have a life and death duel?" Chapter 968. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. In the ancient battle platform of the ancient city of Providence, a life and death battle could be set. However, once it was set, both sides had to fight to the death. If they did not fight to the death, it would not end. They could not even admit defeat. Originally, the last battle would only last for half an hour. If the winner was not decided after half an hour, the winner would be automatically determined. However, once the life and death battle was set, there would be no time limit. It would only end when one side died in battle. Setting the life and death battle meant that there was no way out. One had to win. If one lost, one would die. Even sovereigns and rulers could not interfere. One had to be extremely confident in themselves to set the life and death battle. Would Wang Fenshen dare to agree? Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Fenshen. At this moment, Wang Fenshen's eyes were uncertain. He stared at Lu Ming as if he wanted to see through him. Was Lu Ming bluffing, or was he really that strong? Did he dare to have a life and death battle with him? However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He could not tell at all. Moreover, he did not see the specific situation in the battle between Lu Ming and Luo Tian. He was not sure about Lu Ming's strength. "Do you dare or not?" Lu Ming spoke again. His voice was calm but aggressive. "Why should I agree to the life and death battle? Anyway, I'm definitely going to win this battle." Wang Fenshen quibbled. "Ridiculous. Since you think you're going to win, why don't you agree to the life and death battle? Back in Nine Dragon City, your Wang family's patriarch was almost killed by me. You must hate me to the bone, right? You want to kill me 10,000 times. Since you want to kill me and have the confidence to do so, why don't you agree to the life and death battle? There's only one reason. You're afraid. You're not confident in killing me. You're not confident in this battle. If you're not confident in yourself, how can you defeat me?" Lu Ming's words hit Wang Fenshen's heart. Every word hit Wang Fenshen's vital point. If Wang Fenshen did not even have the confidence to win, how could he defeat Lu Ming? "Damn you, little bastard." The head of the Wang family growled as his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. That day in the Nine Dragon City, he was almost beaten to death by Lu Ming. This was the shame of his life. Now, Lu Ming actually brought up the old matter again, and even used it to pressure Wang Fenshen. This made the head of the Wang family furious. Lu Ming, you almost killed the old one. How could a young one dare to fight you to the death? I think that Wang something Tian should just admit defeat. Don't embarrass yourself here. The Wang clan is a bunch of cowards." The fatty laughed loudly, and his words were even more insulting. The patriarch of the Wang clan and Wang Fenshen almost exploded from anger. At this time, Wang Fenshen's face was flushed red. He was burning with anger and his killing intent was blazing. "All right, I promise you." Wang Fenshen roared. He had to win this battle. After hearing Lu Ming's words, if he still did not win, his martial arts heart would be unstable. Moreover, the entire Wang family would become the laughingstock of Eastern wilderness. He wanted to grind Lu Ming's bones and turn him into ashes. "All right, I will fight to the death with Wang Fenshen," Lu Ming said loudly. "Fight to the death," Wang Fenshen replied. A blazing aura rushed into the sky. Buzz. At this moment, a faint blood light appeared on Lu Ming and Wang Fenshen's bodies. This meant that the fight to the death had been set. It was useless to admit defeat until one of them died. Raging flames burned the sky. Wang Fenshen's killing intent was cold, but his body was filled with raging flames. Wang Fenshen seemed to have turned into a man of fire. His muscles, bones, and even his hair were burning as if they had all turned into flames. 6 fingers burned the sky, destroy with 1 finger. Wang Fenshen strode forward and pointed his finger. A finger was formed by flames. It was hundreds of meters long and had clear fingerprints on it. It was like the finger of a god. It pointed towards Lu Ming. A terrifying heat and killing intent burst out and surged towards Lu Ming. Wang Fenshen used a terrifying killing move as soon as he made his move. Since he had agreed to the fight to the death, Wang Fenshen let go of everything and fought with all his might. A dragon's roar sounded. Lu Ming burst out with the dragon's power. His body was covered with scales and surrounded by 4 types of concepts. He punched out. Boom! The fist and Fenshen's finger collided. The fist and the flaming finger collided, and waves of energy burst out. One side of the 100-mile-long and wide battle stage was covered with purple flames, while the other side was covered with 4 colors. In the end, the flaming finger exploded. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he took 2 steps back. The fusion of the destruction concept and the fire concept. And the cultivation of the early stage of the 8th level of spirit embryo realm. After exchanging a blow, Lu Ming had a rough idea of Wang Fenshen's strength. Wang Fenshen had comprehended 2 concepts and successfully fused them. The destruction concept and the fire concept had reached the 3rd level of perfection. When they fused together, their destructive power was terrifying. If this was not the ancient city of Fate's battle stage, it would have been destroyed and turned into lava. Moreover, Wang Fenshen's cultivation was higher than Luo Tian's. He had reached the early stage of the 8th level of spirit embryo realm. Wang Fenshen was indeed a peerless genius ranked 5th on the list of top 1,000 talents. His strength was terrifying. 6 fingers burn the sky, suppress with 2 fingers. 6 fingers burn the sky, destroy with 3 fingers. 6 fingers burn the sky, destroy with 4 fingers. Wang Fenshen's flaming vital essence burst out as he pointed 3 fingers. The 3 huge fingers formed a triangle and slammed towards Lu Ming. Prison's suppressing heaven skill. The vital essence in Lu Ming's body roared and boiled as he activated the prison's suppressing heaven skill to 50% of its power. If he used the prison's suppressing heaven skill at full strength, it would be equivalent to the power of a low-grade divine martial technique. A low-grade divine martial technique was equivalent to the 1st level of a low-grade divine martial technique. Only an expert of the spiritual god realm could unleash its full power. Now that he had reached the peak of the 7th level of spirit embryo realm, he did not have enough vital essence to unleash its full power. However, 50% of its power was still terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming punched 3 times in a row as the power of the prison's suppressing steel erupted and suppressed everything. The 3 flaming fingers were immediately destroyed and dissipated into flames. Wang Fenshen's expression changed slightly as he waved his hands and pointed 2 more fingers. 6 fingers burn the sky, shatter 5 fingers, burn the sky with 6 fingers. The 2 finger forces struck out one after another, causing the space to tremble like a piece of cloth. Wherever the finger forces passed, the space turned into a vacuum. Lu Ming felt a terrifying power surging towards him. This power was incomparably hot, as if it wanted to turn him into ashes. 4 kinds of concepts revolved around him and formed a battle armor that covered his entire body. Lu Ming took a big step forward and punched out 2 more times in a row. Two earth-shattering explosions rang out as if the entire ancient city of fate was violently shaking. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. However, when it reached the edge of the battle stage, it was blocked by an invisible energy and couldn't charge over at all. The two flaming fingers were destroyed by Lu Ming's attack and collapsed. Chapter 969. Wang Fengxian's expression became very grave. He did not show any mercy. His first move was a killer move. He wanted to kill Lu Ming with powerful means. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so terrifying that he could defeat his attack and kill him. A purple flame floated above his head. As soon as this flame appeared, the space around it began to crackle. It was as if space itself was fuel that was being burned by this flame. The 7 golden chakras on this ball of flame also attracted everyone's attention. Level 7 Divine Class Bloodline. Wang Fengxian's bloodline had reached the terrifying level of Level 7 Divine Class. Wang Fengxian's body turned into light and merged with the bloodline. Then, the purple flame twisted and turned into a flame giant that was more than 10 meters tall. The flame giant held a flame sword and slashed at Lu Ming. The scorching flame made Lu Ming's 4-color intent realm tremble. Kill! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons. Level 6 Divine Class 9 Dragons Bloodline. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Ming and the 9 dragons' bloodline. It's the 9 dragons, the legendary 9 dragons. I didn't expect Lu Ming to awaken the 9 dragons' bloodline. God, the 9 dragons are more powerful than the real dragons. I've never heard of anyone who could awaken the 9 dragons' bloodline. As soon as the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared, there were exclamations. Especially those from Emperor Sky Divine Palace and Sky Demon Valley. The 9 dragons' bloodline, it's the 9 dragons' bloodline. No wonder he can control the divine 9-dragon cauldron. It must be related to the 9 dragons' bloodline. The Wang family head muttered to himself. The 9 dragons' bloodline. I must get it. A flood dragon supremacy from the demon clan stared at Lu Ming with burning eyes. He could not wait to swallow Lu Ming. AO2, the flood dragon clan sky prides, also had burning eyes. The 9 dragons' bloodline was a fatal temptation for the flood dragon clan's elders. Back then, you personally attacked and wanted to capture Lu Ming. It seems that you already knew that he had the 9 dragons' bloodline. Your goal was the 9 dragons' bloodline, right? Said the Imperial Bestial Beast. 2 bright eyes fell on Imperial Bestial D. Many people's hearts trembled. Perhaps that was really the case. Emperor E snorted and didn't say anything. On the fighting ring, dragon roars shook the sky. The 9 dragons stepped on the sky, and the 9 claws grabbed Wang Fengxian's battle sword. A rumbling sound rang out, and the battle sword collapsed. The dragon claw didn't stop, and it continued to attack. The flame giant roared angrily. Its terrifying fist blasted towards Lu Ming, but it was blocked by a dragon claw. Bang, bang, bang. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps were executed consecutively. 6 consecutive waves of power blasted towards the flame giant. At the same time, he opened his mouth and devouring power burst out, enveloping the flame giant. Immediately, the flames on the flame giant's body trembled non-stop, as if they were about to collapse. The divine dragon swings its tail. The 9 tails lashed out at the flame giant. This move contained the power of the suppressing hell skill. Bang! The flame giant was heavily hit by the dragon's tail. A large part of its huge body exploded, and a huge gap appeared on its body. The flame giant staggered back. The gap on its body quickly healed, and the flames once again filled the air. Raging flames, sky-burning sword. The flame giant roared angrily. The battle sword in his hand slashed out a blazing sword light, slashing towards the 9 dragons' heads. However, the 9 dragons' sharp claws blocked his sword. The 2 of them fought fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Of course, during this process, Lu Ming only released a strand of dragon force. He didn't use his full strength. Wang Fengxian was only his first opponent. There would be stronger opponents later. His final opponent was Di Xin. Wang Fenxian's strength was indeed terrifying. If he fought with Luo Tian at the same level, he would be stronger than Luo Tian. However, although Wang Fenxian was strong, Lu Ming was stronger. After dozens of moves, he was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. The 9 dragons roared and grabbed the flame giant with their claws. They tore the flame giant apart, turning it into flames. However, the flames retreated and started to condense in the air again. The advantage of having a natural bloodline was that it had extremely tenacious vitality. However, Lu Ming wouldn't give him the chance. He stomped his dragon claws and unleashed the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. A huge force bombarded the flames. The flames that were about to condense exploded again. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the scene. Was Wang Fenxian going to be defeated? Was this peerless genius who had awakened a level 7 divine bloodline going to be killed by Lu Ming? No, damn it. The Wang family head's heart was in his mouth. He was the most nervous. Wang Fenxian was a rare peerless genius of the Wang family. He was even more talented than him when he was young. He was going to inherit his legacy in the future. However, he was in danger now. Because this was a life and death battle. Only when one side died would they stop. But now, Wang Fenxian was completely suppressed. The 9 dragons roared and a devouring force erupted from their mouths. They swallowed the flames that Wang Fenxian had exploded into. No! Wang Fenxian's horrified scream could be heard from the flames. The flames that were devoured by the 9 dragons were constantly being refined by the terrifying refining force of the 9 dragons. Don't you have strong vitality and can condense? Then I'll refine you. The remaining flames quickly flew backward and gathered together to form Wang Fenxian's appearance. At this moment, his face was pale and his body was trembling. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes revealed a strong sense of horror. Bam, bam. The 9 dragons stepped forward and pressed towards Wang Fenxian. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. Let me go. Wang Fenxian screamed in horror and retreated. He had no strength to fight anymore. Let you go? Have you forgotten that this is a life and death battle? Lu Ming sneered. You're the winner. You're the winner now. If the winner speaks, he can let the opponent go. Wang Fenxian shouted. A life and death battle was a battle of life and death. Usually, it would only end when one side died. Of course, there was another situation where the winner took the initiative to let the opponent go. However, since it was a life and death battle, how could the winner let the opponent go? Wang Fenxian, are you kidding me? Why should I let you go? Lu Ming laughed. Wang Fenxian was speechless. That's right. Why should Lu Ming let him go? They were mortal enemies. However, he really didn't want to die. With his peerless talent, he would have no problem becoming a supreme being in the future. He even wanted to become the supreme emperor and dominate the eastern wilderness. He had a boundless future. Why would he want to die? However, why should he ask Lu Ming to let him go? He couldn't help but look at the Wang family head. Lu Ming let Fenxian go. I won't pursue the past. Chapter 970. Old man, who do you think you are? Lu Ming glanced at the head of the Wang clan and continued, You still say you won't pursue the matter? You and those old men attacked me together. I should be the one to pursue the matter. Do I need you to not pursue the matter? Ridiculous. His calm voice was filled with contempt. It spread throughout the place, making some people stunned. Contempt. This was blatant contempt. Lu Ming was looking down on a prime. The head of the Wang clan said he would not pursue the matter, but Lu Ming's meaning was clear. Did he need the head of the Wang clan to not pursue the matter? The one who should pursue the matter was him, Lu Ming. What a big tone, what a big confidence. However, at this moment, no one thought that Lu Ming was arrogant. Wang Fenxian had been defeated by Lu Ming. He had the right to be arrogant. In the future, he would have a great chance to become a prime. At that time, why would he be afraid of the head of the Wang clan? The head of the Wang clan was red in the face. He was furious. How many years had it been? Since he had become a prime, no one had dared to talk to him like that. No one had dared to look down on him like that. Even the other primes were polite to him. Now, he was being looked down on by a young man in his 20s. This was an insult to him. Lu Ming turned back into his human form. He sneered and said, "Old man, you said you won't pursue the matter. But can you represent the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace?" Then he looked at Martial Emperor Ge, the head of the Wang clan, and the others also looked at Martial Emperor. That's right. The head of the Wang clan was not in charge of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, but Martial Emperor Ge. At this moment, Martial Emperor looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He looked at Martial Emperor Yi with a hint of provocation. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming was simply audacious. He actually dared to look at Martial Emperor Yi in such a manner? However, Martial Emperor Yi did not say anything. The light in his eyes disappeared and he became calm again. The head of the Wang clan looked terrible. Wang Fenshen was in despair. Martial Emperor Yi's attitude explained everything. Kill! Suddenly, Lu Ming moved. His body moved like lightning as he rushed towards Wang Fenshen. No! Wang Fenshen roared, trying his best to resist. However, he was currently heavily injured and did not have much strength left. How could he be Lu Ming's match? In just a few moves, his bones and tendons were already snapped. Spurting large mouthfuls of blood, he collapsed to the ground like a dying dog. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped on the fighting stage and condensed a long spear in his hand. He walked towards Wang Fenshen with a cold, killing intent covering his whole body. "No, don't kill me, I don't want to die." Wang Fenshen roared. His body kept twisting as he tried to escape. His eyes were filled with endless fear. In his entire life, he had killed countless geniuses. Who knew how many of them he had slain? But now that he was about to die in the hands of another genius, he could not help but feel fear. Under everyone's gaze, the spear pierced through Wang Fenshen's heart. Powerful energy erupted and crushed Wang Fenshen's heart. "Patriarch, avenge me!" Wang Fenshen let out an unwilling roar. Then, his life was extinguished. A genius of the generation had been killed by Lu Ming. The crowd sighed. If such a genius did not die, he would definitely become a figure who dominated the eastern wilderness in the future. It would not be a problem for him to become a supreme being. Unfortunately, there were countless geniuses in the world, but how many of them could grow up? A dead genius was destined to be a stepping stone for others. "Lu Ming, I will kill you!" The Wang family had roared, emitting a cold killing intent. His eyes were red, and his heart was bleeding. This time, the Wang family had suffered a great loss. The Wang family had a total of 4 geniuses ranked in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. However, 2 of them had died before this. Now, even Wang Fenshen, who was the most talented, had died. Now, the Wang family was left with only 1 genius. Originally, the Wang family had 4 geniuses ranked in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. It was as if the Wang family would rise quickly, surpass the other 5 ancient families, and become the leader of the ancient families in Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. But now, everything was in vain. His hatred for Lu Ming could not be washed away even with all the water in the world. "Old man, that's what I wanted to say as well. Right now, it's just a little interest. In the future, I'll personally take your dog head. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Wang Yan and Wang Chen were also killed by me." Lu Ming said coldly with a cold smile on his face. You deserve to die." The Wang family head roared angrily. As a supreme being who had lived for thousands of years, he had a strong mind and had seen many storms. He would not get angry so easily. However, he could not remain calm in front of Lu Ming. In the Battle of 9 Dragons, he was almost beaten to death by Lu Ming. Now, many geniuses of the Wang family had died at the hands of Lu Ming. He hated Lu Ming to the core. If it were not for the fact that his cultivation was completely suppressed in the ancient city of fate, he would have turned Lu Ming into ashes immediately. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. At this moment, Lu Ming's dragon of fate had devoured Wang Fenshen's dragon of fate. Lu Ming's dragon of fate had grown to almost 200 feet. At the same time, the devouring power erupted and devoured Wang Fenshen into a mummy. Then, he took his storage ring and kicked him off the fighting ring. The Wang family head was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming moved and returned to the spectator stand. Ha, amazing. Lu Ming, you've avenged me. That Wang Fenshen was so arrogant and dared to burn me with fire. Now he's a dead dog. The fat man laughed so excitedly that his mouth cracked. Also, Lu Ming, did you see that old man from the Wang family was so angry that his face turned red and smoke came out of his head? It was so exciting. The fat man continued to laugh. He did not lower his voice at all, and it spread throughout the arena. The Wang family head, who had just calmed down, was furious again. He was so angry that he trembled all over. These juniors deserve to die, he roared in his heart. Yen Kuangta drank a few mouthfuls of wine and laughed heartily. The others were a little speechless. These people were simply lawless. They did not know how to write the word fear. Then, the battle continued. 2 more beams of light fell on 2 figures. AO2 from Heavenly Demon Valley and Dongfang Yu from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Many people's eyes suddenly shone with amazing light. It was another exciting battle. Dongfang Yu ranked 3rd on the list of top 1,000 talents, while AO2 was said to be able to compete with Emperor gods. The battle between the two would definitely be exciting. The 2 figures landed on the fighting ring. Without saying anything, the battle immediately broke out. Dongfang Yu was extremely powerful. He had cultivated 2 divine-level cultivation techniques, and his cultivation was at the early stage of the 8th tier of Spirit Embryo Realm. His bloodline was the same as Wang Fenshen's, a 7th divine-level bloodline. Dongfang Yu's overall strength was slightly stronger than Wang Fenshen's. However, AO2 was stronger. AO2 had more than 70% of the bloodline of a real dragon, almost 80%. He transformed into a flood dragon and fought with Dongfang Yu like a real dragon. The two fought fiercely for more than 50 moves. In the end, Dongfang Yu was defeated and admitted defeat, losing 90% of his luck. Chapter 971. The battle continued. When AO2 and Dongfang Yu descended from the sky, 2 beams of light landed on the corpse battle from the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Archgod. Di Shen was going to fight. At this moment, everyone's attention was on him. Di Shen was regarded as the #1 genius in the Eastern Wilderness. How strong was he? In the previous Battle of Providence, he had not encountered a decent opponent at all. Those who encountered him were all easily killed. His strength was simply unfathomable in the hearts of everyone. Now, Shizhan, who was ranked 4th on the list of top 1,000 talents, could force Di Shen to show his true strength? Everyone was looking forward to it. Even Lu Ming was shocked. In his mind, Di Shen was his ultimate opponent. The 2 figures landed on the fighting ring. Shizhan looked dignified. Admit defeat. Di Shen's indifferent voice rang out. His posture was ramrod straight, and he was extraordinarily handsome. Just by standing there casually, he exuded the aura of a king, as if he was invincible. Yes, Di Shen had never been defeated by a younger generation. He was considered a rare genius who had the potential to become an emperor in the future. The last genius who had the potential to become an emperor was Yen Kuangtu, and that was 100 years ago. He was asking Shizhan to admit defeat. In my heart, there's no such thing as admitting defeat, not even to you, Di Shen. Shizhan's eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Di Shen's indifferent voice rang out, full of strong confidence. Bam! He took a step forward, and a shocking sword chi burst out from his body and soared into the sky. The terrifying sword power spread toward Shizhan. With a loud roar, Shizhan unleashed his bloodline. It was a skeleton, an incomparably huge skeleton, shaped like an incomparably huge elephant. The skeleton of an ancient war elephant. Someone said softly, recognizing the origins of this skeleton. It was a skeleton formed by a powerful divine beast, surrounded by 7 golden chakras. It was also a 7th-level divine bloodline. Shizhan performed bloodline fusion and turned into the skeleton of an ancient war elephant. It stomped on the ground and attacked Di Shen with great power. However, Di Shen's eyes were still calm. Clang! A sword cry rang out as a purple-gold sword light soared into the sky. It was filled with a luxurious aura. Boom! The purple gold sword Qi crossed dozens of miles of space and slashed at the ancient war elephant skeleton. A terrifying explosion resounded as sword Qi shot out in all directions. The ancient war elephant skeleton was forced to retreat. Clang, clang, clang. Sword cries resounded unceasingly as sword Qi after sword Qi burst out. Each sword Qi was more terrifying than the last as they continuously slashed towards the ancient war elephant skeleton. The ancient war elephant roared and unleashed its full strength to resist the sword Qi of the Emperor God. However, every time it received a strike, it would be forced back 5 miles. After receiving 9 consecutive strikes, the ancient war elephant had already retreated close to 50 miles. Then, with a bang, the ancient war elephant exploded and turned back into Corpse Warrior. Corpse Warrior's face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was trembling and he could not even stand properly. There was shock and disbelief in his eyes. "I admit defeat." Corpse Warrior let out a long sigh. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when Corpse Battle admitted defeat. At the same time, they looked at the Emperor God in shock. Too strong. The Emperor God was too strong. He said that he would defeat Corpse Warrior in 10 moves, and he really only used 10 strikes before Corpse Warrior admitted defeat. In fact, the Emperor God did not even use bloodline fusion. The Emperor God is too strong. No one can defeat him. Even AO2 and Xuejiani are no match for him. That's right. Until now, we still don't know how much strength he has used. It's too terrifying and unfathomable. Many people were discussing in shock. Even the Supremes could not stay calm. Only the 3 sovereigns were still calm. In the stands, Xuejiani and AO2's eyes were extremely solemn. Lu Ming's eyes were also solemn. "Lu Ming, are you confident in defeating the Emperor God?" Du Songjue asked Lu Ming in a low voice. "I'm not confident." Lu Ming shook his head. He was indeed not confident. Even if he used all his strength, he was not confident. Corpse Warrior's battle strength was definitely not weaker than Wang Fenshen, but he was still easily defeated by the Emperor God. His battle strength was simply unfathomable. His cultivation should still be at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, but he should have reached the peak of the 8th level. However, I'm not too sure about his martial arts and bloodline level. Yan Kuangtu said, "You've been in the Emperor God Palace for so many years, but you're not too sure?" Du Songjue said. Yan Kuangtu shook his head and said, "The Emperor God has always been secretly nurtured by D. I know very little about him." Lu Ming, if you really can't defeat the Emperor God, just admit defeat. In the end, Yan Kuangtu said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he did not answer. Really can't defeat him? What if I break through again? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Unfortunately, I'm still a little short. It's getting harder and harder to raise my cultivation. Lu Ming thought secretly. The 9 Dragons bloodline was refining Wang Fenshen's blood essence continuously. At this moment, it was almost done, but his cultivation was still at the peak of the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. According to Yan Kuangtu, the Emperor God's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. If Lu Ming's cultivation also broke through to the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, he would be confident. Lu Ming was not afraid of anyone at the same level. He had this confidence. Then let's start refining the origin stones. Thinking of this, a large amount of origin stones appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The power of devouring burst forth from his palm and swallowed the large amount of origin stones, starting to refine them. The Emperor God won and swallowed 90% of Corpse Battle's fate before returning to the spectator stand. The next battle was between Xuejiani and Feng Xian of the Sky Demon Valley. Feng Xian of the Sky Demon Valley had the Phoenix bloodline and had also reached 70%. Her battle power was incomparably strong and her speed was extremely fast. She started a pinnacle battle with Xuejian. This battle could be said to be the most intense of the 4 battles. The 2 of them fought for a total of 200 moves before the victor was decided. In the end, Xuejian won by a little. At this point, the strongest 4 had appeared. They were Lu Ming, the Emperor God, AO2, and Xuejian. Next, It was the battle between the four of them. After these few battles, Lu Ming had a rough idea of everyone's strength. Dong Fangyu, corpse battle, and Wang Fengxian's strength were very close and on the same level. As for Feng Xian, she was slightly stronger than the three of them and not much weaker than Xue Jianyi. Xue Jianyi, AO2, and Feng Xian should be on the same level. As for the Emperor God, he was unfathomable and hard to predict. Lu Ming's thoughts were similar to the majority of the people. In the hearts of others, Lu Ming's strength was placed on the same level as Xue Jianyi, AO2, and Feng Xian. Lu Ming could kill Wang Fengxian, but if Xue Jianyi, AO2, and the rest were to use their full strength, they could also kill Wang Fengxian. Chapter 972. Among the four of them, Di Shun, Xue Jianyi, and AO2 were the strongest representatives of the younger generation in Eastern Wilderness. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was a dark horse. It was the battle in Nine Dragons that really made him famous. That battle involved too many experts. Yen Kuangtu, Supreme Nine Sons, and even Martial Emperor Di from the 6 great ancient families of the Central Continent Ancient Saint Dynasty. After this battle, Lu Ming's name spread throughout the Eastern Wilderness. But the most famous one was Lu Ming's ability to control the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. As for Lu Ming's talent, it was ignored. Many people thought that Lu Ming's talent and combat strength were not particularly top-notch. They thought that he was not even comparable to the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. But now, Lu Ming overturned everyone's thoughts with his actions. Facts had proven that Lu Ming's talent was unparalleled and unparalleled. He was not weaker than anyone else. As a dark horse, he rushed into the top 4 and killed Luo Tian and Wang Fengxian. Now, he was going to fight against the 3 most powerful geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness. Although Lu Ming is talented, he is young and impetuous. He is too showy and doesn't know how to restrain himself. He has offended the Wang family's master and other supreme martial artists, Martial Emperor Di, and even the supreme martial artist from Sky Demon Valley. Such a genius is destined to not live long. That's right. In history, there were many peerless geniuses, but not many of them reached the end and became emperors. Because they showed off too much and didn't know how to restrain themselves. In the end, they died tragically. That's true. In my opinion, Lu Ming will end up like this in the end. Around them, many people were discussing in low voices. At this moment, the vortex in the talisman puppet sect flashed slightly and a figure appeared. It was Bai Shijin. Seeing Bai Shijin, Lu Ming was overjoyed. "Senior, how is it?" Lu Ming asked. "Don't worry, everything is settled. They are now in Liangyi Mountain," Bai Shijin said. "Thank you, Senior." Lu Ming thanked him. At this moment, a beam of light fell on Lu Ming's body. He was going to fight. Lu Ming looked over and saw another beam of light landing on AO Tuesday. This battle was between Lu Ming and AO Tuesday. AO2's eyes flickered with a shocking battle intent. Boom! AO2's burly body fell heavily on the fighting ring. His body was filled with a violent aura. Lu Ming stepped forward and appeared on the fighting ring. Facing AO Tuesday, Bai Shijin was incomparably shocked. He did not know what was going on, and after understanding the situation, he was even more shocked. He never thought that Lu Ming would be able to reach this step, kill Wang Fengxian, and fight AO Tuesday. Lu Ming, the 9 dragons bloodline in your body is truly a waste of God's gift. Why don't you give the 9 dragons bloodline to me? I will definitely make it flourish. AO2 licked his lips and revealed a greedy look. Sure, but DE also has his eyes on the 9 dragons bloodline. Aren't you afraid that he will target you if I give it to you? Lu Ming said with a smile. AO2's face fell and his eyes flickered. If he really obtained the 9 dragons bloodline and was targeted by martial royalty, he would not be able to live in peace. Even the supremes of the Jiao Dragon tribe would not be able to protect him. Even the monster royal might not be able to protect him. His heart sank when he thought of this. Hee, looks like you don't dare to take it. What a coward. Come on, so let's fight. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent and the true origin in his body was boiling. 2 dragon roars were heard at the same time. One of them came from AO Tuesday. He immediately turned into a Jiao dragon. The other dragon roar came from Lu Ming's body. He unleashed a burst of dragon force. Lu Ming's body was covered with a layer of purplish-golden scales. He took a step forward and charged toward Ao Tuesday, Golden Storm Slash. As soon as Ao2 opened his mouth, a ray of dark golden light burst out from his mouth and slashed toward Lu Ming. The light was like a saber light, but it was sharper and more terrifying. Lu Ming threw out a punch and collided with the dark golden light. Boom! There was an explosion and Lu Ming's body trembled. He was pushed back 100 meters before he could regain his balance. There were still countless sharp forces on his arm that were cutting his scales, causing sparks to fly. What a powerful metal attribute will! He circulated his true essence, and with a jolt, the sharp force covering his arm was scattered. Ao2 had more than 70% of the true dragon's bloodline. He was born with the ability to control metal attribute will and use it to a terrifying level. The saber light was the combination of metal attribute will and Ao2's demonic force. It was extremely terrifying. Golden Storm Slash. Ao2 roared again. This time, 9 beams of dark golden light burst out from his mouth, cutting through the air and slashing toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming instantly unleashed 2 more streams of dragon energy. He had unleashed a total of 3 streams of dragon energy. His strength had greatly increased. Lu Ming was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. He rushed toward Ao2 and threw out a series of punches. Bam! 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 After 9 consecutive explosions, the 9 dark golden lights were destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to rush toward Ao Tuesday, Gilded Dragon Claw. One of Ao2's dragon claws turned dark golden as if it was made of dark gold. He clawed at Lu Ming with his dark golden dragon claw. Clang! Lu Ming threw out a punch and clashed with the dark golden dragon claw. There was a terrifying explosion as if 2 hammers had collided. A strong storm swept out in all directions. Lu Ming's body trembled and he was pushed back 100 meters. When he landed on the ground, he took another 9 steps back. Such terrifying strength and attack power. Is this the power of a flood dragon with 70% purity? Lu Ming was shocked. Ao2 should be in the middle stage of the 8th tier of the 7th grade, which was equivalent to the middle stage of the 8th tier of the spirit embryo realm. His strength and attack power were terrifying. And this was only a flood dragon with 70% purity. If it was a pure-blooded true dragon, how terrifying would it be? It was rare to see pure-blooded divine beasts in the divine wilderness continent nowadays. According to legends, there were quite a few in ancient times. How could the prodigies of the human race compete with such pure-blooded divine beasts? The only known pure-blooded divine beast in the eastern wilderness was the demon emperor. I wonder if there are many pure-blooded mythological beasts in that mysterious overseas continent? Lu Ming, you are no match for me. Ao2 roared, interrupting Lu Ming's messy thoughts. Bam! Bam! The flood dragon stomped on the ground and charged toward Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered, and the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons. At the same time, another surge of dragon power erupted from his body. There were 4 surges of dragon power in total. A vast dragon might spread out and surge toward Ao Tuesday. Ao2's body trembled slightly, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Yes, this was Ao2's instinct, his fear of those in a higher position. No matter if it was a demonic beast or a divine beast, the hierarchy was very strict. Bloodline was the highest, and there were layers of suppression.